Yeah.
All right, we are live. Good morning. Welcome to the Gresham-Barlow Board of Education Strategic Planning Work Session, also noted as retreat on February 28th, 2025. In attendance, we have Chris Howlett, Polly Riegelman, Blake Peterson, David Likitich, Dr. Myra Gomez, Dr. Sean Barnes. Interim Superintendent John Cook will join us later this afternoon, and Tracy Klinger, Deputy Superintendent, is here. Wanted to just read a little bit to this. So it's already in the change. Meeting points, just we're going to be here all day working on this. We will have active listening for understanding and asking questions for clarification, equity of voice, pause and allow think time, stay engaged and on task. We will have breaks, so we'll be able to stay energized and engaged, and accept non-closure. We may have things today that we just can't quite get through, and so we will work on those. We do not have any changes that I'm aware of to the agenda. Sarah, is there anything that was added, removed, or so it's as is? So I would accept a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second that.
It's been moved by Myra, seconded by Sean to approve the meeting agenda as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. First item is policy review, and I believe that has Dr. Klinger's name on that. So we have a number of these. We were not able to get some of these through on some of our other sessions, so I will just let you dive into this and tell us what we need to look at this.
And Chris and Myra, please jump in. What I would propose that we do today is go through them quickly. I can give you kind of the high level. Is there something substantive? Most of these are some kind of cleanup or some kind of restructuring that OSBA has recommended to us. So there are some policies that we're deleting, some that we're adding back. And so I think if we kind of scroll through these, I can give you kind of the quick highlights of each one without us taking time to read it in that moment. If that sounds all right. And then if there's questions, we can kind of go from there.
And I think on the big ones, you just kind of looped that a little bit. The ones that are in the EBC section, a lot of those, it's the same intent and content. They just had us realign it a little bit differently and take out some fluff. So it's the same thing. It just looks like we lost a policy, but we didn't. It just rewrote so that it was a little bit cleaner, a little bit more straightforward. So that was, we spent a little bit of time in committee trying to figure out what was going on with that.
Same with the medications one
Right.
down at the bottom. So I'll point out a couple of things as we go through quickly. So is everybody in the policy in the, okay. So the CV superintendent is just a footnote situation there that's been cleaned up. So that was very straightforward. The second one, CBC, is just some cleanup to, and clarification about a superintendent being required to follow law. And then also not compensating superintendents for work that's not performed. And then there was some clarification around termination without cause language that's been updated as well.
Is all this language from the bill that passed?
A lot of that is for that. Yeah, because of some of the inconsistencies that some boards were doing in terms of especially superintendent evaluation and then termination without cause. So it was cleaning it up so that it matches the law.
And a lot of this overall is some kind of statutory legal cleanup.
And most of it won't look new to us because it's things that we've been doing.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't anything that was like, oh gosh, we need to start doing this or that. The injury or illness reports, again, this is language that is statute. We spent some time looking at this. This is about reporting of injury, and it's not about, I needed a Band-Aid because I, cut myself. It's more significant than that. Our district has a good culture of reporting workplace injuries, so we have procedures and things in place for all of that.
And there's some of that in the staff handbook as well. I don't think that. short version of it.
Some version, yeah. The emergency procedure, so these next three go together, so this is kind of a set of three. So the emergency procedures, this is one where they've asked us to delete it, but other pieces of this show up other places. So if you skip the first one, that's delete. And go to the next one. A couple of things to notice here. Up at the top in the green, when they were having us delete a policy and then proposing a new policy, we were concerned about it looking, as Chris said, like we've never had the policy. So we added the part at the top in the green where it has adopted and then revised and readopted to just clarify that that has been part of a process all along. So just you'll notice that on some of these where we've deleted, but there's a new policy per se. And then down at the bottom, that green section about the executive session, that was an ad that we did, and that's directly from the policy that was the delete. It was the last paragraph of the deleted one, so we just wanted to make sure that it landed in this policy.
Without that language, then we would not be able to do an executive session if there was some safety issue.
It was still covered in the executive session policy, but does someone know to go look at an executive
Yeah.
session policy? So it's kind of like, where do you be
If you're
redundant,
looking up
where do you
safety,
not?
where do you look, do you go back and look up
Yeah.
executive session if it's not there? So it's a little bit of a duplicate, but it puts it in two places depending on where you're looking.
And to that point, OSBA had not added it there,
Yeah.
but we felt like it was important enough to just be there about.
As long, yeah,
A little redundancy without making people look 5 different places or something.
Yeah. The next one, the emergency drills, this was just, it's more clear, it's better aligned. And again, part of that kind of package of three that were redone. Any questions about those? Are we going too fast? Does this seem about right for what people are needing for this? Okay. Communicable disease. This one, there is the policy. And then there is the AR. The policy, one of the things in here is that it strikes language in reference to the AR, which is why the AR is included just as a reference for people. There are a few changes to it, but the ARs are approved for a different process. So nothing, super substantive there. Some, highlighting confidentiality and that sort of thing. And then again, the AR is there for reference. And then moving into the family and medical leave, this is just updated language with what is
And most of
happening now.
that is state, it's state,
Yeah,
yeah.
state driven.
And most of it now matches as well. We had to do some, significant in the bargaining contract to make sure that it matched what was state options, so, yeah. Okay.
So then we're on to domestic violence, harassment. So these, this one looks like a lot is happening, but really what they've done is taken the definitions and moved them to the end of the policy instead of the beginning of the policy. And then there's some cleanup. The word bias is added in there a couple of times. Eligible is added in there a few times as a clarification on that policy. And then all those definitions at the end were just from the beginning. Criminal records, this is one where they've asked us to delete what we had and have a fresh policy. So the first one in your packet is the deleted version. And then the second one there, again, has the dates at the top. We added that piece and it's really just kind of a cleanup and reorganization. There are a few places where there were some brackets. There was some language that moved from the AR on page 2. Other cleanup things, really like that. All of the brackets we accepted, it's just more clarifying language. Use of restraints and seclusions. This one has, again, small changes. Page 3 includes or adds language related to training that we do for restraint has to be an ODE approved program. And so that language has been added at the bottom of page 3. That aligns with our current practice as well. And then I guess at the very end of the policy, there is just a statement that staff who violate this policy are subject to discipline.
And so some of the things that are in here, because we talked a little bit about this as well, that it lays out what we can and can't do, but some of these things we don't utilize, like the pods or a room, we don't use those for seclusion. So it's, if we did, then there are rules about that, but Gresham-Barlow doesn't utilize them.
Okay, medications, this one, we spent a lot of time on, so with this one, there is a deleted policy, a deleted AR, and then an add of each, and it's a lot of pages. So if we skip through the deletes, we did go through and make sure that everything in the deleted policy showed up somewhere in the new stuff. So we did cross-reference all of that. But the policy is pretty straightforward, pretty short and sweet in terms of medication for students and kind of how that works. It fits our current practice. The AR is more detailed in terms of what that really looks like. And when I was reviewing these last night, there are some brackets that aren't highlighted that we might want to, I'll just kind of call out because they're not marked in your packet. So, actually, this.
Just a quick question for the purpose of opioid antagonist. Is that like Narcan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is staff trained on that?
We do have staff.
And you use the nasal spray? That one we're not.
Yeah,
Shooting off.
yeah, exactly.
And it's Narcan brand name, and are there generic?
It is a blanket.
Okay.
So if we look at this, so on page 3 is the first place where there was some bracketed language. So underneath number 4.
So on yours, do you have a way to reference? Because like in our board packet, are we on page?
It's 311.
Yeah, it's page 3 of 11. of
Okay.
the- Yeah,
Okay, there we go. So in the packet, it'd be on page 50.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
54 pages of policy today. So
Yeah,
great.
more, there's more past that.
Oh, wait, there's more.
Okay, all right, I see the
So,
short acting opioid.
Yep,
Okay,
and then so
okay.
underneath number 4, there's a bracketed situation there, a short acting opioid, that's what you were talking about, we did accept that language. And then in the paragraph after that, we selected school, so the school nurse shall immediately notify a parent. Sorry, the principal or school nurse, not district nurse, just to clarify that.
Do we have school nurses or is it?
We have nurses assigned to each school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they might have multiple schools,
That's what-
which is why principal needs to be on there also.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And then, moving forward to page 7. There, looks like we did mark the bracket down at the bottom of that one.
What number?
It's page
It's
50,
down by-
58.
And then underneath it's D at the very bottom of that page. It looks like that one is highlighted in green. The next page on page 8 are where there are some brackets that I just want to clarify. So on I, we selected the semicolon because we kept J. Very important. And then C, D, E, and F are also bracketed, and we said that we would accept that language. Partway down through F, there is a school versus a district nurse, so we would pick school there. And then H, that language was accepted as well. So this is really just the procedural stuff around how we support students with medications at schools.
Okay.
On page 9, similar things where we've selected on number 9, school for our school nurse. And then on number 10, it's a yes, we've accepted that bracketed language.
That's the
For 10.
disposal of medications.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. And then B, C, and D, we accepted that language as well, those brackets. And there's one also at the bottom of on 11. So those were yes as well. Basically, any procedural stuff we accepted and aligned with what we already do. On page 10, there's a whole section on non-liability provision that goes to the end of the policy, and we accepted that language as well.
Right, that's on page 60. Yeah. Okay.
And that is the end of the 62 pages. And it is, I mean, that was fast, there's a lot to process, and I think if we have, if you need more time and you wanna throw, send any questions our way, you certainly can do that, or if there's some that we need to pull next week and have more conversation about.
This is not first reading.
This is the first reading.
Okay.
And we do have a policy meeting again next Friday, so we're doing this first thing this morning in case there were any in here that you felt like needed to go back to the committee just on this first blush. Otherwise, we'll have different policies that we'll address.
And so these, if there aren't any questions, these will go, it's their time, will they go on the March? This is
Well,
the-
Yes,
email
they
you
go on the
somebody
consent agenda.
Right now?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Minutes, yeah, okay. So, and I think as Tracy said numerous times, we went over these quite a few times in committee to just make sure and pulling up. Trying not to get too far down in the weeds of an obscure, well, what about? But tried to make sure that it was broad and narrow and also easy for someone to follow and not have to be making a decision and perhaps a time of a little bit of excitement or not. And bottom line, just keeping everybody safe.
And some back and forth with OSBA about what are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, get rid of this, and so we had to kind of wrap our brains around how to make that something that.
And the part of keeping track of, we've had this policy before, we're rewriting the whole
Yeah.
thing, because it did make it look like we've never had a policy when you have it proposed and no history. It makes it look like it's a brand new policy. And I was like, how could you have operated without a policy on how to deal with medication at the school?
Right.
So that was why we added that part back in again.
Questions or?
I appreciate the team's work on going through all 16.
Clearly a lot.
Yeah.
And this is.
62 pages.
The team's done a really good job getting through. We have some highly recommended ones that we'll look at next week, and then we should get another packet of them in April.
All right, so without objection, these will go to consent agenda for the business meeting, and we will take care of it there. And if you look at it later and you go, oh, I should have brought that up, send a note to Tracy and just say, hey, I missed this. So if it's something that really we need to do something with.
Yeah, and I have stacks of notes from like, why was that okay? Why was that not? So,
Okay. All right,
okay,
all right. Next up, we have high school programming with Dr. Collins and Carla Gay.
Carla's here.
Oh, there you are.
Tim was gonna come right at 8:30, because I was like, I think we're gonna get through all so fast, so he should be here any
Okay,
minute if
all
he
right.
needs us. Get coffee refills. You mean? Yeah.
We're glad you're here. Thank you.
We're happy to see you. Sometimes technology is not.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was a software update
Oh, for your car.
and it's.
And those always come at really
Well, my
convenient.
phone, my phone is what opens my
Oh.
car. And so I turned it on, had it all warmed up and ready to go. And then when I walk out to the car, it says, please sign in. And it's under my husband's account. To go upstairs, wake him up, right, what's your password? He can't remember it, of course, because you don't sign into. But I forgot my password and it goes to his email. And wake up and put his glasses on, reset his password. And I'm like, forget it, I just get the fob. The fob doesn't work. And I need to go back to the. So hang on, let's do it.
It's my first try.
Maybe I should do a mini observation.
Well, pull out one of your degrees and see if it can do.
Exactly.
like a-
That's harder.
Just do a twofer and.
Exactly.
I need to be smarter about this.
All right, my slide back.
Okay, are we ready? We're back. All right,
Yes.
welcome. So we are now going to hear an update on high school programming with Dr. Tim Collins and Carla Gay. And slides for us. So
Absolutely.
you guys, I'm just gonna let you guys dig in. Go.
Thank you. And part of the fun will be to determine, Carla made some of the slides and Tim made some of the slides. So you're tasked me to determine who is responsible for what you see.
Okay, that's fair. It's pretty obvious.
Kind of like who sent the message, John or Tracy?
So in theory, clearly my degree doesn't work because the clicker's not doing its thing.
That's why I was unmuted.
Does that make a difference?
Tim,
Yes,
I
it
was
does.
trying to use my iPad, it was turned off.
So clearly I'm perfect.
It's early on Friday.
Yeah. Go ahead, slide number 1, Carla.
Yeah, so, good morning, everyone. We're excited to share a little bit about high school programming this year, this past year. So we're gonna talk to you about all of our programs and graduation and completion. And, so that kind of gives you a big overview, but we'll go ahead to the next slide.
And to add to that, part of the goal is to take a look at how do the different programs that we have in place impact our overall graduation. So looking at the connection between what is it that we do and then what's the outcome.
Like I said. So,
We're a team.
Tim and I, discussed whether we think all of these, are applicable, and I would have put a check on all of them, but, we felt like that might be overwhelming, so we put, but truly, high school programming is about creating an environment that is physically and emotionally safe, where students have a sense of belonging, and so all of our programming that does that, supports that, as well as opportunity and access, and then, of course, our achievement, our academic outcomes. And so all of those apply. We felt like the belonging, opportunity, and achievement fit more closely with this presentation.
There, it's still.
Okay, now this is my, you gave them away, okay. Put it there because, okay, all right, so before he
She's
clicks,
excited about
I am kind of excited about this, it's obvious, so look at that little road and, just when you look at it, what does it make you think of, like?
Alaska.
I'm not exactly. It might be, I mean, there are roads like that. And so this is not unlike school for many of our kids. It's not a linear path, despite what we often hear. It is winding, whether it's emotional or academic or their personal lives. And our job is to help them navigate all of that, right? So go ahead, Tim. So, Sarah, yeah, you gotta move that out of there so we can definitely, okay, so the first part is we have middle school, so we start planning with our kiddos earlier, but for purposes of this conversation in middle school. So we start doing, and we're gonna talk to you a little bit more about what we do that, but it starts in 6th grade. With a variety of career exposure activities, and just talking about their futures. What do they care about? Where do they want to go? Okay, and then there's a critical transition point between 8th and 9th grade. Those of you who have 8th graders or 9th graders know this. Their brains are still developing, maybe regressing. So we spend a lot of time in that 9th grade year supporting and that's transition, supporting kids in making that leap into high school. And
I think I got it. There we go.
And then we're gonna spend more time talking about our high school programs specifically. What do those look like? There are things that we won't be touching on today that are also high school programming, but for purposes of what we do academically that contribute to graduation, we're gonna talk about that.
Makes you have to start.
And sometimes some of our kids fall off track.
One
They
more.
fall and one more. And so we have educational options, go
One more
ahead,
click.
Sarah, to try to boost them back up so that, keep going on the clicks. They can, and one more. And one more.
There we go.
So what we wanted to do, what I wanted to do was really depict that our students are not on a linear path. And that part of our whole programs is to try to really help them achieve their dreams and their goals. And as sort of goofy as this is, the seriousness of it is that we know that our kids are not a one size fits all.
And I think humor and all that is actually a really good thing. So Goofy is just fine.
Thanks,
Yep.
Chris.
Well done, Carla. So then, we're gonna take a look at some of the data just briefly around those pathways that you just saw. And so with that, there we go. This is the data that we talked about at the board meeting back in February. So this is a quick summary and overview. In terms of where we were this year versus last year, we've seen a slight increase in terms of graduation rates, 23 versus class of 2024. So you can see that there on the left side, broken down both with charters and without the charters, just to see that comparison, that contrast. And that's not, once again, to minimize what MIWA does, but just to say there are schools we have direct impact on, and there are schools that we're associated with. So there's that difference between those two. As far as grad rates on the right side are concerned, Gresham's grad rate's been fairly flat for the last 3 years, so that 76% has been pretty consistent. Barlow's has been slowly creeping up over time, and Springwater Trails bounces anywhere from 90 to 100%. Because they're so small, the difference of 1 or 2 students can have a difference of about 2.5 to 3%. So the biggest gains over the last year or two has been with Barlow specifically, which is why our grad rate's been slowly creeping up over time.
I'm just out of curiosity, so it's 46 out of 50 graduated from Springwater Trail, is that how to read that?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you talk to Ryan specifically, he can tell you exactly who those students are and everything that they had done to try to get that student over the line. The other piece with this, there are a couple of students each year that earn a GED, and a GED does not count towards graduation, but it does count towards the next slide, which is the 5-year figure. And so that's the other piece, and there are some students, as Ryan's been working with them specifically, that the GED makes the most sense as far as their trajectory goes. And so that's reflected on the next slide.
Is that a big career Springwater and that's Springwater people also?
Good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure their number specifically on that.
They for MIWA, and I think you'll see this in the next slide, is that GED is not a huge contributor overall. What they struggle with is, hey, if kids don't complete in that 4 years, they struggle hanging on to them.
So the kids, so the options programs that we've added, support programs that have been added in our district, where's the ad reflected? Is it?
We're getting there. Yeah, in terms of the data. So what I can tell you is the 4-year cohort rate, any of our students who are in an options program that is not a charter comes back to our district schools. Because it's about if you are an accountable school or if you are a program. So if you're at Ray, or if you're at POIC, or if you're at Open and you graduate in 4 years, that shows up at your home high school.
One question I have, is, at least in my world, I see a lot of high schools pushing their kids that are severely credit deficient onto virtual schools, which then helps their graduation rate. So is Gresham and Barlow benefiting from MIWA, which is taking the hit, and their graduation numbers look better because of that push?
that is a constant. I would say, I don't know if it's an intentional push, right? But I think that there is an impact where kids get to a point where they are credit deficient. And they look for options, and the option that feels easiest is MIWA, so I think it does have an impact. Whether it's intentional or not, I think there's a lot of intention to try not to have kids jump to MIWA for that very reason, to try to hang on to them and get them to graduate. But I think the impact is that many kids will just see the writing on the wall and be done. And that is where our in-district option of flex really comes into play, is that we're trying, and we're gonna talk about what all the options programs are in a minute that kind of help boost this. And then we'll come back to looking at this data.
Yes.
So, sorry, one more
No,
question.
you're doing great.
Meanwhile goes up to 21 years old. So if they don't,
We all do.
well, they all do.
Mhm.
Yeah, so if they don't graduate within the 4 years, so let's say the 5th or 6th year, it doesn't count.
Yes.
towards this.
Yeah,
Correct.
and so why don't you go ahead
Yeah.
and click to the next.
Well, I was gonna say, I included the number of students, so 925, can keep that number in your mind, because you'll see that relative to the next couple of slides as we go through different impacts of programs. So that's 4-year grad rate. The 5-year grad completion rate is not class of 2024, but class of 2023, right? So our 5-year completer rate for 2024, we won't know until next year. So notice that the total number of students has changed from 925 to 868. So we're looking at a different group of kids. And you can see that there's a slight increase if you were to compare like year over year, between where we were in 2022 versus 2023. 5-year completers includes GEDs, it includes modified diplomas, it includes standard diplomas. So it's a little bit of a broader catchment for 5-year completer rates.
It includes Ray as well.
Yeah, all
Yes.
kids at Ray are included in this data because they're co-enrolled. Their primary school is one of these other high schools. Ray is not a school in and of itself, it is a
It's a
program.
program, got it.
So when it's a
Yes.
program, the student's data rolls back to their most recent school.
Yes.
So you said in the previous slide that 76 at Gresham High School was fairly flat, and here
Yeah.
we're at 83.
Yeah.
Is that difference then GED primarily, or?
Well, I know GED fills a tiny part of that, and we could disaggregate that. So if you go up, so you can see it's a significant change at Gresham High School, like it's 7%. So what we know is that difference is Ray is our contracted alternatives, and a little bit GED, but honestly, GED it's a proficiency-based completion test, and the rigor of that is for some kids academically much harder than staying in school and finishing, where they get way more support for credit completion. So I would guess if we disaggregated that 423 and looked at where they completed and what their completion is, that the majority of them were finishing their 5th year with a high school diploma, either with Ray or one of our contracted options programs.
So another, and not, because
That, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
that
Is that-
would be my guess.
Yeah.
because I know the data, I mean, you can just parse this to death,
Yes.
but it would maybe be interesting to know of like the 423 or the actually the total, the 830 between Barlow and Gresham, and then however many. How many of those students have been with us a longer time in our school district versus moving in, say their eighth grade year, you know, into the middle school, you know, where? Because that would, I would think, would show more, how is our program working for kids as they move through the entire system, as opposed to coming in late, they come in as a sophomore, well, what's been their background? Are they gonna make it through graduation? And what are the things that we need to support them with? So it's just, that's just kind of a,
And we'll get some of that. in
okay, are we just
upcoming
getting
slides.
ahead
It's
of
not-
all your stuff?
You're anticipating, Chris, which is great. So thank
But there is, I do think that the highly mobile student population, like you can look at this across any district, and your more highly mobile students just struggle more, which makes sense. And the more schools they've been
Right,
enrolled in,
right.
the easier it is. Like, think about your own kids, right? Like,
Mhm.
I had to transition to all these different schools. Even if it's for good reason, then that all of those credits and that social dynamic and all of that. So, yeah, so definitely our more highly mobile kids, part of why we have the programs is try to supporting them.
Mhm.
Because we have to design the program for the kids we have, not just for the ones who've been with us the whole time, and the
Right.
kids we have are highly mobile.
And the ones that we have had since kindergarten, they're not all graduating. So
Right,
I'd be curious to know why they are not graduating.
Right,
yeah,
right, yeah.
It's
How
a
does that
smaller
differ?
percentage, but it's definitely, you're correct,
And
yeah.
if it's that small, then that means that the supports would
Could
be
be,
easier to
yeah,
provide
yeah.
and have them jump over to
Mhm.
the other side.
Okay.
And like I said, you'll see some of that data in terms of starting to track like what has been the impact over time.
Mhm.
For students that have been in the system for a while. Carl, I think you've got the next one.
Yeah.
If I can get there. There we go.
Okay, so we're gonna start by taking a look back, because everything you're asking really helps. We're gonna take you on a little bit of a road trip to how do we get to graduation? And we're gonna start with middle school. So before we do that, I want you to pause for 2 seconds. This is an interactive. What's great about being in a work session is that it's already interactive. So so I want to give you an opportunity. What do you think of when you hear the words middle school? And just pop out like 1 or 2 sentences, or turn and talk to some, like just, or 1 or 2 words, not sentences. Or we'll be here all
I
day.
would say awkward and increased independence.
Uh-huh.
Snarky
Snarky,
Exciting.
exciting,
hoodies.
hoodies. And I am a total middle schooler.
Me too.
Anyone else?
They were honestly my favorite teachers.
Middle school, okay. Well, the
Confident
reason,
and insecure at the same time.
yes.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
This is what makes
Tracy?
it awkward.
Yeah, exactly.
Blake, don't you have middle schoolers?
I do, and 2 of them, you can still fit in a locker.
Yeah.
I mean, mine definitely came closer to awkward.
All right, well, we wanted you to do that to just sort of ground yourself in like, who are we talking about here when we talk about middle school programming, so, so, go ahead, Tim.
So we're gonna walk through just some of the programs at middle school, and just start to explore what they are, and their impact down the road. So after we've, talked about at various points in time, while it's focused on individuals, in a classroom setting, getting them ready for college and career, the goal of AVID is to really impact the entire school setting. As far as AVID goes, it's at 4 of our 5 middle schools. Right now, we have 288 students that are in an AVID class specifically. You can see the breakdown there in terms of gender demographics, racial demographics. You can see SPED versus EML. One of the challenges with students in special education and AVID is an elective class. And oftentimes for special education students at the middle school, their special education course is an elective class as well. And so since the schedules are so constrained at middle school, and you'll see this in high school as well, there isn't the space for a student to do special ed and AVID. Whereas with EML, AVID's been working to develop an alignment between what's taking place in the EML class and what's taking place in AVID. So it's providing some of those similar supports in AVID they would have received in an EML course. So that's why you see the numbers slightly higher there, for EML students and the AVID program.
So how are students directed, guided, or allowed to take an AVID class? What's the basis for that?
Excellent. So they're looking for students in the middle. So they're not looking for your like top performing students. They're looking for students that have a C or B average. We're looking for students that would potentially be the first in their family to go to college, but it's not a requirement. And we're looking for kids that have a really strong desire to start thinking about future careers and what that might mean for them. So it's an application process. Teachers start usually in the fall of the 6th grade year to start encouraging kids to think about what AVID might be, how it might be a good fit for them. So a lot of it's just conversations with kids.
And then some of the AVID principles.
Like strategies.
The strategies, yeah, are those embedded more in the rest of the curriculum? Because it seems like it used to be that there was kind of the AVID, and then there was traditional middle school, homework assignments, grading, all that kind of stuff. AVID added a little bit more to it, and is that
Yes.
had Avid long enough, is that?
So we actually just had a meeting on Wednesday this week with our Avid site teams across the district to talk about how are we including things like Socratic seminars or note taking for
Mhm.
organization or notebooks, like what does it look like? And different sites have different focus areas that they want to work on with their staff around how do we incorporate these sorts of strategies into everything that we do as opposed to, well, if you're an Avid, you get organization, but if you're not, then you don't.
Because a high flyer may not be organized.
Absolutely. And how do we help all kids benefit from those particular strategies? And for those students that need that additional support with organization, it's not that, well, you need help with organization, you don't. It's really helping all of our students see like, these are systems we can all use.
So last year, I spoke to one of my counselors at the middle school, and we were talking about the number of kids applying. They only accept half of the kids that apply. Because they cannot, what he said was that they cannot offer more sections. I would like to see every middle school kid who applies be accepted, because I know, I mean, just getting them to apply is a big deal, but then for them to be turned down. Then what message are we sending? Like, you're not good for college, you're not gonna, or for post-secondary success. So I would like to see kids who apply go, especially when we know that our Black and brown kids are not graduating on time. And they are also not enrolling in four-year institutions. And we have them applying in middle school for our college prep program. They should be accepted and they should be receiving those. So I would like to see more sections, and I wouldn't want to hear any counselor say that they have to turn middle schoolers away who want to be in a college prep program.
Yeah, and there's also been an ebb and flow to that as well. So I know what middle school you're talking about, and they've been, it takes a solid site team to create that environment where kids want to be in the Avid program, because it is asking them to take Avid instead of choir or band or some other elective. And so the fact that they've been growing their program is an amazing compliment to that site specifically, and it takes time to develop that culture as well. So I hear you.
And I think that one of the things that something like that kind of demand requires, because it's a capacity issue and it's a schedule constraint, is how do you then shift that to be a school-wide thing? So that every kid, regardless of whether you're the high flyer, you're the highest performer or the lowest performer, that every kid benefits from this, from being an Avid student, because the whole school embraces that. And I think that's what the site teams are really working on, is how do you develop that sense of the skills necessary for post-secondary success and the mindset and all of that.
Well, and the
When
hope-
kids want to be
The
a part
hope
of
is
it.
that it's school-wide
Yeah.
everywhere, because then they're not having to take it over another option like band or choir, right?
And I would think as well, I absolutely agree that, it then sets kids up for better success in high school, where there's less hands-on, where there's less, they're expected to already be doing certain things, and if they're not getting it in middle school, there's an assumption because of your grades that you're able to do organizational skills. Then you get to high school and
Which is not a good
It's not
assumption.
always
no,
true.
and then you get
Yes.
to high school and it's sink or swim, and there's too many, I think, that sink without swimming. So I'm in favor of the Avid concept, the Avid things, and it seems like it'd make it easier for teachers, and it's all the same. You don't have
These
to
are
worry
consistent
about-
strategies.
Yeah.
And also the
across the
training for
board.
teachers. I've been to Barlow, and met like the Avid teacher there. She hadn't gone to training, but she was the Avid teacher. And then I went to Gresham High to teacher conferences, same thing. SIE's teacher was teaching Avid and hadn't been to an Avid training. So it was really hard for me to not go to PD mode to tell her what to do.
Uh-huh.
So they can't be teaching Avid if they haven't had the training.
And she's turned in an Avid presentation.
Well, and I.
Yeah,
we're about
we gotta
halfway
keep
through
going.
our
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Algebra is another
Any other
course that we offer in the middle
programs?
school. We
Yeah.
don't spend a lot of time there, but it's something we're committed to making sure we're providing an opportunity for kids. About 185 students across the district. Gordon Russell has 2 sections. The rest of our middle schools have 1. Which is why you see 6 classes across 5 middle schools.
Is this what changed and now all 8th graders are getting algebra 1?
No, all
Because
students,
there used to be advanced math, right? What did it transition from? Or is this not the transition? that
this
I'm
is not,
thinking?
so
Okay, that's
algebra
something
is
different.
offered as an option for students in 8th grade.
Yeah.
Who are wishing to accelerate when they jump into high school.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the same as what they used to call advanced math. They just now call it algebra 1. Okay,
Right.
okay.
And how do students get identified or qualify or whatever for that?
It's a 2-pronged process. Part of it is looking at how they're doing in their seventh grade math class. And the other piece is looking at students that are motivated as well. So if a student might not have all the pieces out of a seventh grade math class where a student goes, you're ready to go, but they're like, I really want to give this a shot. We're gonna give the student a shot. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach of looking at how are they doing, looking at student motivation and student determination. And the combination of the two.
Do they get high school credit at the end of this?
Yes,
And do they have the option to not take the
Yes.
credit if their
Yes.
grade?
correct, because it does impact their GPA.
Yeah. And there's a whole
A form
process.
comes home and parents have to
Yeah.
sign it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep moving us forward. Carla, take
Okay,
this one.
so these are less data. We were like, how do we pull the data? So every sixth grader at all of our middle schools takes at least one trimester of STEAM. And science, technology, engineering, arts and math. We have teachers at each of our middle schools, that you may remember that the bond like remodeled 3 of the 5 middle school locations with a STEAM room. And we have a teacher on special assignment who provides a lot of instructional support for them to be adaptive and engaging. So we do that for every sixth grader. It's part of their elective wheel. And the whole like Avid for everyone, then just the constraints around what are kids choosing becomes more and more difficult as they grow into 7th and 8th, because it is now an elective along with band and choir, along with Avid, along with other things. The intent of it is it's very aligned with our CTE programs of study, so it helps kids start to get exposure to what's available to them in high school, and also really get that hands-on learning piece that a lot of kids really love. There's a robotics offshoot from that, and some kids are really into esports, so that's kind of a growing interest. And all of that kind of flows through STEAM. And some kids who might be interested in it don't do it because they're also interested in band or choir, or they're in Avid, right? Like, and so the schedule makes it pretty tough sometimes.
So sixth grade, every student has that been a change? Because when my kids were sixth graders, they never took.
We've had it for like 3 years, or 4 years.
Is it every sixth grader not involved in band?
It must be at West Orange, because I have a
'Cause, yeah.
I have a 7th grader who did not take STEAM last year.
Not involved in what?
Band,
No, they were, maybe it's at West Orient that, so.
it's the.
Good question. I'm gonna have to go look at their schedule, but my understanding isn't it an elective, at least it's in the wheel for all of our middle schoolers. So I'll have to check and see what happened at West Orient.
Well, it might have been an option for them. They just
Yeah.
can't do it. if
It
it's
might have been,
band.
we were trying to build it into the, like, it's at least one semester, every student has
Can you dip your toe?
dips their toe in the water, so I'm not sure if the master schedule at West O changed.
Yeah, and they had to do choir or band.
It's
during
band.
zero period.
No, they don't have choir, but band is a whole year
When it wasn't during
elective.
zero period, I remember we had a.
No, zero period.
Zero.
Yeah, it's just during the
High
day.
school, they have a zero period.
Well, so I will look and see, I can look into that, but
Yeah.
that is, and then School Links is the place, that's really more of a, it's a platform, an electronic platform. All of our kids get a login, in their 6th grade year. And then they go through that and they keep that login all the way through graduation, and then they can take that data with them into post-secondary after they graduate from high school. And it basically builds something that is a requirement for graduation called an education plan and profile. And that's where they store their career exploration experiences. That's where they can do a lot of modules. It's kind of designed, it's gamified, so it is pretty engaging. Kids will only go though if it's facilitated during the class. And so I will say the implementation of making sure we have a teacher who's trained, who's supporting it. We rolled it out to counselors, and counselors just don't get into classrooms in the same way often enough. So the expectation is that every 6th, 7th, and 8th grader is touching it at least once. And then when they get into high school, by the time they're a senior, they're using it a lot. The user data in middle school is lower than it should be, but we're working on it. But it all kind of builds to this like we're giving you lots of exposure and opportunities to try things out within the greatest extent possible.
How long have we been doing?
School links and STEAM both rolled out in 18-19. Really STEAM was more like 19-20 and then the pandemic. But what I will say is that School Links, I guess we adopted it in 19, so 19-20 as well. So I would say that since 2022-23 is when we've been trying to get it going.
So. So Spencer came to me, I don't know, 6 months ago and said, hey, I took a careers test and I just answered every question that had to do something to do with outside. And, you know,
Yeah.
and so it shows the military for me. I'm like, okay, great. Well, you didn't take the time to read the questions. You
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't get the opportunity to take the
That
test.
it may have been, oh, yeah. Yeah, they will do it multiple times. That's
All the
very
things.
typical. It's not, yeah, and they, you know, and there are changes. It's why it's like you start in middle school, like you just start the conversation. And that's not where the conversation ends. That interest inventory, that's why we started then. So that when they are an 8th grader or a freshman or a sophomore and they're like, oh yeah, I remember getting into this platform and I thought I wanted to go into the military. But now I know I really want to be a performing artist or whatever. It's like, right, so let's get you exposed or both, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Now I want to be in the military band, right? Like, so, or whatever. But it's, you know, so it's trying to like really get them thinking about it. It does not, doesn't obligate anybody to anything.
Well, no, I just thought it was funny because he
Yeah.
just said he brushed through it and clicked anything.
And they do.
Sorry.
It's
And then
like
spit out.
a white.
I'm not surprised. Not
It's
surprised at
a
all.
little bit like, because it's gamified, it's a little bit like they go through answering yes, no, so that by the end, it's like, what celebrity match are you? And it's almost like, it's like that the founder of Schooling said it's like LinkedIn meets Match.com. Okay.
So on the School Links, since it's being deployed across middle schools, do you have back-end reports that you get about?
Usage.
That would be a really interesting 30-minute work session item sometime. It's just to see, keep us in touch with how our students'
Are they
interests are
engaging?
shifting.
Okay,
Yeah,
Or what they're
It's
interested
a
in.
great
interested
board connects to
Sure.
like our business community and
Yeah.
it would just be a compelling.
Yeah.
that's, yeah, we could.
So it's not just usage, it actually tells us there's a high interest in the military.
Yeah, it tells us actually there's a high interest in public service and safety. There's a high interest in STEM fields. There's a high interest in healthcare. I just was looking at it.
So they're pretty broad buckets.
Yeah, but they can narrow it down. Like as kids get older, they narrow it down. By their junior and senior year, and you'll see this, we're doing more specific stuff. At middle school, they're just very broad. Yeah.
That's.
Right, that is actually, that's the number 2, a professional athlete right now. I just looked at the data, yeah.
Yes.
Is this also where their PEP is?
Their education plan and
Yeah.
profile, yeah. Yep, this is where it lives.
I'm passing this on to my team right now.
Oh.
And I wrote it down to ask my kids about it. 'Cause I heard about it. Show me this.
They may
What
not.
do you want to do?
Logging in.
Show me this, yeah.
Okay.
All right, Carla.
So high school transition back, we're going, okay, really quick. What do you
30
remember
seconds.
from your first day of high school? Try to think about your first day.
Peterson?
Yes.
Sounds
It's
about.
probably volleyball duff.
How did you feel? Do you remember how you felt in your gut?
Everybody getting forced into the gym and sitting there for orientation.
I don't remember.
I just remember.
I got
Some uncertainty, but I have older siblings whose friends looked out for me.
Yeah.
I do remember being nervous about whether I can find all of my classes.
Uh-huh.
Will I be able to find them?
Okay, so, great. These 4 kiddos here, are part of our high school transition program called Jumpstart You. We do it from 8th to 9th grade, and this was a summer activity where they got to do hands-on learning. They're in the culinary,
So that's our Barlow.
class at Barlow. And these 4 kiddos are, I don't know, this was probably 2 years ago. This was during the summer Jumpstart You program where they get exposed. So Jumpstart You, incoming 9th graders, it's a 2-week summer enrichment and CTE exposure. They earn a half a high school credit and they get a lot of academic and social support, which then leads to 9th grade on track. All of our 9th graders are in what we call houses, where we have used our high school success measure 98 funds that you hear about during our integrated guidance work to pay teachers to have the same group of kids. So 3 teachers in core areas will share the same 90 kids, and the kids rotate between those 3 teachers. And then those teachers have an extra prep, but it is a directed prep in that they come together and are facilitated to look at their student data collectively so that they can figure out, oh my gosh, of the 90 kids that we share, like 80 are tardy first thing in the morning. What can we do collectively to really focus in on those tardies, you know? So they do a lot of that work. And then they might also talk about individual kids. They get release time every day. So they teach 5 of 7 instead of 6 of 7, and that's that facilitated collaboration. And then over the summer, we've also hosted since 2021, about 20 students each summer to support them in being successful in what we call Newcomer Academy. And those are for our EML students who are new arrivals to the country, and they're just like, what do I do next? So we've done a lot of support with our EML team to support those kiddos. And these are all just examples of what we try to do to really boost success for our kids as they start high
2
school.
questions. Is the 20 students a cap at 20 students, or that's just generally? how
It's
many
just
we have?
generally how many we have capacity for, and the teachers, because historically it's been a relatively, like, it's been a number that the teachers who teach those kids are like, these kiddos could really use the support. It's like one teacher.
How many sections?
It's just one, it's one group of kids, and then we have like our 2 teachers at GHS who then work collectively.
We have a lot.
Right, these are
But
the
they have to
kiddos
sign
that
up for the
that
academy.
they identify just in the summer that need the support historically. I don't know what it's gonna look like this coming summer.
No, I think
Yeah.
every newcomer should be invited.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, yep.
And then the houses
Mhm.
are students aware of their house? Okay,
No.
teachers are just.
Teachers are aware, I mean, they might be like, wait,
We
you
don't
have the same teachers.
Yeah,
No, they
They're
don't,
not
they,
like named or like.
and they don't meet.
we,
as-
and we,
They don't meet as a group, or it's not.
no, it's really, the intent is so that teachers are
Yeah.
aligning their instruction, kind of back to the AVID strategies, and also really identifying kids who need additional support before they're failing. And we didn't want, you know, you don't want kids to feel stigmatized. Oh, my Gryffindor is better than whatever house, right? You know, it's like, because there is some intentional placement of those kids. And so as soon as you name it, it becomes a competition, and our house is better than yours. And that was
Or
not
you're
what
in the
we
house
wanted. Or
that's
you're
not
in the
the
house that's
Or you're
not
in
the
that
high.
house.
Yeah.
You're in the low achiever
You're in the
house
house
or
of
any of that.
house.
So we don't, the kids don't really know it, but that's how we group the teachers.
So does each high school still have a 9th grade coach?
Say that again?
Does each high school still have a 9th grade success coach?
Yes, that's
Is
that
that-
facilitated collaboration.
And are they still in the proper PD to know how to run those groups?
Mhm. Yeah, we have a brand new person at Barlow,
Okay.
who is also the brand new AVID teacher, I think. Brand new as in started in November. So she's really like, it was, and then we have somebody who's been a 9th grade teacher for many years, who stepped into the role of high school success facilitator, coordinator for 9th grade at Gresham. They both go to monthly trainings with the MESD. Actually have a whole bunch of action steps to support their kind of ongoing professional development.
Is the Jumpstart You, is all 9th graders invited to that?
No, Let me say, we don't have capacity for all ninth graders. What we do is we have historically looked at academically, do they need a boost into high school? And then socially, do they also need a boost into high school and do targeted outreach first? If it's not full, after that targeted outreach, then we do a broad inclusion with everybody.
Which I remember the last couple of years, at least for the Barlow side, because that's where I get the notifications, it's gone out
Yeah,
in Parent Square.
yeah, and
And
so
then it's
then,
like sign up, first come, first serve.
Yeah.
Until the spots are full.
Yeah. exactly.
It
So
went out in
initially it
Parent
was, so we tried to do a layered approach, I guess is what I would say, because we want to make sure that those kids that we know, we want to give them a jump start, right, into high school. And if they're behind, then going into high school, then their rate, this is a graduation strategy. So if they're less likely to graduate, and we know that going into high school, we want to make sure that they get that boost. But then if they don't take advantage of that initial outreach, then we open it up to everybody.
And so did you say how many, and is it based on how many staff you can get to support, but what's the high-low number?
It's really about also the money that we have available because staff is really expensive, but we have served up to 120 kids. We started with
Across all of
50,
this?
yeah. Across all the middle schools. So we work
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
middle school, 8th grade teams to like identify kids. We look at our data and we do the outreach and then we open it up. This coming year, we're budgeting in tiers. So it might be back to 50, or it might be up to 120. It starts at Cal. Their first day is at Cal, then they go to they get CTE exposure by going to the high schools. And they get a full day of hands-on in 2 of the programs of study every day for the subsequent 2 weeks until that final Friday, where they come back and learn it. So they originate at Cal and then they get bused to the schools and then they come back. So we gotta keep going.
Moving.
Yeah.
You guys are about a third of the way through your slides and 3/4 of the
Yeah.
way through your time.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. So we'll keep this up. Yeah, and then, well, they're cutting out the, okay, put this in your brain. What was the highlight of your high school experience?
Yeah, freshman and deep senior.
Okay, anyway, keep going. Think about your highlight. Tim.
Yeah, clearly my slide. So what we wanted to do was take a look at different programs and ask the question, what has been the impact of those programs on graduation rates? And so thinking back, we had about 925 students in Barlow, Gresham, and Springwater Trail. So of those, we started going back and looking and asking the question, how many students were involved in a CTE class at some point in time in their high school career? That's a participant. We had just a little shy of 700 students that participated in at least one CTE course in their time in high school. For the students that participated in a CTE course, the grad rate for that group of students was just a little shy of 90%, which is pretty impressive. And you can see the breakdown down below in terms of who those participants were. Concentrators, Carla, is it 3 courses or
Yeah.
more for a concentrator?
Mhm.
So concentrators, you can see that the number of students is significantly less, right? We only had about 250 students participate in at least 3 CTE courses, but look at their grad rate.
And these are in the same program of study. So if a concentrator is if they're in the same program of study, if they take 3 different, like if they do education 1 year and
Woodshop.
automotive and woodshop, they count as a participant, but not as a concentrator.
And this is correlation, this isn't cost. This isn't saying if you concentrated in a CTE program that you will graduate, but there's a strong correlation between those. If you
Well, there's
participate.
0.8 that you won't. There's.
Disaggregated, would the numbers look similar between the comprehensive high schools?
Still slightly under-identified in terms of gender, across our CTE programs. About, the same in terms of racial ethnic identity. And then you can see underrepresentation for IEPs and students in the email program.
I think the question on the grad rate. Would, if
Oh.
we looked at Gresham High's students in CTE versus Barlow High, would
The grad rate looked the
Would the
same.
grad rate look similar?
Like if you broke
Oh,
down
yeah.
those by.
Great question, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because this is looking aggregate across all of our high schools.
And does this include kids who go to,
Yes,
Yes, because there are kids. All of their data tracks back to their home high school.
and this is consistent across the state and the country. Kids who are completers in a program of study or concentrators or whatever graduate across the country at 97%. It's highly correlated with graduation.
So the next program we looked at was Avid, if I can get there. Sarah, might need. So same sort of thing, we asked the question for students that participated in Avid. And this is at any point in time. So we look back at our students, pulled their schedules. 173 students in the class of 2024 participated in Avid at some point in time in their high school experience. Of those, 60 were actually in Avid all 4 years. We actually had 96 students that were in their senior year and graduated. Or most of them graduated by the time they got to June. But for students that participated in Avid at any point in time, their grad rate was about 90, right around 90%. And so once again, asking the question, what's been the impact of these programs? Avid is another program that's looking at how do we help move students towards graduation. We also looked at AP and dual credit. There we go. So we asked the question, how many students participated in either an AP class or a dual credit? And this was core credit. So if they were taking metals and getting college credit for it, that's the CTE side of the house. This is looking at, we offer things like writing 121 or pre-calculus or AP chemistry. So we had 515 students in the class of 2024 that took at least one AP course at some point in time in their high school career. For students that were in AP or dual credit, the graduation rate for those kids was a little shy of 95%. So fairly similar to CTE in terms of some of the outcomes for students that elect to participate in these sorts of courses. And it's not surprising, right? If a kid's taking an AP course, they're probably going to be focused on college or career. They're probably going to be pretty motivated around graduation. So once again, this isn't a surprise, but it is validation that students that take these sorts of courses, it's having a positive impact on their high school trajectory.
This is if they took at least one.
At least one, yeah. At any point during their 4 years. So like at Barlow, you can take AP Human Geo 9th grade, right? So it's all those options. And you'll also see that in terms of representation for students on IEPs or EML, again, because they're elective courses, that impacts their ability, if they're taking an EML course or a special ed course, that eats up electives inside their 7-period day. And then the last one, we wanted to see for the students that were on track at the end of their freshman year, that means they have at least 6 credits. How many of those students went on to graduate? And so for students that were on track at the end of their freshman year, 91% of those went on and graduated on time 4 years later. So we had 605 students in the class of 2024 that were on track to graduate. Of those 605, 91% of those graduated 3 years later. So once again, we know that 9th grade on track is a strong predictor of graduation rates nationwide, and our data bears out the same. Go ahead.
91, this is my perception of the number, it seems low. Is that a typical number nationwide? That, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so 9th grade on track, because it's a universal policy versus like CTE, not all kids are in CTE, right? It's an elective, so kids who opt in, it's a much higher because there's a choice part. The 9th grade on track is really what the adults are doing systemically. So when you have the system of 9th grade on track, in other words, when you have the adults working to really focus on kids in 9th grade in the houses like we have, you have a higher likelihood of those kids being on track, which then translates to a higher likelihood of them graduating. But it doesn't account for everything that happens. If those kids, what we talked about was it'd be great to be able to say, of the kids who are on track, how many of them were also in CTE? How many of them also took AP, right? Like the layering of experiences. And that's part of why. Go ahead, Tim, and let me see if I can move us to this. Those arrows, if you go back to the arrows. It's that one. So part of the visual is to show that these these are compounding impacts, right? Like you don't get to graduation just with the middle school experience. You don't get to graduation just with the ninth grade on track or just with the Avid or CTE or AP. You don't get to those numbers with just one program or one approach. And so the ninth grade on track by itself has a very high correlation with on-time graduation, but it's not the only thing.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying 91% seems, while it is a correlation, it seems low, that you have 91%.
Yeah,
On track to graduate and you lose 8.9% of them.
right, that's over the next 3
My
years.
takeaway from that would be, when we are the ones telling students, you're doing ninth grade on track, when it's adult driven, there's less of an impact than when it's student
There's some voice in that.
student
Yeah,
choice. And I
Yeah.
think that we do tend to try to direct that. I mean, I think pre-AP English would be an example where we've tried to direct a student in a direction. And my guess is it won't have the same impact as if it's student directed, right? Or chosen course.
right, if they are opting in. I will say
They're
that
not
the ninth grade on track work is like, so if they have 6 credits, if they're really on track, they have 7 full credits by the end of their freshman year. So 6 credits is sort of the bare minimum. And so 6 credits is like, if you have 6 passing credits by the end of every year, you have 24 credits. What it doesn't account for in that data is, are those all in required courses? Are all of those, so you might have 6 credits, but if 3 of them are electives and you failed math, or you failed English, you might technically be on track by virtue of the definition, but you're off track by virtue of graduating.
So I'm gonna ask Carla.
Yeah.
Can we move down to?
Yeah.
Slide 27.
So, yep, and hold on, we'll get there. So let me
I'm
just,
looking at time.
Yep.
Want us to get.
I do wanna, so we do have to get to Senate Bill 3. I do wanna highlight, and this is, comes back to the questions that you all had at the beginning. We have many credit options to boost those kids who aren't on track, right? Who are struggling to be on track, who have been pushed out, dropped out, whatever, left for any number of reasons. And our approach is to have multiple ways to try to catch them up. So one of them is that kids who are proficient in another language through a series of proficiency tests and we are able to earn up to 4 credits of language proficiency, which for our newcomers or for our students for whom English is not their first language, that's a really huge boost. And you saw the data where our EML and our special ed kids are underrepresented in all of our other data. So that's a big support for that student population. And we're starting to offer at Spanish classes for language, arts, science, and math so that they can earn the credit in their full language while they're also working on their English proficiency. Flex, you all have heard some work about that. Flexible learning experiences encompasses Ray Middle School, Ray High School, eFlex, our connections, which is re-engagement, and then our pregnant and parenting students. And they truly are sort of a flexible program. All of the kids who graduate or complete through Flex, their data goes back to their home high schools. Twilight and Summer, we call Twilight Scholars and Summer Scholars is a credit recovery program that we started a few years ago. So kids have to be enrolled in their regular school. They haven't left, but this is to get them caught up without having to compromise the credit options that they have during the day. So we offer Twilight 1 night a week for 11 weeks, fall semester and spring semester. And it's proficiency based. So once they've demonstrated proficiency in the content area, they are done. So they can be done before the 11 weeks. And then summer, it's a 4-week intensive.
How is that demonstrated? Like, is the test out, or how do they?
Teachers have a variety of assessments to demonstrate it, and they've worked to align it across the schools. It's one of the only places where you can see alignment of demonstration of proficiency in that content area. And it's a motivator for kids who are really struggling with school, because then they can demonstrate it. It's not just a test online kind of a thing. It's all in person. That's another thing. It's not just sticking a kid on a computer. It's all, we hire our teachers, we've trained them on proficiency-based grading. And if they're gonna teach in twilight or summer credit recovery, they must be willing to engage in credit by proficiency. Standards-based instruction. So we happy to tell more, but go ahead, because I do know we're getting up against time. And Chris. Question.
Sarah, I need, we can fly through these. These are just a summary of the
And they're
data
in your packet.
you've already
so-
seen.
Yeah.
Just wanted to show it in visual form, so it's all together in one place. Yeah,
Yeah.
moving on to SB3.
Yeah.
So there we go. These next set of slides are straight from ODE, as they've been doing presentations around the state to give you an update on Senate Bill 3, what it means and where we are in that process. So as far as Senate Bill 3 is concerned, the last legislative session, they came out with high school credit requirements that are in addition to what we currently have right now. The credit requirements increased, but the number of overall credits required for graduation stayed the same. So students are still required to have 24 credits for the high school diploma. Of those, now one additional credit will be taken up by a half credit of higher education pathway skills and a half credit of personal finance, is what Senate Bill 3 has asked us to do. So in terms of a timeline, there we go. So last year, 23-24, ODE started doing work around making rules. What will the course be? What will the standards look like? Those are released and finalized around June of last year. We started meeting last year in February and March to start doing some planning around anticipating what ODE might release. We've been doing work this year around identifying with 24-25 where those courses would fall and what makes the most sense for our programs, identifying content. Right now, we're focused on the Career Pathways course, and you'll see why in just a moment. The timeline as far as implementation, ODE anticipates that districts would implement next school year for the graduating class of 2027 to have those in place by June in order for those one additional credit requirements to be approved. There is a waiver option available, and we'll talk through that in our request around a waiver and what that means for us specifically about that out a year. So that's the anticipated timeline for implementation that ODE put out last year, and they're following fairly closely. As far as the resources goes in 24-25, ODE's provided standards around what the courses should require in terms of content, but they've been very light in terms of resources beyond that.
Is this graduating class of 25-26 is when implementation is hoped for, or that's like freshmen starting in that year?
Yes, it's a graduating class of 26-27 is when the requirements need to be in place by. So it's this year's freshman. No, this year's.
Sophomore.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they've already started a path that didn't.
Yes.
As far as licensure, I just want you to see this is from ODE. As far as who can teach the course, anyone can teach the course, and that becomes really important for us in terms of thinking, how do we offer this class within the constraints that we have within our system. Sarah, there we go.
Wait.
Go ahead. Yeah, as far as awarding credit is concerned, one of the things that we looked at last spring specifically was, is it possible to embed these standards across various courses? And what ODE came back and said this summer was no, these need to be individual courses. They cannot be embedded. Like, you can't take the standards and go, these standards are covered in this course and these standards are covered in this course. So by the time they graduate, if they've taken these 3 courses, then we can sign off that they've received the credit. ODE came back this summer and said, no, this slide basically says the courses or the credit needs to be awarded within the context of a class. And so the next 2 slides, Sarah, this is basically saying you can push content, let's say math standards or government standards, you can push that into like the personal finance course, but the personal finance course needs to be a standalone class. You can push things into it, but you can't pull those standards out and push them into other places. If you do, it doesn't count. So the course itself has to be an independent standalone course and needs to show up on the transcript as an individual independent class. And that's what the next slide says as well, Sarah. Same idea. You can push content into the career pathways course, but you can't pull content out into other areas and have it still receive credit.
And they gave us a lot of money to do this, right?
Zero is how much they've given us at this point in time. As far as the waiver process is concerned, we'll talk about that and address questions in just a moment. ODE has put a waiver in place. So while these standards are required for the class of 2027, we can request a 1-year waiver and have it implemented instead, starting with the class of 2028. The waiver is only approved based on a lack of qualified educators to provide the course. That's the only reason that the waiver will be granted. It can't be granted on any other reason other than we don't have the educators at this point to offer these courses in these classes.
But then you certified teachers qualified.
So yes, and no,
Will be granted.
correct. But at the same token, we're in the process of budget cuts right now.
Sure.
And as we think about especially the impact, looking at CTE specifically and the impact of our elective programs, really what this does is because we haven't received any extra funding. And I'm jumping to the slide at the end, which is fine. What this is really asking us to do is to cut our elective programs in order to put this class into place, while we know the impact of our elective programs on graduation. And with that stated, like personal finance, it's a course that you look at the standards, it's an excellent course. It's things that students want to know. And these standards are embedded in some of the econ courses that we teach. So it's not that students aren't getting personal finance, they aren't getting the full scope of what's in personal finance right now. And so that's when the state came back and said, nope, it has to be one course, only one course. Kind of chopped us out of the knees a little bit in terms of what we were thinking we could offer for our students. The waiver goes through ODE. It's a fairly simple application process and has to be submitted no later, there at the bottom, than July 1st of 2026.
So Tim, I remember seeing financial algebra in the course catalog. Is that are the standards very different than these? Would that teacher be able to teach that course?
So I'm looking into that right now. There's a group of teachers down in the central part of the valley who are looking at credit by proficiency and what that might mean, because financial algebra and personal finance track very, very closely together. There's a little bit of difference in terms of some of the standards that aren't covered in financial algebra that are covered in personal finance, but there isn't any reason that those could be folded in over the course of a year-long experience. The challenge with doing personal finance or financial algebra as a personal finance course is most students are taking financial algebra because they need the math credit. And the state so far said you can't just go, well,
Personal finance wouldn't count as a.
yes. But if we go credit by proficiency, if the student can demonstrate proficiency that they've mastered these content standards, then we can grant credit in that way. And we've done credit by proficiency in the past. So we are looking into what does that mean? What does that look like? And that would require board input as well, as far as a credit by proficiency sort of option. So we're still in the exploratory phase to see what does that look like? What does that mean? Because we don't want a student to go back and retake a course twice. If they've taken financial algebra, they can demonstrate the outcomes and the standards for personal finance, they should be able to receive the credit.
But would the teachers who are teaching that financial algebra class be able and willing to meet that requirement? Would they be willing to
Yes.
teach the personal finance?
Right.
I think the bigger challenge, and Tim's gonna get to this, is that the post-secondary pathways are what we're calling post-secondary pathways, what the state calls higher ed secondary pathways. So much of what we talked about throughout this presentation is taught in other courses, but it's not explicit, there's not an explicit standalone time, and it has been a point of challenge for our counselors in particular and college and career coordinators to have that time with kids to plan for their post-secondary transition. So the class itself is a great opportunity, and we do not have space in our schedule for it. So it would detract from some of the very electives that are highly correlated with high graduation rates. So go ahead, Tim's got.
So Sarah, if you click the next.
Yeah.
This is basically the discussion that we're having. So in the process of meeting this last year and this year, as we look at the standards, we brought together counselors, administrators, and other folks at the high school level. And asked the question, when you look at this content, where does it seem to best fit? And to a person, they said the post-secondary pathways seems to be a grade 11 sort of course. Because our students are the place where they're looking ahead at that point in time. And grade 11s are making some of those plans around what do the next steps look like in a more concrete sort of way. Personal finance, seemed a lot more of a grade 12 sort of standard as students are thinking about, how do I make a budget? What would it look like to start making car payments or thinking about taking out loans for college? So those things become much more real the closer they get to high school graduation. So our plan at this point is that a post-secondary pathways course would be grade 11 and that personal finance would be grade 12. We've been having a team that's been meeting this year to develop the content for post-secondary pathways. We actually have our next meeting coming up on March the 11th. Because ODE hasn't provided anything other than the standards. We've got a good group of teachers from across different content areas and across different experiences. So AVID, CTE, counselors, taking a look at where are these standards already being addressed and how can we fold those into a course so we're not having to redesign the wheel, so to speak, and we can go back and fill in the gaps where those might be. But just what Carla talked about, if there's no additional funding, what this really means is we need to collapse elective classes. We can't collapse core. We need the core classes for graduation. So without additional funding from the state, what the state is asking us to do is collapse elective classes in order to offer these classes in their stead. And so with that, as we look at budget cuts coming up for the fall of 2025, our request to ODE is going to be, because we're making budget cuts, which will impact our staffing, it does impact our ability to offer this course for the class of 2027. It's going to be our ask from ODE for the waiver process pending board approval.
And the waiver would just be for 1 year, so it would be the class of 2028. It would just buy us more time to figure out the staffing issues. Should there not be any additional funds coming from the state? And the 7 period, schedule, as we've already shown with that's why our EML and our students with disabilities already aren't accessing at the same rate the courses that we offer that contribute to graduation. This will further impact their access in particular.
Advisory is required by state law.
No,
Okay, why could you not supplant advisory with whatever the professional career path?
Yes, so we looked at that in detail this last fall. And to be honest, that was when I first started the process, I'm
we'll
like,
just do that.
yeah. The tracking in terms of tracking the standards, tracking the content, and also tracking the experience. Our team at the end of the time said this. On paper, it looks really, really good that we can just kind of swap one for one, but in terms of actually covering the standards and providing an experience that will engage students. And also the training for staff, because we would need to train our entire staff to revamp the entire advisory. So the training component and the tracking component became the major hurdles.
Well, and I
But
also want,
advisory is not required.
no.
So
and-
even if you did have the half credit, could you remove advisory? Kids would have more elective options.
That's the problem with advisory, is it is not. The way advisory is currently structured, it's 1 day a week for 30 minutes, so it doesn't, and all kids take it at the same time, so that means all teachers are teaching it at the same time. So that you would, we're essentially doing that, but without all of the standards. I mean, nobody argues with the idea. It's advisory, it's where in the schedule do you make sure that fits?
Period. And then the prep period become the financial press.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to stay at 30,000.
Yeah.
So, and-
We're there. That while CTE is so much more robust than the experience I had in Gresham-Barlow, the elective offerings, like our foreign language offerings are ridiculously low in our high schools. While we talk about preparing them for global citizenship, we offer 2 languages. One of them is ASL, so it's an American language. Like, I don't.
this is the wrong direction and I'm gonna flag all the stuff that looks like a waste in the schedule, but that's helpful. to know.
Yeah.
That's great. Is, what is advisory?
It's Mondays between second and third period for 30 minutes. And the intention was to, before all of this, was to create the space for this kind of conversation at the high school. It has not rolled out that way because kids don't see it as valuable, because it's sandwiched in between two other periods, because teachers don't all care about it, have the same skills, have the same passion for it. And it's only one day a week.
Or what is it?
It is social emotional learning, college and career readiness information. They do forecasting in there. They've played with tons of different schedules. We've talked about eliminating it altogether, but the problem remains the same, which is where in their schedule does every kid get that kind of information? And it's intended to be a high engagement opportunity for teachers to connect with kids. But that's not how the kids experience it for a whole variety. For some teachers and in some classes, it's like it works really well. But in many of them, they like, I'm just
They call it
going
a
through.
glorified announcement. is
So
what
on
it is,
this,
a glorified
I'm gonna bring us back to here for a second. So you're gonna be asking us for a waiver on implementing this. This will come up in a board meeting. Let's bring up some more of that questions, because there also seems like we are not the only school that's facing this. That we don't have room, we don't have resources, we don't have money. It's a good idea. I want our kids to understand finances so they don't wind up saddled with so much debt after they get into college or out of college that they're drowning. But this is not the way to do it. This is pushing in something that,
And we were gonna struggle to do it without needing to make reductions
Right.
to the budget.
right.
And now we have that on top of this requirement, which is like this compounding effect.
Right, and I know I've said it for years, and Blake just kind of alluded to it as well. Nobody comes to school for a math class. Sorry, they don't. They come to school for electives.
Tim did.
Yeah, but the rest of it, I mean, they come to school for the enrichment of school as well as education. And if we start cutting away at electives, then we start cutting away at that whole community
The good
aspect.
thing
of
is-
students.
Meaningful electives.
Yes,
The good
meaningful
thing
electives.
is, so
Yes,
what I
yes,
do
yes,
with
I got
kids
you.
constantly
Yeah,
is I want to be taught things that are applicable to life. I hear that all the time. Kids do actually want to learn,
Yeah, and this is
very
good.
much so. They
This
don't
is
want to
good.
waste their time, and that's the complaint I hear about advisory.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
they want personal finance.
Totally.
And I personally would say grade 12 is too late, because
Yeah,
a
yeah, I
lot of
think
them,
that,
when they turn 16 and get a car, starting to pay car payments and gas and that
In
earlier.
grades,
So
yeah.
I mean, I would say that's like a 10th grade thing.
8th grade.
But they're interested in personal finance. So the class itself is great. It's the
Yeah,
schedule.
and in the midst of pending
It
budget
is a
cuts.
classic example of an unfunded need,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
So well intentioned,
Yeah.
all about the right things,
Yeah,
and just, you
And
know,
it's on
force it
top
on
of
top of what we have.
Existing
Yeah.
constraints and electives, like I just trying to say that even without this. Like even if we remove advisory, it doesn't actually change their 7-period elective opportunity, and they only have 7, 4 of which, or 5 of which is core for the most part, so it's 2. And then if one of those gets eaten up with a support class, so those 7-period days just make it's hard, right? Like and we don't have any more money to change that, but that is why we have minimal language and some of the other things that we have.
Yeah, and Holly, to your point about personal finance in grade 12, the other piece we looked at is where do we have space within a student's schedule?
Yeah.
Grade 10 is tremendously constrained because all of your core content is required in grade 10, and 11, a little more flexibility. But your 3 years of math, 3 years of science, 3 years of social studies, like grade 10 is a pinch point.
so question about that,
Yes,
because I never thought of it by grade level requirements. I know there are credit requirements for graduation, but are some of those credits required by a specific grade?
So-
Cause I think our like freshman and sophomore years are super heavy, and then you can get to senior and really only need 2 credits. If you were on track, right,
Mhm.
777, you need 3 credits your senior year. And you're coming in late and you're leaving early and you're halfway out the door because senioritis has kicked in, you know,
Yes.
over summer break. Is there a way that we can spread that so that every year is 4.5 or 5? Or,
Yes, and
I'm sure that's all been thought about.
so there aren't any courses that are required by grade level per se.
Okay.
But we do try to think about how do we spread out the required courses.
Yeah.
In a way that's manageable and doable. And I do think that, there's the concern that if a student doesn't pass the course the first time around, we want to make sure that they have the bandwidth and the
opportunity.
runway
Yeah.
to make that up.
Right.
Because sometimes
Totally
choices are made,
understand.
grade 9 that
Yeah.
aren't the best.
Yeah.
And that grade 9 mind doesn't, I know, doesn't necessarily think ahead to grade 12. And so providing some flexibility, and some grace within the system. I think is part of it.
So when this comes back to us for the, deferral, whatever. it's
Waiver.
called, Waiver, thank you. Give us a little bit extra time on the agenda so that we can also kind of bring up some more of these, so that it just reinforces to the legislature and the people and powers that be that
That'd be great.
we're serious about this, but again, that unfunded mandate. So that we'll figure out, Holly, when we do the agenda.
I'm saying if you send questions through John and Tracy as well.
Uh-huh,
that-
yeah.
That we can address or have ready to address in
Yeah,
advance, that would be great as well.
Exactly.
I just asked my son what advisory is, and he says, listen to a slideshow and then do nothing for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's glorified announcements.
No,
Yeah.
it's,
What it's become.
Which then begs the question,
Why don't we do it?
why do we do it?
that way we
Well,
can
they
get
just
rid of it
don't-
altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question.
So, you know, that would be my ask is maybe consider. If it's not valuable, get rid of it.
Okay, so, thank you, we had good conversations,
Great conversation.
as always, and, further questions? So,
I would also just add, I'm a huge fan, proponent of proficiency-based
mhm,
credit given personally. I
Yep.
think that comes
Yep.
back as an option to the board.
yep, absolutely,
And
absolutely,
universally available,
Yeah.
whether you're in financial algebra or not.
yeah, exactly,
I agree.
exactly.
Ditto.
Okay, so,
Well,
Peace, preach it to the choir.
so you get to go now, right, Carla? You're not on the next one, Tim gets to stay, Heidi's coming up, we're gonna take just a quick stand up, don't leave the room, don't get set up, just stand up for a second, okay? I could put a rolling chair.
Supposed to be.
All right, we're back, Gresham-Barlow Board of Education, February 28th, work session. We are next up with our winter academic data. Presenters, Dr. Tim Collins and Heidi Lasher, and we'll let you guys just take it.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're gonna start with elementary, middle of your data. So we're looking again at our DIBELS and our iReady data, which the clicker worked.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fantastic.
awesome. Which
Sarah,
aligns,
don't change a thing.
which aligns with your board conditions of achievement. And just a reminder, we're, the simple view of reading and what we're measuring here. We have decoding, which is your word recognition skills, your phonics, language comprehension, and reading comprehension. So we use DIBELS, we rely on DIBELS to measure our decoding and our word recognition. We use iReady to measure comprehension, and together reading comprehension is measured through iReady.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. Back.
I don't know why. Stand this out.
It doesn't want us to see that slide.
Stop clicking.
No, I just got
Okay.
multiple times.
So we're gonna start with DIBELS, which is the dynamic indicators of early literacy skills. And those measure phonemic awareness, phonics, decoding skills, and fluency. There we go. Okay. So first, we're gonna look at students who measured at the middle of the year in our English instruction classrooms needing intensive support. So we want to see these numbers going down. And if you look at our chart here, you can go across to see our system level implementation over the years. And if you go at a diagonal, you can see a relative cohort with students who are moving in and out. So it's not a true cohort, but you can see that we have some decreasing numbers in students who are measuring needing intensive supports.
So it's good.
It's good that the numbers are going down on this side. Just a minute. And one of our key takeaways from this slide is that with a couple of exceptions, numbers are decreasing across grade levels and cohorts. Well, that's good news. So this is showing students who measured at or above core on DIBELS. So we want to look for increasing numbers on this slide. So you can go across to look at a grade level, and you can go at a diagonal to look at cohorts. And we're looking for increasing numbers. You can see that we do have increasing numbers here, and notice that across it's increasing it across cohorts and grade levels, and we have 3 grade levels that are above pre-pandemic percentages at the middle of the year checking point. So this slide is a snapshot of 2nd grade, taking a look at students who are measuring at core and DIBELS. So you can see all students in 2nd grade, and then you can see how our emerging multilinguals are measuring at or above, how many are measuring at or above core, and our students with IEPs. So there is the largest increase for our emerging multilingual learners. So that's one of our key takeaways from this slide. But increases overall. This next slide is the same with 4th grade. And you can see here again, our largest increases are emerging multilingual learners, but also our students with disabilities have higher level of increase than all of our students combined. Those are a couple of our key takeaways from that data. Any questions so far?
Are these comparing 4th to 4th? So really the composite 23 is 5th graders this year, or is this comparing?
4th to 4th. It's not a cohort, it's the grade level band. Yeah, good question.
And it's been the same test device for quite some time.
Mhm.
Okay.
We were using Dibbles in the 1920 school year, but it was Dibbles next and we're now using 8th edition. So
Okay.
it's the same.
But it's the
assessment that we
same,
updated
it's the
it,
same
yeah.
assessment style.
Yep, it's the same, exact same assessment since, the last, since we came back from the pandemic. Oh, thank you. See, because we both clicked at the same time.
Oh, too far.
Okay, so this is our Dibbles data, and we use M-Class Lectura to our DLI data. We use M-Class Lectura to measure our DLI students, and that's similar to a Dibbles measure. And if I can, there's a lot of Dibbles, DLI data in here, but if you look at our second graders, those, in the red circle, those are students who, EMLs in our DLI program who are measuring proficient at this point in at least one language, so either Spanish or English, or it could be both. And then a comparison to our district-wide emerging multilingual learners, 38% of second graders are measuring at of core. So it's, and then if we look at the next slide, we continue to see the effects of DLI for our students. If I could draw your attention to fourth grade, we see that our EMLs in our DLI program, 38% of our students are measuring proficient in fourth grade compared to our district EMLs, 31%. And then for fifth grade, you see a big difference there too. So those are students who are measuring proficient in at least one language.
Tremendous growth also in non-DLI district EMLs from 23, 24, 24, 20. That's 16 to 31.
Yes. Yep. And that was like, that we looked at on that previous
Got it.
slide with Dibbles. Because if you're not in DLI, then you're measured through those Dibbles measures. All right, so we're gonna move on to the iReady diagnostic. This is measuring students, and we use this to rely on it to measure vocabulary, comprehension with literature, and comprehension with informational text. And iReady is based on an end of year standard. So how are students measuring compared to their end of year grade level standards? This is our current distribution for reading. We're at this moment. So we have 38% of our students who are measuring at or above grade level. And then 37% are measuring right now one grade level below. And then 2 or 3 is the red.
And on some that are at the highest end, are they students that have not been at the system long, are students that are coming in with? Why would that be? What creates that 3 or more grade levels below?
Oh, for the ones that are.
Yeah.
That are at,
That's 10%.
yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of. We do have a lot of turnover in our district, I know, I haven't
Okay. That's all-
segregated it kind
Okay,
of that way.
okay, but that would be a big part of it, okay.
Yeah, I don't have that segregated, so I can't speak to that.
Okay.
But in our next slide, you can see our growth from fall diagnostic to our winter diagnostic. We want to start seeing that red decreasing and the green increasing. So you might see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this next slide shows how our emerging multilinguals are performing, and our students with disabilities, students with IEPs are performing on the same assessment, just disaggregated by students. That's why it's important to point out that higher level of growth on Dibbles, because eventually when you're intervening, you intervene at that earlier level of the decoding. The students are reading the text because we have growth to make up for our EMLs and students with disabilities. Okay. This shows our growth compared to last year, and what you're seeing here is we really need to focus on growth, looking at where our students are landing on the distribution. So low performance, high growth is the upper left quadrant. So you can see most of our grade levels are solidly falling in the high growth area, and we have been over the last couple of years. On the left chart, that dot on the bottom is that's kindergarten again. And the top is 5th grade, just those numbers didn't show up, so I want to share that with you. If you look at our next slide, this is showing typical growth and stretch growth for students. So typical growth is the average annual growth a student makes in a school year, and you expect that you want all of your students to meet your typical growth. We have right now 34% of our students who have met 100% of their typical growth. On the
They've
right,
Already met that
They've
end of
already
year
met.
goal.
they
Yeah.
met that in January. Their end of year typical growth goal. Now to the right, you see our stretch growth. This is an ambitious growth. So 12% of our students have met their stretch growth. We're really trying to focus on stretch growth. In order for students to move out of that 1 or 2 grade levels below category, we'll need to see them meeting stretch growth for about 2 years consecutively. So typical growth is the average amount of growth for all students that use I-Ready assessment, but stretch growth is ambitious, and that's where that needs to happen for a lot of our students. Kind of giving it some perspective of what we're working on, type of growth we need to make. So what we're currently working on with reading is we have our learning walks happening that are centered on a high leverage analytical reading and writing routine, and making sure we're shifting the cognitive load to students as they read, talk about text, and then write about a text dependent question. We are administering talk site write walkthroughs this spring. Our administrators are also going through the talk site write professional development and learning walks, and are going to be implementing look-fors in the spring to support their teachers. We are continuing our implementation of ECRI, and we're in our second year of implementation of 95% group. We have whole group coaching for teachers, as well as we've added this year small group coaching. So we have coaches who are coaching intensification. So all students who are getting additional supports in that small group setting. And so that's something that we haven't had in our district. So a lot of educational assistants provide some of those services, classroom teachers, special education teachers, and those small group coaches are coaching all of those small groups. And our intensification is also aligned to our core curriculum. So students aren't leaving core and then having to do a completely different scope and sequence and correction procedures and sound cards, things like that. And then we are continuing to implement cross-cutting strategies. So those are those strategies that support all learners, equitable talk structures. So all students have the opportunity to practice oracy in that talk site write routine. Differentiated sentence frames, so students have a starting point for talking, so to get their discourse going. And I just drew a blank on the other big one, but that's what cross-cutting strategies are. Any questions about?
I just.
Yeah.
Overall. Is. This is a lot of like. Educator professional development language, and I'm just wondering, as we like digest this for a community. Are the strategies around reading instruction, have they shifted in the last 10 years drastically? And in what would be like a small example? Of how those would have changed.
That's a really good, thanks for asking.
And it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, no, so we have an Oregon literacy framework that has come out that follows reading science. And all of the strategies, the curriculum, and our scope and sequence that we're following, we're all aligned across all classrooms throughout our district. And we're implementing what science has proven to be successful, but what we need to do for students. And this is the first time that we have really done this, and we've started since we came back from pandemic. Following those strategies.
So how does that look different from say?
I think.
Yeah.
What I'm inferring is, it's, because we talked about it before, it's more of a concentration on phonetic skill development at the early levels.
We are implementing systematically in every classroom phonics and phonemic awareness. And we have a curriculum for that. That's in every classroom. It's called ECRI. And then in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, we've never had a curriculum for advanced word study. So we have 95% group in our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classrooms. We have started implementation with that last year. So they're working on multi-syllable words, identifying multi-syllable words, decoding multi-syllable words. And affixes on words too, and just like understanding and how to break down words and read them. And we have that systematically implemented in all of our classrooms. We've never had that before, so those are some of the big
And
changes.
as we talked earlier in some of the other conversation about, we have high mobility between our district and aligned districts, kids coming and going back and forth. So are other districts using similar, so that when they come in, it's not a whole new way of being measured or
Yeah,
looking at achievement?
a lot of districts are using ECRI. And then we do have some districts who use UFly, which is another like phonics program like ECRI with a similar scope and sequence. A lot of our neighboring districts use DIBELS, not all of them, but they'll use something else in place of it. But as far as third, fourth, and fifth grade, I don't know a lot of districts who are fully in implementation. I can't speak to that, but I don't know that I think they're working on it too, but.
I think this is great, and I would just, I don't know what the rest of the board is experiencing, but this is like a big win to sell to our community, like it's how, in the last couple of months, I've been experiencing it. And like those charts that you showed before, where, you know, the green block is here, the green block is now here. Us conveying what the strategy is builds faith in public, and so just as this continues to come forward.
I think we can even provide just even some talking points, right? Like that we have explicit phonics instruction going on. That is systematic across our schools and across our
And
grades.
that'll always beg the question, what was it before, to legacy, you know, both. Yeah.
Right.
So, well, there were some schools that were doing ECRI and some schools that weren't. There were some phonics built into some of the curriculum we had, but it wasn't systematic enough. It didn't follow systematic implementation, and some of the strategies that we're using to make sure that all students respond and we correct errors, how we correct our errors. So it's if you walk into any K-2 classroom during their phonics time, you're going to start to see the same thing. Like, you're gonna see the systematic implementation.
I would,
What's
Sorry
happening?
to cut you. Yeah,
no,
I
that's
cut you off.
okay, but I just would also add that. With reading instruction, there's a variety of philosophies, right? And so teachers had some autonomy around the philosophy that they felt worked for their students. We have said, this is what we are doing. You are going to commit this much of your master schedule to this. This is the support we're gonna give you. Here is the coach that's gonna come watch you do it, which creates some accountability. So it's become much more explicit as a district in how we approach it, with less of that teacher autonomy, honestly, in what that really looks like in a classroom, so that we can say it is working, it is making a difference. And it really started, a lot of it started at East Gresham. They were having success. Other people were getting curious about that. So then there was kind of this, you know, well, what's that all about? And so people were starting to do it, but with less district level support. So with us being super explicit about it, we can support it in a completely different way than what we've been able to do before.
Love the topic. That's
Gotcha.
It's exciting.
It should be on the website too. Yeah. Or on our Instagram page or whatever. Should have this.
or almost.
And I think
media
that,
campaign,
I think
honestly,
that-
about
yeah.
reading games.
Yeah, I think the other thing is Heidi started to allude to this, you know, Oregon's had this early literacy focus. We've taken it that step further for 3rd through 5th grade because there's such need there. And we're also looking at what is that looking like in middle school, because the kids still have those gaps and those holes. So just this week, Oregon released an adolescent literacy framework that's about how do we continue to be teaching literacy skills across content in middle and high school. Like that is a huge next step for us.
The Oregon Department of Education came and did a tour of some of our schools to see what we're doing. And I haven't seen the video yet, but they had a film crew and yeah, so teachers had them, allowed them to come to their classrooms. And so that'll be exciting. I can share that with y'all when I see it.
That would be great, and I just think. Proactive media related to these successes is gonna be critical. It'll make our jobs as important.
The alternative is the state,
Yes.
State tells our story or we tell our story.
the state, testing.
The state's video crews tell our story.
We can certainly work on that with a team and the crew, because especially, I don't know when that video is supposed to come out.
I don't know, it was a while ago we did it, it was fun asking teachers, because they're like, hey, is this okay? And they're like, sure, and I go, and by the way, there'll be a film crew. And it was a bit like lights and it was pretty intense.
That's pretty fun.
Can
It was
I
fun.
just also add, like, Heidi is one of the most humble people I've ever worked with, but her commitment and passion and eagerness to learn is a huge part of all of this. And then her partnership with Araceli around our EMLs and with our special education department is part of why we're seeing this success, right? It's about different departments coming together and being aligned and how they do that work. And it's harder to be aligned and collaborate with all of those people, but that's what they've really committed to doing. And that's where DLI is an important part of this as well. And so I just want to kind of give a little thanks and shout out to Heidi
I want to add too.
and her team. She's got an amazing team.
And I agree with all of that. I also want to add that when you talk about the accountability piece, as we get into budgets, there's some contentious things for teachers, the coaches that we have, and there are a number of them, and we will look at that. Bring that accountability to the classroom where we couldn't without them.
And support.
Yes, and the support as well. So that accountability of, are you doing this and are you doing it with fidelity, and then providing the training that they need comes from that coaching model. So it's easy to say we should eliminate coaches because class size and all those things, and that's a legitimate concern. But without that accountability, we start to lose this progress as well.
I'm also curious about the extent to which this represents a funded mandate. We just talked about Senate Bill 3
Great.
as an unfunded mandate, but it also seems to me that this is an example of the state stepping up and actually providing funding for something that they mandate at the same time. So I think this is a great example of the obstacle we see with Senate Bill 3, where the state has said we have a need around early literacy, and here's gonna be the money that we're gonna provide in order to implement plans to address this issue specifically.
Is early literacy through
There's an early literacy grant.
the SIA?
It's one of the integrated grants as a part of that, yeah, and it's very specific. K through literacy only has to be this or this or this, so it's pretty directed in that way.
So. If this. Too much for our trail, I promise, sure, that's sort of an asterisk of funded. Because SIA to me displaced. In a way, state school funding. Like the mentality around state school funding, quality education model, it was kind of a
shell game.
here's on toss, yeah.
This is like SIA lives here and this is another grant. Early literacy is
Oh, okay.
another grant, like Measure 98 is another grant.
But instead of multiple applications, we now only have to submit one application.
Okay, so what is the source of your early literacy funding? Do you know?
Whatever I don't know.
Okay.
It's the magic pot of money that the state sends our way.
They be paying it through corporate activities.
This has been going on for a little bit, so.
This is year 2.
Yeah,
Is it just your,
yeah.
oh, I thought it was going on, so.
We started prior with SIA funds, so we had kind of a head start.
Oh, okay.
We're headed in this path.
No, the funding.
Early
But
literacy
now-
helped us
Thank you
then.
for clarifying. that.
Okay.
Yeah, and early literacy has a lot of restrictions that are based on reading plans. So when you apply for the early literacy grant, it was pretty easy for us because a lot of most of the implementation that we're doing follows the things that the grant was requiring of us. But yeah, it has some pretty specific allowable uses like coaching, professional development. High dosage students, which are EAs in our schools who are providing intensive side supports.
Funding is determined by the legislature.
Yeah, and it's-
Yeah, and what pot is that?
yeah.
Heidi, of the funds we're receiving, for multilingual learners, did at the last presentation, somebody said that we were a targeted district or something to receive those additional funds. So are those funds to support early literacy or multilingual?
Oh, the TSI funds?
Yes.
Yeah, so they are. So our schools are improvement have been the first schools who are engaging in those learning walks. And then they are then hosting others, TSI schools to come after they've gone through the
So
walk.
it's raised funding.
Yeah.
early literacy as
So
well.
the TSI is definitely funding this. It's also funding when I get into the math, some of the math labs that we're doing. And our work on co-planning with Dr. Andrew Honigfeld is coming in and supporting us with
So
co-planning.
then does that mean we have bilingual coaches training teachers to
Mhm.
instructional to-
The small group coach that I mentioned here, we have a bilingual focus for that as well.
Okay, so with the new negotiations, then our coaches, our bilingual coaches are getting that differential that that. I remember there was an update about who our bilingual staff get that additional support.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I don't-
Angela's been facilitating those statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, cool, great. Thanks.
We're gonna go through math
Okay.
quickly.
Yeah, we'll get to math. So we're gonna look at the iReady math diagnostic, which and your grade level
Really quick.
expectations. Here's the distribution right now. Here's our fall to winter comparison. And this is how our emerging multilinguals and students with disabilities perform.
And these slides just got dropped into our packet, so if you want to look at them, they're also.
Here's our measure of growth. You can see that most of our growth dots are in the high growth. That one that's in the bottom is fourth grade. This is 21% of our students have met their typical growth, 5% have met their stretch growth. Obviously, we have a lot of students who will be needing to meet their stretch growth. Right now, we're doing math labs in our schools. And we've had iReady come in for professional development on the reports that they provide and how to teach prerequisite skills within core. And they also focused on stretch growth in that professional development. The exciting part is our math labs, where grade level teams are planning a math lesson using our curriculum. And then we bring in 6 students practice to deliver the lesson, and then we debrief, and then we bring in a different set of 6 students and practice the lesson again. All of our classrooms are doing that, and our TSI schools are having 2 math labs this year in their school, and all the other schools are having 1.
Update our curriculum. So this year, just this year. So it was a longer review.
We postponed a year because they didn't have materials in Spanish.
Got it.
So elementary, this is the first year of the new curriculum, of updated curriculum.
Okay. Any other questions? You're looking at
I think mine was the
Just
same.
finish that slide. That's kind of embarrassing.
Did we get this one?
No, I just didn't put my.
Oh, add your email here. Don't respond to that email.
Add your email at gmail.com. You're
We
coming.
can find you.
Thank you for all your great questions too, and it'll be fun to give you some talking points and get that video to you that you have it.
So any other questions on this? Nope.
Sorry, I have too many,
So many presentations.
too many presentations for today. Here we go. That's
So,
Okay.
Chris, quick time check. What do we have agenda wise?
So agenda wise, what we have right now, let me see, I gotta take my glass off so I can see the sign.
Recess.
We have a break, we have a 15-minute break, so.
I'll cover this in about probably 7 minutes. I
Okay,
think I
you wanna
can
just go ahead and do this then? So this is the
Yeah.
sped continuum service.
No,
This-
that's star assessment.
Okay.
Where's the- where's the-
David's timing, so as a cross country guy, I know how to stop watching.
Oh, it's in the
This is
winter.
the
Okay,
middle
so- oh,
school
gotcha.
reading and
Yeah,
math
Yeah, there
data.
it is. Okay, yes. Sorry, I.
It's still a
didn't realize
achievement.
that's part of
20
this.
minutes, 21 minutes.
Okay,
But
yes.
it's not my time, they're
All
talking.
right, go.
All right, so we'll do a quick brief review, just in terms of summary, what is STAR? It's really just, it's an online assessment for language arts and math that we've started this year with our middle school grade 6 through 8, and we are still learning is really the bottom line of this. So next, this is just giving you a chance to see, here's what it covers. It's topics that vocabulary, comprehension, literacy, algebra, number operations. So it breaks things down into large categories. And with that, what STAR does is it measures or tries to predict how will students do in the state assessment. That's really what it's looking at as it's measuring students, and it's adaptive. So as students are taking the assessment, they're not only doing the same questions, the test itself is adapting to the questions as they're responding. I was just talking to a middle school teacher last week, and they're like, the kid was like, this test is so easy. And the teacher was like, well, you kept answering wrong on purpose. It's like, well, I know, but she's like, that's why, it's an adaptive task. So,
Oh.
yeah. That was only one student, they wanted to test the system, it's a middle school mentality, right? I sure it gets. So, here's how our students did. We're gonna start off with participation first. If you bounce back and forth between the next two slides, there we go, and go back, right? We're about the same participation rate for both reading and for math as we were in the fall. I think our rates might be a little higher in the winter because I took a snapshot last week and we extended the window a week because of the snow. So I think our rates will be a little higher in terms of participation for the winter, but they're pretty similar in terms of students engaging in the diagnostic itself. Next. So with reading, you've got 3 lines, so to say, you take about 30 seconds. And what do you notice and what do you wonder?
What happened in 6th grade?
Yes, that's our question as well. We're pleased to see that we've got students growing in 7th and 8th grade. That's what we expect to see. That's great. But our big question coming out of our winter diagnostic is what is happening in 6th grade, which is your question as well. And we had a chance to dig into that a little bit this last Thursday with our principals meeting of starting to go, what did happen here? What is going on? Do these results make sense? And it's a 2-pronged question. Is it around the assessment itself in terms of implementation, or is it around what students are reviewing, what they know and are able to do? And so for us, it's really an opportunity to dive in and dig more deeply. The next set of slides, if you go through, those are in your packet, right? The slides? Yes. So we can run through these really quick, Tracy, go to the next one of lines. Yes, so this is just showing the breakdown by demographic. One of the pieces that's most interesting off this slide for me, our Latinx group that performed rather poorly in the fall is also the group that showed the greatest growth. The slope of the line shows what the growth is from fall to winter. If the slopes are the same, that means the growth is approximately the same. So our Latinx group was the one that grew the most. Our students that identify as Black actually showed a decrease over time. And then Blake, for you, put some numbers on the side so you can see how large those populations are in terms of that relative size of the group that we measured.
So a small group, 1 or 2 kids really.
Makes a big difference, correct?
Okay.
Correct. So keep going to the next set of slides with lines. And this is showing differentiation by SPED. And the thing I notice here, and you'll notice, is the line on top has a slightly greater slope than the line down below, which means that our students that are in the general population are growing faster or showing greater growth than our students that are in SPED, which is a concern as well.
So widening the gap.
Yes, the gap is not close. And for EML, go to and this is reading, the next line is, the slopes are very similar. So both students are growing. The gap is widening just slightly, not as much as within SPED, but there's a significant gap between what our students can do who are in our email program versus those that are not, which is back to that TSI work that was talked about before. So that's the big overview of reading. Math is next. So the TSI work around reading and math is really similar, so we can actually come back to this at the very end. So start, once again, what do you notice? What do you wonder? Yeah. So for math, what's in the water for our 8th graders, right?
Yeah.
Whereas what's going on for 6th and 7th graders? And once again, that was the topic of conversation for our principals this last week is what's going on? What can we take away from what's going well in our 8th grade classes and what is happening in our 6th and 7th grade classes that's causing our students to actually decline in terms of their readiness for that state benchmark here coming up in the spring.
Are all middle schools, are all districts using SWAT?
No, but it is a nationwide product. So interestingly enough, so we're looking at the state data. If we compare our reading data to other districts across the nation, our growth rate for reading is actually slightly higher than other districts. For our math, we're commensurate with what other districts are doing across the nation by and large.
I was gonna say, I think with the Star 360, the winter test tends to see a big dip. And so I'm not too worried about this. It'll be the spring data.
And once again, the standards have increased, right? The standards from fall to winter, students are expected to know more by the winter benchmark. So that's the other piece, but even so with the 8th grade, like that's significant growth.
Oh, for sure.
And we'd like to know why. We're happy to see it, but we don't know why that's taking place, right? So the next set of slides, Tracy, go to the lines as you keep going through. Yeah, same sort of thing we're looking at, we're seeing growth for most of our demographic groups, with the exception Asian students are identified as Asian, decreased over time, don't know why. And the same thing with American Indian, Alaska Native, small group for sure. But once again, we're either seeing flat or a little bit of growth, the difference by ethnicity. Keep going, SPED and EML, those lines are going different. We've got a little bit of a closing of the gap as far as math is concerned between our students in special education versus those in general ed, which is positive. And things are pretty consistent with EML for math as they were for reading. We're not really closing the gap, we're not increasing the gap. There's growth that's taking place, but there's a significant difference between our students in EML and their ability to demonstrate math proficiency. So with that, the work for math and the work for reading is very similar. We have Amy Wolf and Kendra Latter, who are two of our instructional coaches that are taking the lead on leading learning walks around identification of strategies targeted specifically at our EML students. We also have the EML team partnering with special ed, designing coaching support opportunities. And those are happening each trimester. We even just had a group, if you saw Facebook, you saw Amy Wolf the other day. John actually took a picture while Amy Wolf was doing one of these collaborative co-teaching opportunities as we're having our EML and our general ed teachers work together to design lessons. And think about how are we centering the needs of those students in the lessons as we design those. So that is continuing TSI work at all of our middle schools and our high schools. The next slide. The last thing is, it says math, but this is reading and math. So we've been spending some time with our middle school principals just to unpack what does the STAR measurement tell us, and how can we use that data to inform instruction. We've also been unpacking the STAR measurement with our middle school teachers. We've had 2 sessions so far. We've got a session coming up in March that will allow teachers to look at their own individual STAR data, think about how do we use this to inform instructional practices, and do we following a trajectory that STAR is recommended for professional learning, STAR specifically. So that's a brief summary and overview of STAR. David, what have I got?
7 minutes.
Sorry.
Mic drop
There we go. There is a slide for questions in case you have.
with no email.
Oh, you took it. What are those links?
I have no idea. There we go.
How's the reception gonna start from a staff standpoint?
It's been very positive, and actually one of the things that we're looking at right now is in the same way that we figure out how to post individual student reports for OSAS onto Student View. STAR puts out a sheet per student for reading and for math that we can send home with students that shows here's how your student did. And there's even a QR code that says, hey, you want to learn more about how to support your kid or other sorts of resources. There's a sheet that our middle schools have been playing with, like, how do we get this in the hands of our kids and our parents? So we're looking at how do we provide those resources to our families so that they can see this as a partnership as opposed to like, this just happens and there's no impact. So far the reception has been positive, and the biggest learning piece for our teachers is around how do we help our students understand the importance of doing their best on this diagnostic, because students are still trying to figure that piece out.
Do you have an idea of when the parents are gonna get the results?
So I know some middle schools have sent those home, actually printed them up in terms of paper copies, others have not. So this is still part of our learning. So how do we communicate? Some had them at parent conferences back in November, and others did not. So even as we've been talking across middle schools, they're like, oh, that's a great, we should, like, how do you get there? Where do you find that? So a lot of learning both for our teachers and our administrators.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some parents.
The documents in parent view.
Yeah.
Well, and that's our goal, because the student ID is on each of the individual sheets, and we can use that to go back to the parent view account. So I'm in the process of working with IT about how do we create that for them.
Did you say earlier when the winter test is actually done?
So it finished on Friday of this last week. We extended the winter.
Okay, so winter is still this time period until.
It just finished up. Normally we would end a week earlier, but we extended a week because of snow, because some teachers wanted to wait till the very end of the winter window.
Maximum.
To go, what is it that my students know as they go through?
So then there'll be an end of year assessment as well,
Mhm.
so we'll probably look at that at our August
Okay.
retreat in terms of like, how did the year go?
I did notice it was slight, it was maybe 2 or 3%, but there was a drop in participation.
Hmm.
What attributed to that?
The data that you had a snapshot of was a week before the window closed.
Got it, okay,
Uh,
that makes sense.
Yes.
We're so tiny.
Yeah, because I wanted to get the slides to you, so
Yeah.
you could look at them in advance, and I extended the window by a week due to snow days, so we had students this last week that were still finishing the diagnostic that weren't reflecting that data. Okay, so that was not my.
We're 9 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, perfect.
okay. All right, yeah, thank you. Makes me want to take the test and see how it goes.
It makes me want to take the test too.
To see, yeah, I'm kind of curious now. If it makes sense.
I'm gonna answer that question.
I know. But you have to reteach me how to,
Well, unfortunately, I'm one of
Then I
those that I'm an intuitive, I look at it and I say, that's the answer, how'd you get there? I don't know. And so I'd be really curious to know how I would do on that test.
So the other test I'd love for us to take, and Myra, you might agree with this, but I'd love for us to take the Alpha Summit test and just. to see-
Uh,
Right?
I don't like the
What?
because it asks a lot of content questions, that require more than just proficiency. So like one of the questions, I remember looking over my students, one of the questions was about city states. Well, my kids hadn't taken social studies, so how would they know city states? And it had nothing to do with proficiency. And then I did have kids that would tell me like, I was just clicking because I don't want to leave the class. So that's why I liked when they had the
That's
portfolio.
fascinating.
Yeah, so I liked when we had that portfolio option because we were able to really show their proficiency based on their real work versus a computer test.
Well, it makes me think about the overlap with Avid, right? And kids are in Avid. And they get this sort of almost like a community or family feel. And I'm curious if some of our students that have been email a long time start to feel like this is my family, why would I leave?
Yeah, well, and teachers, especially ELD teachers, are really good about creating that safe space for them, where in other classes they feel marginalized, in that class, they feel like they're part of a group.
So they don't want to go.
So they don't wanna leave.
Yeah.
Cause in other
It's their
classes,
team,
it's
it's
common
their-
for them to
yeah,
be
their family.
ignored because the teachers will say like, well, I don't speak their language, so it's the ELD teacher's job or the EA's job or whatever. So the kids are just sitting there feeling marginalized, literally being marginalized, not feeling marginalized, they are marginalized. So they don't wanna
You
leave our
feel it.
classes, yeah,
feel it for sure.
yeah. It's really cool.
Thank you much.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question? Do you have another question? Like you're looking like deep as thought. We are having recess, yes. We'll go ahead and take a recess. We are in, so we're a little bit early, but there's like a couple chocolate lunch instead of just. Yeah. So we have Donna Rakeberg with us, so are we recording that? I'm just getting that. She's- So we have the Gresham-Barlow Board of Education back in session for our February 28th board work session retreat. We are now up to our sped continuum of services on the agenda. For board members, the slides are on your agenda now, and Donna Ravenberg is here to present. That's everybody else with us. Myra, we're missing. Is Myra? Oh, Myra didn't. Okay, I was looking. I thought she did. All right, so we're not quite back in session. I like that.
We're close.
We're close.
Can I test?
You
can, and you can also,
Delayed, yeah,
you can
or you just
also-
say next slide.
I can
Next
answer
slide.
the tape, or you can say.
Been working consistently.
Okay.
So you can just, you can click
look
it
like
and
it
Tracy. Tracy activates it. If you click it at Tracy, she hits the button.
Oh, I see. See how that worked? That was, you can click back and then can go back. Technology.
Yeah, Myra might have thought that we were gonna wait and start right with that, so yeah. So are we back on?
So I can mute it, we're back on.
Yeah, why don't you mute it for a second? Perfect. There we are. Okay, we are back.
I have been back, but then you said that before starting.
I know. Well, then everybody was ready. To start. I didn't see you. All right, so we are back. Full in operation and.
Yeah, just thought I'd talk about this topic for a little bit. So a lot of what we do with the continuum of placements, on the agenda, it says continuum of services. Which is actually a little bit of a different presentation, which I didn't add in here, but mostly I'm talking about the services that occur in placements separate than general education. But a lot of what we do and decisions that we make are legislated, right? So it's not, we have a little bit of flexibility in how we do things and what we call things, but I put this here. This is one of the priority areas for ODE, talk about least restrictive environment, and that's what leads a lot of our work in special education. Next one. So I pulled this from ODE's website, and the orange, so that top line is last year. And our numbers, and the orange is where we're not hitting the state targets. And then, so what they did is they put 3 years of our district's numbers in separate settings. And then the last one is the state, so as compared to the state. But then they have targets, which the state may or may not be meeting the targets. But they are. So that box at the bottom is where we're trying to hit. We've been progressively getting closer in that regular class 80% or more column. We've been getting progressively better since 2017 when we made the model change. And we're just getting so close to meeting that target. And typically what that would look like is students taking maybe one special education class at the secondary level. Typically just, students who have academic goals or some social emotional goals that need less time to support. And then that third column over that's targeted as well. A lot of, typically that's going to be our LE classrooms, our learning essentials classrooms often, or our behavior focused classrooms. And then separate school, I'll go into some of that later. So, yeah.
So can you,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble figuring out what these numbers mean.
Yep.
So let's just go to the first column,
Yeah.
regular class, you've got the orange, which is target by the state. What is 1199 and what is 63,809? What are those numbers?
The number of actual students.
Actual
So these
number
are
of students.
our students.
Where? 63,000 students.
This is
in the state.
Statewide, that's what I wanted to
Yep.
make sure, and ours is the 1,100, so, okay, all right, that was where.
So the orange isn't the target, the bottom is the target, correct?
So all the way at the bottom,
77.9.
where it says 77% of children included in 80% of the day,
That's the target.
that's the target that we're trying to hit.
What is, so the state is potentially increasing or actually lifting the cap potentially on some special ed funding. What is our current special ed funding or our percentage? Sorry.
14%, we've been at 14 to 15%.
So we're underfunded by about 3%.
Because they give us 11, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, I just was not quite figuring out the numbers now. Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah, and that 1199 is just the number of students
Uh-huh.
in that particular category
right, okay, in that year.
in that
Okay,
particular year.
Got it, got it, got
Yeah.
it, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
And we can come back to this too, if there's
Okay.
no question. I have more about this on other slides.
okay, okay, thank you.
But I think,
Count with charters right now, we're 14.2%. And the reason I count charters is because we do provide service with respect to our charter schools.
Have you, as a cabinet, thought about like the what if, how would you increase your special ed staff and in what areas if that cap would be lifted?
Yes, yes, we have talked about it. So if they. I would prefer that they have a cap but put it at 15% because
Yeah.
it prevents some abuse piece too. So in my opinion, and other superintendents are saying that as well. So right now, special ed is drawing millions from the general fund. So it's impacting class size, it's impacting service to other kids because of how much we have to support it out of the general fund. So would we provide or find more support for sped? Yes, but we also have to get some support back to that general education setting as well, if that money comes.
Yep. The next slide is same information, just visually different. It's easier to see this way.
Okay.
But I think some people don't understand that there is an expectation that there's a goal of 77% of our students that do receive special education service spend more than 80% of their day in a regular education classroom. There are expectations and goals, and we get flagged for them in audits and different things, and then have to provide corrective action plans and different things if we are not meeting these targets. So that's just an important piece of when we think of where kids are placed, that comes into that. Now, does us trying to fit a target control how we place kids? No, we place kids where we need to, but we also need to be looking at what services are we providing and how can we meet the needs different ways.
Yeah.
A little bit of a soapbox, right?
There's a few soapboxes in this presentation, like this slide, for instance. I did put this slide in here because this is the other, so as we go through these slides, these are all the things that I'm thinking about and other administrators are thinking about, even in the individual situation, decision-making, right, for an individual student. And this is a big one. So the reason why we have, and the state has, a target of moving kids closer to the general education setting is it is discriminatory to be excluding them from their education. And I put this here so that we could think about in the big picture of things, as we're talking about kids, are any of our own biases coming into place as we're talking about their placement? The state is, ODE uses this little graphic on a lot of their presentations. And I think it's important, you know, there's just that overt discrimination of the words, the language that we choose, aggression towards people with disabilities and that kind of thing. But then there's the more subtle ableism. The student doesn't belong here. I hear the word belonging a lot related to people with disabilities. And I would just say, you know, this title of some abilities are normal or better. I want to be sure that we're not trying to turn people into some definition of normal. It's meeting their needs to be able to access their world, including their education. But they're coming to us as perfect and as beautiful as they are. So I wanted to talk about a couple most recent new placements that we created within district. Always with a goal, I think about, we have some students that are served outside of our district, and the more we can serve students in our district, I believe they have better outcomes, and it's closer to their home. So as close to their home that we can get, I think is important. We opened a new Learning Essentials 2, Level 2 classroom out at East Orient a couple years ago. And some examples of some kids having a good time with their learning was shared with me. These are students who not only might have been considered for an outside placement. Yeah, I'll stop with that. And then we have the new high school pass program at Gresham High School. That's more of a behavior focused classroom.
I met that young kid. He is so cool.
Yeah, I know.
He literally rides that trike around in circles and he loves that thing.
Yeah,
And it keeps him focused.
Yeah.
It really does.
yeah, getting some sensory probably input with that. Oh, I know what I was thinking. With this Learning Essentials 2 classroom, what it did was created a continuum for us. For students with certain types of needs. Because we really had a hole there for a little while of not being able to serve these students from K-12. And then we did the same thing with the PASS classroom, the positive approach to student success. I'm sorry when I use acronyms, just tell me. But anyway, so that's behavior focused, and now we have a continuum with that as well. And then the third acronym, IEP support team, specialist team redesign. That I know that you have heard about that redesign started this year. And that was really motivated by trying to get a little bit more staffing into buildings. And so we reduced the number of specialists on that IEP writing team, where their previous main job was to draft a shell of an IEP to take out a lot of the kind of the busy work of writing an IEP, give that to the case manager who was then gonna fill that in. There's a lot of reasons to move that work back into case managers. But one of them was in order to create more FTE in buildings. It's also about being able to individualize the plan for the student and really have the case manager have that ownership and expertise about the document itself. So I know you've heard about it on both sides of that. So I just wanted to share that change.
I will say though, from my experience, as a sped teacher, actually in this district, before that, I spent most of my time doing paperwork and not with the kids.
Mhm.
And to me, that's a disservice to the kids, and it's not what's intended for that position. And so I struggle with that paperwork then going back into the hands of the resource teachers and all the other teachers, because their time should be spent being with the kids.
Yeah.
And not on paperwork.
Ideally, and I have that same passion. I want the teachers with kids as well. And when the paperwork is not personalized to the student, it creates a whole nother set of compliance issues that we couldn't really address with the number of staffing that we have. I mean, we could staff the IST, we could bump up the staffing there and make that happen, but we just really wanted more people to be with kids.
Well, and if you're increasing staffing to do paperwork, you're pulling that staffing from a
From the
school
buildings.
somewhere to then do the
Yeah, pushing
paperwork.
them.
It's that whole, how do you find the right balance?
Just put this in here as the continuum of alternative placements. There is a federal definition. These are them. Those are the definitions. And then we just follow that, what's been given with that piece.
And on the places where it's either, so in regular classes, special classes, that's still generally with us. Instruction, special rules may or may not be under our direct.
And then instruction in hospitals and institutions, is that where some of our MESD support money goes, or how is that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna show that more on the next
Okay,
slide,
okay, all
actually,
right.
hopefully.
Sorry, I just blew your boat.
No, it's okay. So you kind of use those
Got
same
it.
titles
Yep,
across the
okay,
top and
okay.
then defined. I named them. So with the federal placements being special class, okay, we have a few different types of special classes. And then I just wanted you all to know where those classes are located, so I did the school acronyms there. For the LE2 classrooms, 2 of them, high school and elementary school, are medically focused. That's what those mean. And the rest of them have more of a behavioral type focus. And then the past classrooms being a behavior focus, but very much general ed, a lot of push in the past classrooms. Very inclusive programming. And then I listed some special schools. SSC here is actually considered a special school. I don't believe that we've designated it that as such, but ODE gave us guidance that we need to. So I need to go down that road and look at that. If we redesignate SSC as a special school, those percentages I showed you in the first couple slides change, because the one that was 4 columns over, specialized placement, and the target's 1.7% of students, something like that, that will jump up right there. This one, yeah, 1.7% is the target. 1.6% or less of our students should be in specialized separate schools. We currently are over that, and if we make SSC designated that will bump up.
Does that change?
Our percent will go even higher.
Yes.
Currently, would they fall then under the 40%?
They're calling it, yeah, they're calling it 100% visible right now.
And so this would go down a little bit.
So it's just
Yeah.
some shifting.
Yes. I know, but they don't.
No, let me do
I
it.
think I do.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect, yep, yep.
So the rest of that special school list is our MESD programs with their different names. And then Columbia Regional has a deaf, hard of hearing program that we take advantage of. I added the alternative ed, not special education location, because we do have students that attend, of course. We don't have control over placing there, but we definitely do a lot of collaboration with those schools. There's a few things not listed here, places that we contract with. We have one mental health placement that we are allowed to contract with, or allowed to refer to. And that's LifeWorks, they're in Tiger. So we can do that. Otherwise, the mental health placements like Trillium and Edwards we have no control over the references there. They have to come from a mental health provider. And then sometimes we do contracting for individual students, like a behavior support person, and that happens every once. And I'm gonna describe the programs here in just a second. So of those programs I just shared, to give a picture of our district, I just pulled the other day the numbers of kids that are in each of those programs. And our charge is to the maximum extent appropriate. Kids are attending in their general education classes. Some kids do need more support than that allows. Our LE1 classrooms do a lot of push in. LE2, not as much. Our ALP, that's our adult living program. That's the one that's over at West now, our transition level program. That's what that one is. And then I did want to point out at the bottom of this, the other category, we still do have, even with the new definitions from the state, we still have a portion of our students on an abbreviated day. We have one student on one of those other contracts that I talked about, but even with all these supports, we have 10 kids that are waiting for something. That's just not available to them right now, because those programs get.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you provide tutoring services?
It's generally tutoring is what the teams generally decide and what we have available. Yeah, I think the rest, go to the next slide, is the descriptions of the programs. So each of these descriptions that I put in here are actually just from our website. So I just copied and pasted from our website, but put it here so that we could talk about it. So our Learning Essentials programs focusing on specific types of goals. And I listed them all there: academics, behavior, communication. Generally, students in an LE program have multiple impairments or needs. And then we just divided it from 1 to 2. Like, I get a question a lot, what's the difference between LE1 and LE2? They're similar, but generally an LE2 student would need more functional academics and more functional skills, adaptive skills, and generally more like 100% removed for the most part.
For the LE1 and LE2, when I visited Paul. We one class where like there was a child on a ventilator.
Yeah.
Is that LE1 or 2?
2, and that one's the medically focused one
Okay.
at home. And our adult living program, just describing that a little bit more. 18 to 21 students have to have graduated with their modified or alternate diploma to be in there. And the focus is getting kids ready for their own independent living after they leave at 21. We do have some kids that stay in the high school because that's a better support for them. Some stay until 21. For instance, our medical focused program, maybe a student might stay there longer. And then positive approach to student success.
How do students get placed in this program?
So students get placed in all the programs through the IEP team process. The process though is highly supported by SPED administration needs to let people know the resources even available. So we're involved in a lot of those conversations. We're also involved so that we do keep oversight on least restrictive environment. So we do support in those ways. We provide alternate options than maybe what a team is thinking. If some resource just isn't available, then we can provide alternate ideas. But yeah, there's a whole process that we go through. And then the Structured Skill Center you were asking earlier, so you know that it's located here or at Damascus. And we've made that a K-8 program. Kids typically have more dysregulation than in the past program. So the past program being more, it's in the schools, more inclusive. It's students experiencing the same types of disabilities, but generally we would look at SSC if their dysregulation is happening more often, longer. And then SSC, what SSC has to offer is this smaller environment, but also a behavior coach and a social worker on site.
And prior to SSC, those placements would have been outside of our district. So repurposed funds years ago to create an in-house program to better support students.
So that was gonna be my question as far as like, it's great K-8, but we're spending potentially lots of money on these alternative schools. Is there even a whisper of a thought of creating our own SSC K-12?
So it was K-12, and why we stopped with the high school was the ability for students to graduate. So we don't have gen ed access. So the only option for a student at SSC was to get on Edgenuity, and that wasn't highly successful. And what we were experiencing is that students who were in high school typically had it's a different type of behavior than K-8. They were typically at a point where they just were disengaging. That was their behavior. And so that can actually be supported in other environments in our district, that disengagement, or they would be the other end where they are highly escalated and we are not at a capacity to support that end of the spectrum. So that's why.
I would say engineer, because I work in the working, engineer is a very hard program.
Mhm.
There's another one called Accelis that state, approved or whatever, very video based, it's, watch some videos, do some like ABC question, which are less intimidating than engineering, so.
Yeah.
For it's very cheap comparatively, so to like Whitley or whatever, so if you were to ever consider it, maybe look at other online programs.
Yeah, that's a great thing to research some of the different supports.
Because it's only $700 a year for that
Yeah,
program. per
Yeah.
student.
absolutely. So. Good segue to, I described some of the alternate placements,
Yep.
just so that we'd have an idea, and I put the amount, the tuition amount on these slides so that we would know. And so like a student attending Wheatley, Wheatley is for students who are significantly impacted by almost all areas of disability. Generally, nonverbal students. And I say that because that seems to be a difference between what MESD accepts into Wheatley versus one of their other programs. So I've referred a student before who meets all these criteria, but the student was not nonverbal. He had verbal language. And so they said, no, that's not appropriate for this program. That seems to be kind of a decider. And so a student who would attend Wheatley is not a student that would attend SSC. They're very different.
Well, yeah,
Very
that was the
different
first like outside placement. that
Yeah.
pulled up.
But this is our most expensive placement. And they staff, every single student has a one-to-one. And so that was kind of the impetus of, I'm gonna circle back around to that LE2 classroom, when we're talking about bringing kids back from these outside placements, we staffed the East Orient classroom similarly. But it doesn't cost us $160 per student in order for us to do that. Would there still be a student at the elementary level who might need to be referred that we cannot support? That could happen, but the students who are there are doing well, progressing, and not needing this at this point.
So staffed similarly, is
Mhm.
that meaning one-to-one?
One-to-one. The difference, there's a lot of difference. A big difference is the training that the Wheatley staff get. They have a lot more intensive training towards this population, and then also the school supports. They have the itinerant people like behavior coaches and just behavior support staff. They've staffed their whole building to be able to do that. That's why there could be a student that we wouldn't be able to support in our schools. That would
No, I guess I was meaning at East Orient, you said we staffed.
we staffed it similar.
We staffed one-to-one then at East Orient
Yep.
for that special.
In the classroom we did. We just don't have the other staff outside the classroom support. And then this is the blurb off of the Creek schools, and these are students that might be more similar to students that we would serve. They have a couple different programs, but students who we might serve at Structured Skills Center. They serve a similar population. Usually just more intensive behaviors for those students. They also have a program, they call it behavioral health. Typically students who are lower academically and or cognitively. They're the same price, they just are just different classrooms. Those would be students we might serve in our LE1 or LE2 classroom in that behavioral health. So that's the Creeks schools. Helen's View is available to us. A benefit that Helen's View has that some of the other programs don't have is a lot of their CTE job site stuff that they do with kids, but they do have a therapeutic classroom that we have taken advantage of a few times. And then Serendipity, up the road here, it's a therapeutic school. They our private school. That's one of the differences just in how they function. But they serve a similar population. I think that was my last
That's it.
slide to just describe everything.
Is Helen's View where they used to have served the, pregnant students?
They do have a program,
Okay,
yeah,
that helps them
Yep.
stay in school and also deal with.
yeah. They have alternate ed program at Holmes View, but it's not a specialized placement.
Okay,
But
that-
they have a therapeutic
Got
process
it.
that we can.
Got it.
refer to.
Okay, so that's kind of separate, it's
Yeah.
a school that we don't pay, students can enroll there if they're paying us $70,000.
Yeah, I don't know how they all get there.
Yeah,
I know that
got it.
some of our kids go through the alt ed process
Okay.
to get there.
Because that's just where I've heard Helen's View before.
We have a Helen's View expert sitting right behind
You
you.
do.
Dawn's back there.
And the students who are in the therapeutic program have access to dual credit college, CTE and the parenting program.
Okay,
It's one of the only places that has that combination.
good. So that's the end of your slide.
That's the end of the slides. It's a big topic to run through quickly and, it's a big part of what I do, SPED administrators. A big percentage of our job is supporting these placements and keeping our eye focused on least restrictive environment, and supporting kids appropriately. Making sure families are also supported.
Appropriate process around placements.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
I ask kind of a one question, and with no intention of being insensitive at all, I don't think it's an insensitive question. When we look at funding, so the Gresham-Barlow, if we have a student enrolled at Wheatley, is committing $160,000 relative to the costs of supporting that student. Does NESD bear any of that burden, or is the philosophy that the home district pays 100% of what it takes to support that student?
My understanding is we not only pay 100%, we still are responsible for that student outcomes wise, legally, in every way.
So the state funding structure, the educational services districts, resources that they receive is not all intended to deliver the student support. It's the home district's responsibility, or
A little bit of clarification on that. Some of the resolution dollars that we get go to supporting these out of district placements. It is not near what we end up paying, because there's just not enough of the resolution dollars either. So we end up paying out of our general fund.
And is there some federal? Are there other funding places where the money, because it's also not, a parent can't say, I want my kid to go there, you know.
Well, they can ask, but then there's a process.
Exactly, yeah.
The federal dollars that support special education are flowing through from ODE. So, and I don't know what the percentage is now. So federal support over the past 40 years has been between 7% and 40% of total costs. Well, not even
I don't know,
40.
it hasn't been 40.
It hasn't been 40. What they promised was 40 in the mid 70s. It's never gotten to 40. It's
Right.
between 7 and 20 some percent. So those flow through dollars. I'm not sure how ODE allocates that into the general fund or how that goes, but they flow through from the feds to ODE to us.
Because do we get money for a high placement where there's one, where
That's a
that,
state fund though.
but is that above and beyond our?
High cost disability is above and beyond, so that plays
okay,
into
above
this too.
beyond the weighted.
Yes,
Okay,
Okay.
so it doesn't cover all the costs, but it gets us a little bit more.
and that, yes, and that may end up getting increased as well in this legislative, it's getting some, in this legislative session, it's getting some traction. So if we pay more than $30,000 to support a student, and we account for those costs, and they're all working on that right now in detail. Then there's a pool of money that we can ask for reimbursement from, but it's a finite pool. So it's a first come, first served basis, getting our requests in there. We're working on those reports now, and we'll see what we get back.
So then we get a percentage of
Yes, we
our
never get,
expense back.
we never get the full cost back.
But that and the cap are the two big conversations in Salem right now around additional funding. Is to help alleviate some of that high level of expense and that cap piece which would both be significant for us.
and I've said to many of you as well, and then I'll stop talking because you haven't had a chance to ask questions. Is that, I keep asking in every one of our meetings, is it an additional funding source? Because if it is, that's great. If we're supposed to take this out of whatever our allocation is, then it's that shell game, and it doesn't really help us. I've gotten reassurances that it is additional funding, which will help our budget picture a great deal. But I haven't heard from one.
And I did testify in favor of that sped bill.
Yes.
So just to be clear,
Yeah.
you know,
And I would add a little thing that people probably aren't thinking, it's small compared to the big picture of what we're talking about, but it highly affects us when when somebody opens a group home in our district. And so we have to support the students with no additional funding. Sometimes in a moment's notice, if they open in August and we have 4 new super high needs kids all of a sudden, or 6 high needs kids. All of whom may already be at some of these places or need it. So it can be,
Because their address is in district.
right,
At that group.
because somebody will open a group home and then,
Interesting.
yeah,
Often similar age kids.
right, there's a whole group of kids.
Obviously,
Yeah,
yeah. Interesting.
And there was an analysis of that this fall in terms of how many group homes.
Mhm. I don't remember the number, but we had a couple open for this last fall, that, and like one the year before that, was like, and we get no notice. It's like,
yeah.
the notice is the student registering
Yeah, I
at the
was gonna
school.
say, they just registered. Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, we do have some talks in our special ed groups about how can we work with the state in at least notification, but then also could there be funding for education as well with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure, like in my brain, how to untangle. I'm thinking, this is where I offer the lounge, it's Sean's input, to be honest, I just. Students with high needs seems like a regional. Burden to share. Yeah. Because. I don't know the numbers. I would venture a blind guess, that our community is going to experience more group homes. Because of real estate is cheaper. But the costs of doing business are generally cheaper relative to the county. I think. It's just another place where our district might feel an unintentional benefit of an equitable system. That. The students deserve. A service that's regionally aligned.
And that begs the question, like, if we have enough students at these locations, would it be cheaper and better for us to house our own versus contracting out elsewhere? Because we have to pay them out anyways. But if we could cut the cost by 20%, that's huge.
Yeah, and we do try to do that. So because we have the group homes that I'm thinking about, well, there's one at high school and one at middle school. But we have been able to place some of the kids in our LA2 programs.
Okay.
And then some of them come to us with a placement already and we have to. And I mean, like your point is, what our concern is too. People move here for not just group homes, group home managers move here to buy the real estate to open the group home. But people move here to this region to get the services that their kids aren't getting somewhere else in the state.
So then how do we hold these placements accountable to serve our students? For example, are they providing adequate services to our duly identified students, right? Do they have the capacity to serve our multilingual learners? Or even to provide the information in an accessible way to our non-English speaking parents?
It's a good question, Myra. I've come up across that once this year about student who is mostly Spanish speaking, and how are they going to support the student when they become enrolled?
And I think MESD should be holding them accountable for that,
I'm
right?
just wondering if
Because
we're the ones
they're
providing
MSD
money,
programs.
like, what accountability do they have to us if we're the ones providing the money?
Well, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I
It's
think
required funding.
there's several things at MESD that we need to start holding them accountable for. Because we're sending them the money, but there's not a
And
lot, I
we're
mean,
required.
a lot of accountability on our end, like, hey, show us the proof or show us what you're doing. In various aspects of MESD offerings, you know, and so that's a much bigger picture,
Yeah,
but I agree with you that we should have some accountability.
I will share that program directors are the case managers once a student is placed, and so they attend the annual IEP. So they do. As part of the IEP process, they're supporting the placement and or the transition back or any questions that come up throughout the year. So they are still highly, it's not that we send them to a school and then we don't ever hear from them again. It's at least annually that they're part of the conversation.
And Donna, can I just add, MESD doesn't have anything to do with programs. I mean, MESD provides educational settings with very specific focuses for different settings, but I mean, group homes and PPA, I mean, Portland has hired most of group homes used to have been forever and ever, right?
but group homes, we
So
don't
that's
provide
changed.
funding to.
No, we're
It's
talking
these
like the
schools, like
MESD
Serendipity,
program.
yeah, those ones are MESD programs.
But in terms of like, we were talking about like,
Yeah,
you know, holding group homes accountable.
no, I think
Oh, I think
holding,
We're talking.
holding
about-
these
It was more
programs,
the
accountable,
programs,
not for
programs.
But I think that you. That's what I think. In the bucket of knowing that I don't know is probably the biggest bucket that I have right now, but it's my suspicion looking at how things have transpired in the county as it relates to social service programs. Those are moving eastward and have been for a long time.
Yes.
Need is progressing eastward and resources are still staying in a model that I don't think is equitably distributed toward East County. And so it's kind of shaking a fist at something I don't fully have a grasp of, but that's the place it's.
And there are some places in the state, this came up a few years ago as an example, we used to lobby for more federal resources for SPED. There are some families who want to move to a smaller community where they feel like it'll be less hectic, it'll be less whatever. The impact on a school of a couple of students that are high need special ed has resulted in the layoff of a classroom teacher in order to be able to have funding to support, because there's not enough funding to support the high need students. So it is, they do want to move here, they want to move into parts of the state where they feel like it's less busy, that it's more small town support, and the impact is still the same, and the state needs to step up, and federal was supposed to over since the implementation of special ed support, IDEA, so they have not, they've never funded it at even a minimal level of what they had said, so. So it's a constant, and again, we were supposed to get an increase from the state that, I think that's gonna be a different conversation this afternoon when we hear about the budget. So,
And I want to be clear that we want students here and we want families here and we want to be able to appropriately support them.
Yeah.
So I just.
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just,
That's
we need
why-
funding to.
Yeah, that's why my first disclaimer is I don't want to be insensitive.
yeah,
Dollars are real.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
trying to extend supports for students when you're under resourced is.
Yeah.
That nobody wins.
really hard.
and I think showing that we do a good job of showing the students' needs that we're meeting, what we're doing with our students, supporting our students in the way that says, and by the way, here's why these students cost more money in order to provide the supports that they do. They come in with a variety of needs that, so it is a little bit, it's complicated, but worth asking the questions about, are we getting the best bang for our buck? And how do we manage that? Since it is our money, and how do we buy a service versus provide it in-house? It's possible to do.
On that point, do we know, does our 14 to 15%, is that regionally similar across our regional neighbors?
I haven't done the comparison.
I haven't done either, I would guess, but.
That it's probably similar across.
Probably.
Yeah.
Want to add to your question too, if they do increase the cap, and money comes to it, yeah, I'm struggling budget wise with that crystal ball, because some districts have a higher percentage, some have a lower percentage. What would that exactly mean for the number of students that we have too? That's not a bad thing, that's just a function of numbers.
Just when we get to budget, I'll be interested. I think one of the lenses I'll take is I'm curious how we go about budgeting for such costly, high needs placements. How do we?
Do you have just a off the hip rough number, how many kids are in these outside placements? Like,
I'd say
are-
Just the one slide,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It's okay.
It's in
I can find-
slide 9.
Slide 9. Okay. Perfect. Who's gonna? Oh,
Yeah, that's
gotcha.
where all the, yeah, that's where all the.
It's quite a bit.
And is that number fairly consistent? Yeah.
Year to year.
From when I was there were times when and doing Don's job, there were times when we always had between 30 and 45. Often by the day we're at 40.
Mhm.
And that's the off placement. So like SSC is not considered an off placement.
No, I
Is
did,
that still under our?
yes.
Okay. And same with the special classes are all still ours, so it's kind of starting to not crazy down the week.
Yeah, okay.
We have a slide as we're
Okay. Any other questions for Donna? She still has a few more minutes, and then we move to Dawn with the next, and my computer's dying, so when it dies, it's lunchtime. Anyone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Once I take this out, I keep this out.
It's a- We'll say that it's high fat raise.
She doesn't, yeah.
There's a.
Okay, all right. Because yeah, it shows up at about 10%. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome.
Shoes on.
Boy, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was going that route and I haven't lately. So we have with us this morning still,
Dr. Dawn Hoya Jackson, who's going to talk to us about our student engagement and inclusion. So welcome. We've been having a good conversation today, asking a lot of questions, so.
Good. All right, I'm just, starting off, the inclusion plan hits every single area. It's really, there's parts of it that address safety, absolutely belonging, but also what we're doing in our classrooms in terms of achievement, and then making sure that all of our students have access to the breadth of experiences that we offer as a district. So all of those pieces. I'm just gonna go over the inclusion plan. Sorry, it's really small lettering, but I wanted you to have that complete thing. Updates on our goals, and then kind of talk a little bit about the advisory and the equity committee in preparation for your meeting, your work session that's coming up on the 12th, because we are going to be co-presenting between those two groups to you all. All right, there's a whole bunch here. We're in year 3, kind of crazy. Year 3, these are some of our goals. We have in the first area, kind of looking at our instructional leadership team, really continuing to hone our norms, our expectations, our language, our shared commitment to how we're going to look at how to serve all students. And then our district advisory committee, you all are familiar with that. In terms of this second area, big areas of work were our inclusion work with building admin, coaching, really trying to shift systems, and really look at professional learning and how to plan for that in different ways and how to have those coaching conversations. Our district equity committee is assisting us with how to roll out disciplinary handbook. I just met with principals yesterday to do that third part of our disciplinary handbook, and our district equity committee helped design what will go out to all of our staff. They're also helping us design what will go out to our families, and we're having our follow-up safety summit on the 18th of March now, right, John? Not on St. Patrick's Day.
That was an issue.
That was an issue.
Okay.
On the 18th, we're gonna be letting families know what's in that disciplinary handbook and doing some in-person work, and that was designed by our families on the TBC. And then continuing to outreach to families. That third area is just, looking at our DLI plan, our site leader coaching, and how we align our coaching practices across our entire district. And then that bottom area, which is our systemic practice, is our district advisory committee. Sorry, folks, we have like more, acronyms, the DAC and the DEC. The DAC is the advisory committee. And we have been meeting all year to, again, really get on the same page. And then we have been going around, we're gonna be going to 5 buildings by the end of the year to look at non-classroom space and do an audit, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, and then we're gonna present the results of that for you all on the 12th. More on the disciplinary handbook, and then our affinity work, which I'll talk about. So that is a lot of information, and I'm gonna go into depth, but I wanted to talk about the breadth of this plan so that when I go into the specifics, it's like, oh, right, it's all kind of connected. Okay. Here we go. Our affinity space has continued to grow. When I first got here 4 years ago, it had kind of, with the pandemic, fallen off. Now we have between 27 and 55 staff this year at every single meeting. This was our meeting in January, and we actually set goals as a group. And one of the things that everybody said is we want to look at practice, but we also want to create joy. And so one of our assistant principals, Zoe Zoe, who's at East Gresham and Hogan Cedars, is a traditional Chinese dancer. And she works, she's in the far right-hand corner in the back. And she works with this amazing dance teacher who has this performing arts group. And so they came in and did work with us. And it was very joyful. They're amazing. So this space provides support. It also provides new mentor support. And then before each meeting, we have a grow your own space. And so we do 45 minutes of grow your own, and then we move into affinity and share a meal together. And again, have worked on a ton of different initiatives this year. All right. Grow your own, which happens at that same time. We've had kind of concerted effort to really support our classified folks who want to become certified folks and our certified folks who want to become admin. But I feel like this year, all of these things that we've been working on have solidified in a really different way. So right now, I'm case managing 72 grow your own candidates who are moving from classified to licensed positions. We have monthly check-ins in person, and then I do a check-in with them individually every month as well. And it's been really incredible. We're gonna have a huge celebration at the end of this year because we have 7 of our grow your own candidates who are done with the PCC portion and they're moving into PSU, into teacher licensure programs. And so I don't want that to go away. Like a lot of them are like, oh, I'm gonna get my bachelor's. I'm like, no, we are celebrating the associate's degree. So we're gonna have a huge celebration as part of our grow your own. We have 6. I think I know I've come and talked to you all before about the license portion of this grow your own. We had 10 folks in our first cohort, and 2 of those dropped out, but we supported 9 of those to actually finish their licensure, and 4 of them have admin positions in our district. And 2 of them are in non-admin leadership positions like TOSAs or behavioral TOSAs, those kind of positions. But we're currently supporting 6 folks, who are licensed, who are becoming admin. And then they are supported by me individually, and then we also have an ongoing aspiring admin program, which happens in person 5 times a year. Folks who finish that program are assured a interview with us to go into our pool or assistant principals. I always want to say vice principals, assistant principals. So we provide a ton of support for those folks. We do homework together. We sit and do, I just sat with one of our admin who's finishing up her licensure, and we literally did her entire practicum log together and like went in, like, let's just do it. We're gonna set 2 hours aside, get all of that in. It's made a huge difference in how many folks we have finishing, because you all know. Parenting, trying to hold full-time jobs, sometimes as new admin, and then be in admin programs. There's been many times where I'm sitting with those folks and they're like, I'm just gonna quit. I'm not doing this. And I'm like, no, we're getting together.
How many
So-
of our former students of ours? You know?
How many of them can you, okay, let me think. In terms of our grow your own, those 42, I will look and get that back to you, but I can think of like 5 or 6. I just sat with one of our admin, one of our grow your own folks last night. We had a meeting with PSU because that person was actually in our internship program just 2 years ago, is now an EA at Hall and is going to be going into applying for the Bachelor of Social Work.
That's awesome.
And then to get a Master of Social Work to work in our schools. So that just 2 years ago,
Yeah.
right, was one of our graduates. Pretty cool. So what has that meant? That's a whole lot of work, and we know that more people are getting hired and more people are kind of moving through the system. But one of our requirements from the state is that we make concerted effort to have our staff be representative of the students and the communities that we serve. So I started in 2021 and 21, 22, we had 88% of our teachers, and that includes, that's staff. That's not just, it says teachers, but that's staff, were white. Whereas we had only 50% of our students, even in 2020, 21, 22, who were white. We made huge gains. You can see, I don't need to read all of that, but classified, 70% of our staff are now white, licensed 81.3, and admin is 71.6%. Thank you, HR, for putting all those numbers together. So it's a big shift. All right, some of the other work that we're doing, coaching and admin work with Joe Truss, and it extends beyond that too. Joe Truss is somebody that we've been working with for 3 years, who we have a contract with, who comes in and helps lead this work, but it's not just the times that we're with him. We continue that work throughout the year. And these are just some of the quotes. Do people want to read these? Hey, I need hope right now. It's February. Thank you.
This work with Joe Truss was great. I love the direction we are headed in. Building trust, bravery, vulnerability in our own group to collaborate more and hold each other to this work. This is the work we are doing with our equity work. And then intentionally embedding culturally responsive goals or practices within and throughout the building process is key.
So we ask for feedback every single time we get together so we can be a part of, just like in our classrooms, right? That constant improvement loop of looking at like what's not working and what is working. And these are just some of the comments. And then Joe this year is in a unique role. He has 5 admin that he's working with one-on-one in a really intensive way throughout the district to support them. We had people apply for that,
And then we, chose folks out of that group. And Joe is, one of the people said, working with Joe has been an invaluable opportunity for me to develop my leadership skills in ways that directly support all students. These sessions consistently provide me with new perspectives, concrete strategies to enhance student support systems and innovative ideas for engaging other adults. And I have grown in my ability to lead with both courage and intentionality. This is just part of really just trying to support administrators, right? We build all of these systems for supporting teachers and their in-classroom work. And it is so hard being an administrator. So trying to figure out ways that we can support that. I forgot to say that one of the things that we started this year for our aspiring admin group is not just aspiring admin, but folks who are in the first 3 years of being an admin also come to that meeting. We do some of that collectively and then we break up and provide support for our new admin too through that group.
How long have we been working with Joe Truss?
This is our 3rd year.
Is that just, is that a contract that's rolled over year to year?
We've made that decision every year.
That follows the procurement rules? Related total amounts?
Way under.
So what have we paid on a 3-year contract?
We haven't done a 3-year contract. We've had individual contracts, but I'll let you all answer.
I don't believe last year's.
And it's fine, I will circle back to that question, I just,
Okay.
cause I work closely with procurement. You get into a lot of trouble if you present a 1-year contract with the intention of rolling it every year, really that's the total contract amount is what should have been met your procurement requirements, not the year to year.
Our district equity committee, they are gonna get all of those amazing young folks are gonna be at our March 12th meeting, except for Deanna, who's all the way to the left. She's in Costa Rica. She took advantage of going to Mount Hood Community College and studying in Costa Rica as part of her studies while she finishes up high school. But we'll have all of our other students there and then members of our district advisory committee being there as well.
And one of them just presented with you at a conference.
And we're gonna talk about that when we come on the 12th. These students have been incredible leaders regionally and in our district, and we'll bring that, and they can talk about their work. It's really amazing. But some of the work that they've been doing, because this is one of our pieces of our inclusion plan, is how does this group really give us advice about how to shift practice, right? That they're not a box that's checked. That they really meet with James, and now Tracy was at our last meeting. John has been there since January. Angela has been at those meetings. They've done work around the disciplinary handbook, which I already talked about, the Menstrual Dignity Act. We have some requirements that we haven't met for Division 22 around the Menstrual Dignity Act that they're helping us design. Collaborative work with the district equity committee, and then just constantly talking about how to support our families better. And they, along with our district advisory committee, will definitely advise us on things that should be involved in our inclusion plan, and then we get to look at all of that advice and figure out what will go into our inclusion plan moving forward. All right, the advisory committee, you're gonna get to hear a lot more about, but I think it doesn't hurt to hear things twice. Building common language and understanding of work, developing observational protocol for how we're gonna look at non-classroom space. That was really identified as an area. We do a lot of work about like what happens in our classrooms and the way that we create inclusion and belonging with our curriculum, with our practice, with our pedagogy. We don't do as much work around our non-classroom space. And so those two teams were like, where's push out happening? Where are places that are the most unsafe? And cafeterias, bathrooms,
buses, right? All of those spaces, and so we went around, developed an observational protocol, which we'll go over on the 12th. Collected a whole bunch of data at different schools and brought that back. Just last Thursday, we got to get together with all of our district advisory and our district equity committee, and they all looked at that data together and then made some really beautiful like suggestions. It's amazing when you get kids and families in a room, how they can see our systems in really different ways. There was one point, Tracy and I were standing next to each other and we were like, that's a good idea. Ding. What's that?
What's pedagogy?
Pedagogy is, what is pedagogy? It is the way that you teach. So it's not like curriculum is what's on a page, but pedagogy is like what happens between what's on a page and what happens with kids. It involves a whole bunch, but it's kind of that art of,
Never heard that.
yeah. Thank you.
It's a very,
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been doing education for too long. I'm like, whoa.
Don,
My MAC cohort here.
who is on the district advisory committee, which I'm sure I know, but different than the equity committee.
It is, it's
And
all
who's
people
on
who
that?
work for Gresham-Barlow School
Okay.
District, and it is.
So are they
they're
also on the district equity?
No.
committee? Or is staff, okay, so not crossover in those.
different groups.
Okay.
The advisory committee, we put out an application and we had maybe like, I would have to look, 30 something.
It's like 30.
folks.
Apply.
We had made an agreement that we were really gonna try and balance out classified and certified and then have a couple admin, not have it be admin heavy. Really try and look at all of our schools. We have an engagement liaison, college and career coach, a speech and language pathologist. You know, it's a very, very diverse group.
How many are in that group?
There are 14.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that group is new this year.
Yeah.
It's new this year and it's been really great. And then they are also establishing equity team, guidelines for establishing equity teams, which is a part of our contract. And then working with the district equity committee to provide recommendations for the implementation of it. So that's kind of their body of work. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of work this year. But it's, yeah, they'll get to present. They've done a lot of really amazing. Okay, I'm almost done and we're coming on the 12th. We actually changed the room that we're gonna be in on the 12th because there's gonna be so many of us and that little room downstairs is just too small and just was over there talking to Jessica.
we're gonna be in the forum room upstairs.
We're gonna be upstairs.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, we're not gonna have everybody. We wouldn't have 30 people presenting. It's like 20 something people. But we are gonna have all of the students there and a couple of folks from the district advisory and a couple of parents who come and present to you.
So it would be nice on that, I don't know what format you're gonna use, but upstairs, if instead of them being all the way over there and we being all over there, are we gonna sit at tables together?
We are, and they're gonna actually have some opportunities for you all to do some talking.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, it'd be nice if they get there to have dinner with us, we can see it, break bread together.
Yeah, I don't know where we are in the, but I asked them to come early because we all need to kind of get on the same page and so.
Chartwell's.
I don't see that on the calendar.
March 12th.
Our work session.
It's our
Your
work
regular
session.
session.
Work session.
Usually I have.
Hi.
I think I have it on my calendar as next Wednesday.
So we're not quite done with our presentation, so a couple more minutes, guys, and then we'll, because you're gonna help us start passwords, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, questions? You're gonna get to hear a lot more about the district advisory and the district equity committee. You'll have a chance to ask them questions. I'm curious if there's questions about anything else.
Sorry, I think.
Yeah, I think I don't even know. I think it got moved because you're doing the budget thing the week after. So
Yeah, we have back-to-back meetings because of one and spring breaks.
I did the same thing. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
make
see.
sure if it's got-
I was looking at February.
Oh, okay.
not on February.
We didn't have.
I was looking at
February.
that.
Not that day.
That explains.
Don't come February 12th.
That's
Yeah,
user
yeah,
error right there.
So as, so the interaction between the DEC and the DAC,
Mhm.
do they meet together then? Or
We've
they're,
only met once.
so they're mostly, they're separate.
They are.
They're separate components. And again, when the legislature put the DEC in place, they had some, who was on first, who was on second, all that kind of stuff. And if I'm wrong, do we get notes or minutes or something? I'm just not reading them. Are
They're
they- where are
all,
they?
they're
Are
all, the
they all
DEC
in
is
our packet and I
all,
don't always
They
see
are.
them? Okay, okay.
Committee minutes,
Committee
yeah.
minutes,
The
okay.
AC also,
no,
they meet
No.
separate,
that's not a public meeting, that's
Right.
just.
because it's a.
Because the deck
Us
is,
doing our
is
thing,
yeah.
state legislated
Yeah,
It
yeah.
and,
is.
and reports to the board. Okay, so it's in there. I've seen them. I just couldn't remember where I was seeing them.
Yeah, the
so-
most recent one will be next
Okay.
minutes
Do they
from the
meet
last meeting.
monthly?
on this.
We
Bi-monthly?
do.
They meet monthly, okay.
Yeah. And I wrote all of that up on Friday and got it to you after.
Yeah, and it'll be there when it comes.
After our Thursday night meeting. I'm like,
Yeah, because, yeah, I've seen them. I guess. I haven't seen
Yeah.
them recently.
there are not the recommendations yet in those. I did everything up to the recommendations because it felt premature.
Mhm.
So we're gonna talk and kind of figure that out, and then that will be a part of the next month's. Because we meet again the week after that. That's the,
On that phone.
very excited to have students and families come and talk to y'all. It's a very studious group, like people do not miss that group. I have never led a group at night with so many students and families. Where literally every single, we have a couple of absences because of work things, or like one kid is like, I have the biggest final and I have to get a year better, you know, I can't come. But besides that, it's, it is a hard working group. We get there and we work the whole time. Kids are amazing. It's the young leaders.
Any other questions for you? We'll work on the words, you know, the pedagogy, I agree, while in interpretation, but yeah, that's the education. What are you studying? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so. Are we ready for early? lunch and everything?
No, mine are thanks.
Okay, all right, so, we're a little bit ahead of time. So the, y'all should have been getting, at least I've been getting notices that say your password's gonna expire. And I'm down to password expired in 7 days or something like that. So tech is gonna help us, because you have to do it when you're on site, you have to do it when you're connected to the network. You have to do it, and there's another code they have to put in to make it work. So anyhow, they're gonna come in and let's do it. What's that?
Probably not, probably have to change it.
You do, otherwise you can't get in.
Yeah, well.
It will lock
It
you
won't
out.
let you.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
so, and that might be a bad thing.
I'm like,
We're gonna assign you to stuff then. and
Yeah.
You'll have to take care of it and you won't know.
but if
that.
I don't know it, then hey,
Yeah, then we can just charge you for it, yeah.
Your password. can be-
So,
Change my
I don't want
We
to.
are, originally- let's go, hang on, stay with us, stay with us. So we are signed up to be lunch from 12:15 to 1:15, so that'll give you a chance to check in on work or do whatever. And then when we come back, riveting conversation about budget and legislative update. So
Thank you for that.
Do we want to go till 1:15, or since we're starting early?
we could go, or we could finish early so that we're not, we'll finish early, yeah, so we'll start at 1 o'clock.
The people for the afternoon are here, I mean, it's John to give the budget.
Yeah, and then we have a couple of the things in the afternoon, just an update on the board goals from the committee. And then, a request for, bond endorsement for Mount Hood Community College, so we could be done before 4:30.
Just start back at 1 after.
Yeah, all right, because we're gonna start at 1 o'clock. Budget listed. Okay. All right, budget info has just been added. Welcome back. Gresham-Barlow Board of Education work session on February 28th, 2020. We are back for our discussion item things, and the first one up is a budget update, and Mr. Cook, Superintendent Cook, is presenting this information.
Thank you, Chair. Many of you, with the exception of Sean and Myra, have been able to see a lot of this information because we had to cancel on our snow day one-on-one, so you would have seen it then. So I just want to get that out there. So not new information, but this is an opportunity for you to ask those questions that you will likely need to ask. So if we could advance to the next one. Thank you. We are deficit spending at this point. This was planned and consequence of different costs as well. Our transportation costs, utility costs, labor, we've settled the contract, have all gone up. And we have been purposely deficit spending because we had a large ending fund balance. And this is the year where push comes to shove, we're not gonna be able to do that anymore. If we continue without making any mid-year adjustments, which I'll get to in a bit, we'll be below the 8% board required minimum ending fund balance by the end of this year. I believe right now that we're gonna be able to get to 8% by the end of the year. That's just with some controlled spending, some freezing of a few things, no out-of-state travel, a lot, and I'll get to that too. Some other things that we're going to do mid-year that I hope brings that back to that 8%. But this is that official notice of we're to that point, we need to stop. Questions for me on this?
That 6.89%, does that include? So we have positions that are open that are continually unfilled.
Yes.
Is that amount that we're saving from those unfilled positions factored into the 6.89%, or is that going into the increase?
It is,
8%?
it is factored into the 6.89.
Okay,
We've done a budget to actual analysis of almost every line, and I'm pretty confident in the budget to actuals and the numbers we have. So, yes. Okay, Sarah? Steps we're taking now, we're doing a lot more regular updating of our financial status than we would be normally at a time like this. We're stopping unnecessary discretionary spending, which is having an impact. We're seeing less spending at the building level and other things. They're spending on essential things. We're not filling open positions, i.e. the position I have left and some other ones, because we can get some savings out of that for sure. We, if an open position, we have staff that go on leave mid-year. If that position isn't absolutely needed, we probably won't fill it. We haven't had that circumstance yet, though. Teachers going on leave, you gotta have a teacher in the classroom, those things. But if that happens, we'll do that as well. Current open positions, we are leaving, like you said, they're gonna stay that way. Out-of-state travel and other unnecessary expenses won't happen this spring and into the summer either. There are other smaller steps that we're taking too, because we need to keep track of this, but those are the big ones. Budget hurdles. This can be my official announcement without having talked to Angela and Tracy yet. We're coming into March of next week. And that is when we really need to pick a number we're gonna budget from. And just hope that the legislature change more for the positive. So we're gonna continue to budget from 11.36, the governor's budget out there. If that ends up increasing, that'll be a bonus for us. If it ends up going down, then we'll have to adjust from there as well. I don't anticipate from every meeting I've had so far that that's gonna go down. I don't know whether it'll go up or not. And the budget, the revenue forecast that came out Wednesday was a positive. We're still getting more funds than we were, not as much as we were in the past. The kickers actually dropped a little bit as they're predicting for next year. So things are leveling when it comes to revenue forecast. We do have continued increasing transportation costs, and as fuel continues to go up right now, we'll experience more costs, because that's one of the big costs for the transportation. PERS increases, I've talked to you all about, they're public. The investment accounts just didn't return what they had been returning, and that's the primary reason for increased PERS costs right now. Our utility costs, like everybody else, are going up. Uncertain federal funding does play into this. I just don't know what it is yet, what the consequences will be. So, and plus, a lot of things are ending up in litigation right now, so that could be months before we hear anything. So we will budget accordingly. And next year, we have to continue to keep in mind that we are negotiating with our classified bargaining unit next year, and that'll start in the spring as well. So we have to keep some things in reserve to make sure we do right by that group as well. Questions about these budget hurdles at all?
On the PERS component. Does any of this get affected by our PERS side account? And is that somewhere else in a later thing, or is that just another whole?
I'm going back 2 or 3 months on this conversation, so please take this with a grain of salt.
Okay,
The last time I had an in-depth conversation about this, those were the nice per side account, which we have. We're going to be penalized more than those who don't, that we're gonna try to level that out. I haven't heard a change about that since then. So we do have a side account. It could help a lot. I don't know how much it will help based on that conversation. Okay. Other questions? Okay. Cabinet and instructional team, we have identified 8.7 million in reductions, which I believe right now, I believe right now will be the maximum. And that could change by Monday. We've organized the reductions into 3 levels, so that if it's less of an impact, 6 million, 4 million, I can't remember the exact number that we chose. Tracy, do you remember that number?
It was 864.
864. Then we can level those reductions to make sure that we know how to add back as well.
Is this 8.7 based on the the 11.36 billion, or is this 8.7 if it's less than that 11.36?
It's based on the 11.36 million.
So, okay,
Yes,
it could even be more.
it could be. That's a good point.
It drops.
Yes, if the 11.36 drops, or there are federal funding challenges, 8.7 will not be enough, and we will have to go back to the table and start reconsidering what we do. And when I say table, not negotiating table, cabinet and ILT working about what makes the most sense.
Well, I just would add with the federal pieces, if it's Title 1, 2, 3, or 4, we have kind of some contingency plans kind of built in place for that. The bigger impact would be if IDEA is somehow
Yes.
impacted.
Uh,
So we're kind of planning on some impacts that like, okay, well, leave it titled great, and if we can't, there's some things that we would catch, and there's some things that would just go.
And if you think about the IDA impact, you can do the rough math. It's with fixed costs, an average certified staff member in our district is $142,000 right now. If you look at all of our self-contained and resource programs, 50 to 70, I'd have to go back and count for sure, special ed staff at that cost, and we lose $5 to $10 million, the impact is huge. Okay. Administrative licensed and classified, reductions have been identified, and being transparent as well. Classified, particularly at the elementary levels, are really what keeps buildings running and safe during the day. We have stayed away from that right now, and I think that is the right choice. So there is, just to get that out there. What, I need to put this on the table, because this is a board consideration as we go into budget. We could also defer some capital improvement things. The capital improvements are turf field things, putting aside money for computers, or long-term investment fees. Don't misread that as a recommendation or not a recommendation from me. It is something that we could consider if things get more challenging. Okay. And we plan to split this year's adoption over 2 years, because that will save some costs this year moving forward.
This year's adoption.
Next year's, pardon me.
This year's adoption.
Yes.
Next year's gonna be split over 2 years.
And it says next year's, I just couldn't read the bullet correctly.
Which subject area?
1 PE.
Social studies next year.
Mhm.
And elementary science.
did we already have either of those scoped out yet?
In terms of what we would purchase.
Yeah, no, okay.
Those are the big bucket things that we're looking at. That question was very good, Sean. Thank you. Anybody else have questions?
There's no worry. No, I was just gonna remind the board, policy DA is fiscal, and policy DBDB is the ending fund balance, so if you want to read those and make sure that you are up on those.
What was the first one?
DA is fiscal philosophy,
Yeah.
and then DBDB is the ending fund balance.
The Indian fund balance is our own.
That's
That
our,
is correct.
that's our.
Goalpost, right?
Yeah.
That's a
That
goal, it's not a legal requirement, if we say, you know what, we're gonna let that go down, we just wanna be mindful of bringing it back up, in the future, but we're not held to a state law or federal law that says we have to maintain a certain amount.
Perfect.
So,
at 8% right now, given the daily cost of a teacher, or of our staffing, to run the district for a day, one day, I'll be able to be clear in how I speak to all of you. It's about 680,000 a day. I have that slide. So many of you have seen it. That gives us an 8% ending fund balance, gives us 1 month of operating costs. I just keep going back to those very dire times of when we've been down to 1 day. And that was the last recession. Economies can cycle. For me, I'd love to have 24% ending fund balance so we could go 3 months, and I know that's impossible. So that's just, I worry about operating in an economic downturn with 8%. But the other context that's different, to be fair, is we have an emergency fund at the state level we've not had the last time. Which the economists are telling us that we could weather a pretty significant downturn using what they have in reserve, which wasn't the case before.
Well, before, weren't they like super hesitant and didn't really go into the reserve, into the emergency fund?
They didn't have one in the 08 recession.
in
Okay,
2008, there wasn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they created that after we learned our lesson, and it's pretty solid right now. Good.
I have a clarifying question. So it has been decided that we're splitting the curriculum adoption over 2 years.
Yes.
But it hasn't been decided if we're gonna defer some of the capital improvements.
No, that is your decision to make.
Because they're
Okay.
set months.
Yes.
Because they're different.
I would,
I understand that.
I would put my feelings on the table here.
Mhm.
I'm okay with that,
So,
provided we get our facility usage dialed in.
Yes.
So that we're actually getting revenue off the spaces that are being used by.
I think that's fair.
I think that there'd be an offset there.
Yeah.
I know of, 3 school districts that are, been running at a deficit for, one of them, I think, 3 years.
Mhm.
Have we looked at anything that they've done?
They,
Like, how dire is it for them?
almost everyone has pushed it come to shove now. So we're all in the same boat. We all had big ending fund balances. There's one that still has a pretty big ending fund balance, that's Centennial. So they've managed it differently. They're gonna weather the storm this time. Reynolds, David Douglas, Portland, Lake Oswego, Medford, throughout the state, everybody's in a deficit right now, and they're all reducing.
Go back to the special revenue fund for capital improvement. So remember though, that's turf. It's also long-term curriculum planning and it's long-term technology planning.
It's
And
part of the capital
just-
improvements.
mhm,
Yes.
That pot of money, and it's like $1.8 million, I believe, right in there, 1.8 to 2 million. A decision point that will have to be considered is, do we transfer that money this year even? And yes or not, I mean, it's a 2-year thing, we haven't done it yet for this year, which could help us stay at the 8% if we didn't do it this year. Or do we do it this year, knowing that next year we're not? It's kind of that like 2-year thinking around those funds or a portion of those funds.
Is it all or nothing, or can we be pretty surgical about what we're transferring for real reasons? And is that level of analysis at the board, is that a board decision at that level of analysis, or is it under district guide? Like, are we just advising the board? Because to me, I'm looking at those as 2 very distinct things.
Yes.
Classroom sports.
Yeah.
Very distinct from community spaces. Um,
I
think we
need to ask.
have to know, well, and I think we have to know more.
Yep.
To even make a recommendation or like where are we?
Yep.
Getting to, we'll really need to consider as a part of the budget process probably first, in terms of this year. Those transfers can happen in June, when we have a better sense of where we landed, how much have we really saved or not,
Yes.
what does that really leave us
Yeah.
for our ending fund balance?
Yeah.
Um,
And the question on the IDA. I do not envy your guys' jobs because there's fear. There's real,
Yes.
there's people who benefit from stoking fear
Yes.
on what is not real. And I don't know how you discern all of that. Is there anything the state is putting out to say, or here's my general thing. Public education. At the country's foundation has been about delivering democracy fundamentally. And preserving capitalist institutions. Our economy depends on education funding. And so it seems very unlikely that federally supported programs that our economy depends upon would be in jeopardy. And what it seemed like is everything's a bargaining tool right now in federal policy. And so I just, I don't know where I'm going with it. I'm just saying I believe that our state's response is very likely to be fear-based politically. And I think, I don't know who the trusted voices who can really split what's real and what's not when none of us know. I guess that's really quite a load to carry.
Well, not only that, but the president has stated that the schools go back to the states. So if the schools go back to the states, does that mean there's no federal funding?
There could be. So here's, your points are well taken. And what I have been advising, and Tracy and Angela have been in this as well, as our job is to keep that fear piece here. Because we have to deal with what's really in front of us and what we know right now. And then we can adjust later if we need to. Oregon is behind in its response to federal things right now compared to other states. Other states have really gone out faster in giving guidance. And to your point, I don't know that that has been good or bad. In our superintendent's groups, we've talked about there has been an absence of a push from ODE and from the governor, which has left some of them saying that I'm feeling unsupported. I don't know that I have the same feeling, but we have been slower, much slower than other states at this point. To your point, I don't really know what that means either. I just know that we have been.
Yeah, I mean, I saw an article from the governor. She's, my understanding from reading what she said is that she's just still playing and seeing what will happen. And, you know, there's other states that are fighting things, you know, we're fighting stuff, whatever, but as far as like going back to the states, there is that limit too, where IDA was not under Department of Education, and the idea that was thrown out there by the administration is to put it back to where it was originally, which I think was Department of Health or something like that. And so there still would be federal funding. It's just not coming from a central source. It's coming from other places.
And because all these things, all of this is true, all of these points are true, I'm staying with, this is what we know. And we're gonna move forward, and we'll have to adjust if I'm wrong.
And so, you had mentioned earlier, you know, on how quickly we spend the ending fund balance versus doing some of the reductions. And if there is a possibility that things may not improve soon, I would hate to dip too far into our ending fund balance a little bit. I mean, we were running up to 4 and 5,
Or 6.
5 or 6, 5 point something.
I mean, in the last 4
Yeah.
years at least, I know we.
Yeah, it was up higher when we were going out for the
It
bonds.
was.
That helped us get our bond rating. And then we spent some of it down to cover various things. And it was kind of down on fumes back in 2008.
It was. We were down to $300,000.
Oh my goodness. It's like,
In 2010,
Yeah.
that's how we got down to one day.
wow. And so, you know, and we've been, like, when we talk about the IDA funding, we've supplemented that forever. They've never given us the amount that we were supposed to get. So,
Let's talk about
yeah,
it.
yeah, so we've always spent more in that from the state money. We've tried, we got it up a little bit a couple of years ago, but it's still woefully short.
And if you want to do the math on the money that we get, and there's other ancillary monies that come with SPED, so this isn't accurate, but if we have about 1,600 students with identified with disabilities, SPED, we get 10,100 or 10,200 as an average daily weight. And so that's double. So you can do the math at 15 or 1,600 times 20,000, and you'll see how much money we were getting from the state. to support sped, and we're supplementing that.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that could be affected,
They are.
you know, and I appreciate your team is looking at what is in front of you
Mhm.
and not like looking at every single possibility and just dealing with what you're given, because there's so many things.
We
that
have to stay.
Could,
We have to stay nimble.
Yeah.
If we were looking at every possibility, I'd have to officially retire.
Yeah, it would be so spinning. Yeah. Okay.
So let's shift to some good news. Okay. The preliminary numbers for SIA and high school success are up more than we thought. So we were originally looking at 10 million and 3 million for high school success. Revenues are up, so we're getting a little bit more for that, and that's helpful in this scenario. The sped cap could be extremely helpful in this scenario. Like I said, you can't quote because I don't know how that money would be divided because it's specific to number of kids and what's our percentage of kids in the state. But that could be 2 or 3 million more in difference to us, which would go a long way to making up the deficit too. So I don't know what that would be. COSA believes that, like I keep putting in here, COSA says that the legislature is saying that it's going to be revenue from another source, additional revenue, which is great. The high cost disability, as you look at those numbers, if you talk about an average out of district placement and take this with a plus or minus $20,000, that being $120,000, and you have 40 students out there, if they cover the full cost, that's $7 million right there. We would still have to gatekeep, to be straightforward, because we're responsible for that revenue, and I'm also ethically responsible to make sure kids get the education they need. Keeping kids in the gen ed setting is a good thing for a student with a disability. Financially, it's good for all students because that money can stay and we can provide the resources. At the same time, when a student needs a placement, a student needs placement. So those are hard decisions to make.
Explain a little bit about why the grant numbers are important.
Yes.
So when you think about that, so those grants have very specific plans to them. But what it allows us to do is, as we've been doing that $8.7 million reduction, some of those are reductions in things that are funded in SIA or in high school success. What that allows us to do is then scoop up part of general fund to reduce our general fund expenses, right? So just kind of seeing how that works together. When we talk about 8.7, that is about general fund reduction. And some of that can be offset in grants, and some of it's reductions in grants that creates that 8.7. So it's really about, again, how all those funding sources work together, and we've kind of figured out the art of how to maximize that.
Could I reframe that?
Yeah.
Maybe from a cynical perspective, but not. That could also mean that if these numbers didn't go up, to the degree that these numbers don't go up, our unfunded mandate goes up, that we're gonna use general fund resources.
Absolutely.
That's why, so we were projecting, SIA has been like this moving number, and it's always moved in our favor. But when we were originally starting, it was like $8.5 million, what they told us to build our plans on. We ended up getting $10 million. Okay, great problem to have, right? And then they started talking about, you're gonna get about an 11% increase. Well, from what? From the 8.5 or from the 10 we've been getting? So we were really nervous about how those numbers were gonna come in. So we were guessing that maybe we'd get 10 million, but we weren't sure. We have it confirmed with preliminary allocations that we're gonna be at 11. It still could go down a little bit in May.
Yep.
But that's better than where we thought. We could have been back at 8.5, and then all the cuts that we had planned to make would have just, you know, not been able to offset something.
And this would be a place where a recession would impact this funding directly.
It would.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's.
And our general fund is still pretty susceptible to employment numbers. So when our unemployment goes up, it's a pretty immediate impact to the legislature and the budget.
So the recession would have an impact on.
It would negatively, because that is the corporate activities tax.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So spending.
Yeah.
And the reason that the general fund is impacted so quickly is because we're an income tax-based state that comes from employment. And when you're not getting that revenue, you're not getting that revenue. Yeah.
So you mentioned staff back on your slide, whatever number that 5. Are we not talking about days cut? Is that like a second level if we need to, just trying, again, from what we did before, which was very different, well, not very different times, but different. We did days.
The
first, I thought.
The reason no, not first, we did a combination.
Okay,
The reason that you would do days is if you are in a significant disaster,
okay,
which the recession was.
right,
Balancing your budget, especially if you're on a biennium budget with days, is just, all of your financial people will tell you that is a bad way to go. to
right,
balance a budget.
right, because you can't.
One-time money, because you're in a
Exactly.
huge hole.
Right,
We're not there. We're not
Okay.
experiencing a huge recession. And so we're just not there. Yeah. Those were desperate times.
and then I just want to clarify, we could do a deficit budget. And what exactly does that mean? Because I'm a little bit skeptical about what you're saying, David, that districts are running deficit budgets.
We have.
Yeah, we're running, but we're
Yes.
not running out of money with it. We're running down, we're running our
yeah.
budget.
Well, if we continue to do it, we run out of money.
Yeah.
So everybody has gotten to the point where they can't
Right.
continue
They
to do
can't
that.
continue to do it, right, okay, that was what I wanted to clarify, that yes, we can spend our ending fund balance down, we can spend a little bit more, but we have to maintain,
And if we kept going
That's
at this
right.
pace,
we wouldn't have enough.
at the end, 2 years from now, at the end of it, we'd be below 1% in fund balance.
And that would be
In
good,
other governments, they call it structurally balanced budget,
okay,
where your revenues match your expenses.
Right.
Not just a short of your expenses.
Right.
You can balance your budget.
intrinsically, I understand all that, I just
No, I
wanted the
know.
words, I just wanted the word,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you, okay. Okay,
And I like the words too.
yeah,
Okay, remember
okay,
that.
so,
So steps that we're taking, and I also want to put this caveat out there. Angela, Tracy, myself, Cabinet and ILT we've dug in. I'm still learning a ton of things as well. My reticence is, and I told Chris and this last week, is this level of budgeting is new to me too, so I'm learning every day. Any questions you give me, make me keep my eye on the ball. So I appreciate that too. Steps to balancing the budget. With step one, we're there, identify reductions. Step two, human resources will receive our recommended reductions. Step three is eliminate temporary positions, and if I remember the number correctly, we have about 47 temporary positions right now in the district. They were hired either in August or September, and those positions would be eliminated first. Transfer teachers who are impacted to open positions, and then if needed, and this would likely be in April, the board would need to declare we need a reduction in force. Right now, I think we can get by without that declaration, even at the 8.7 if things get better. But that's that crystal ball of not knowing the legislature's budgets. The number 6 is the big key when it comes to our processes, is May 14th by contract is that last day that we can notify people impacted by our ref recording contract. That's 30 days before the end of the year. So that, and when you don't know your final budget until the end of May for the legislature, that causes an ulcer for many of us. So that's why we have to move forward with what we think right now. We have to plan for that 8.7, knowing, and I believe this, that it could be better than that. And then we're in an add back position.
That actually makes me realize that's why sometimes in May you get mass layoffs, right, to meet that deadline, and then you just recall. Because you're still sorting out the budget.
And that's a good point too. Our contract is no different than other contracts.
When does the final budget number hit? That's in May.
The final revenue forecast is about a week after May 14th. I think it is the 21st this year. It's right in there. And then the legislature will be able to finalize the budget and get it to the governor. It would be nice. I anticipate, the finance people are saying that they anticipate right now, if we're in today's circumstances, the revenue forecast would probably be just up a little bit and where we're gonna be. But anything can happen in 2 or 3 months in an economy.
Meaning the 11.36 would be up a little bit.
Well, the anticipated revenue from the state, and
Oh,
yes, the 11,
I
yes,
understand. Okay.
the revenue forecast, yes. But that would mean our 11.36 would be probably accurate, depending on the sped cap and other things that may help us.
Well, and every year we don't, it's not like all of a sudden in June we have the allocations for everything all at once. They always are, we never actually know.
Yeah.
All of them.
and let's see, I'm not, No, okay, it's not on there. We pretty much spent all of our money that we received. That was the buy down of the ESSER. That was all the stuff. We're out of all of that money.
Yes, we are.
Right, it's all.
It's all gone.
It's all, gone. That was part of that spend down that we had to get rid of it over a certain time. period.
By September.
Yeah,
There was a
well,
deadline.
and so, but there's none hiding under the seat cushion there.
Nope. And the reason we're not in worse shape, other districts with fewer students are cutting much more than us. And this was purposeful. I'll give Tracy credit for this vision. I don't like to do it often, but how we used our ESSER money as opposed to using it for permanent supports for kids, different support for kids, enabled us to weather that money going away, where other districts, and I can list off a bunch, don't want to necessarily do it publicly, were given permanent staffing. They were doing counseling, they were doing all kinds of things out of it, teachers, other things. And when you're using unstable funding to support those positions, you lose in the end. And that's why their cuts are so much bigger and have been over the past 2 years.
As you've identified the reductions, not expecting it here right now, but do you, how do you, I guess, how do you visualize those reductions? I'm, the short of it, outcome wise, I don't know how much of those reductions are going to affect classroom teacher vacancies, counseling supports, PE music, like the programs that I'll get asked about.
Yeah.
Any kind of analysis into, X% is gonna be this kind of a thing would be helpful.
What we're doing next week, that's a good question, is we have set up meetings with every principal. We've identified for each building, this is what we want you to look at for reductions. We want you to come back to us. We're having one-on-one meetings, Tracy, Sarah, Angela and others of, tell us what that looks like in your building. That'll help us build a more accurate picture for you. So those meetings are next week.
Okay, thanks, John.
So obviously we're looking at the calendar, David and I were looking, we're in that budget season, usually we approve the budget, mid-April, something like that. Is this one of those years where maybe we should delay the approval?
I want you to stay forever. Here's why. As I was digging into this and working with lots of people, I think that our budget calendar is a bit too ambitious right now.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of flexibility in the calendar because you have to have a budget by a certain time. You guys have to adopt it.
Yeah.
I would like to delay some of those meetings to make sure we have more accurate numbers, but not significantly.
Yeah.
I also want to get really comfortable in what our numbers are, and I'm seeking that assistance right now. So, yes, I'm glad you said it instead of me, because I was gonna bring it up anyway. I still think we could do the 101 on time on 17th, because it's 101. You're not talking something.
And you can lay out some of this stuff so that it's clearer for people and then give them a little bit time to process it before then you turn around and say, and we're gonna adopt something now.
Yeah.
So that I think would probably be, and more opportunity for people to participate. We might actually have people.
Come up with questions.
Yeah.
I was gonna hopefully bring a new calendar. I had some things happen in my life that are causing delays. Bring a new calendar to you in the work session on March 12th. That's what I was hoping to do. Okay. What else might I have missed? Angela or Tracy, is there anything in my head that you think I?
In your head that we think. of.
Well, okay.
Please read his mind.
Sorry.
Sean does.
Yeah.
Matt wanted in there.
Sean really wants
Hey,
to
we're
do
both
that.
there, we've been there.
Exactly, thank you. I'm reminding everybody at QEM too, is to meet the QEM standard, which has been revisited and re-researched this last year. It's on ODE's website. 13.5 billion would get us to a place where we could be funded and not experiencing a lot of what we're doing, and we could do some pretty creative things, to be straightforward. You guys know the budget picture. 13.5, I don't see it happening, but it is what it is. The other thing that Blake and I were able to tag team at the chamber meeting the other week. He was highly critical of himself. I'll say publicly that he's way too
Okay.
critical of himself.
I'm just self-aware.
SIA, high school success, all of those come with grants and rules, and it makes it very difficult to be creative from a professional perspective. There are things that we can do that, if it comes in the state school fund, we have a lot more ability to be creative. The equity things, all the things that we are doing. If we ever did get the QEM, I would want it to be a general fund piece. If there's advocacy anywhere, that's where I would appreciate it. And that's for those future people who may get it too. So I'm not sure I'll be around if we get there. And then my last slide is, I always include, this little girl just because I think she's the cutest in the district right now. All right? Yeah. Other questions for me?
I think also maybe if the timing still doesn't support, I think the board also, I would think would be open to supplementary action.
Okay.
To, you know,
I
even-
appreciate that.
even quickly after budgetary adoption, maybe
Okay.
there's supplemental stuff that needs to happen to rest on staffing or whatever.
Okay.
Because when do we have to adopt the budget in order for TSCC to do their thing? Is it in June first?
And well, there was, because we were having the extra part that was being reviewed, and I don't think we can have it done in time to do that.
Cause they needed, I think, 30 days, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like by the first week
That's
of
why we
May,
went
it needed
from
to
May
be
to
done
April.
for us to meet that deadline.
So we would not make.
So we're not doing TSCC review this year.
May not.
We
We
may,
may not. Because of that.
And do we get dinged because we committed to that and now we're
It's a
going?
risk, it's a risk on the board.
Yeah.
That our budget,
but it's a fairly
Could have
new thing
structural
that she
issues.
started doing anyhow, so it's not something, if it's the thing I'm talking about that Jordan got us involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be the third year, right?
Yeah, so it has been.
right, but most districts, the reason why they do it, I don't think are like statutory, I think they're just
Right.
risk.
Extra, yeah, and extra accountability.
And we have to have a budget by June 3rd.
We do.
We don't have to approve it at the June business meeting. It could be the June work session, which even gives us.
And we've done that
2 weeks
before.
if we
We
need
got the budget
to
hearing and a
adjust.
work session a couple years ago.
I think it would be good to know the baseline budget on
Yeah.
more of our typical
Right.
timeline
Right.
without maybe, like, I think what Chris is saying, have time to review,
Mhm,
but also so that you know your baseline decisions
mhm.
and have some sense of what the board and finance committee are feeling.
Okay.
And then we just look to adopt more of the real picture, whenever that's
Mhm.
ready.
Because the supplemental budget is fine. That's a good option that the board can do, but I wouldn't want us to get into a situation where we have to hurry under an arbitrary deadline to have a budget in place and we have it lower, and then we come back and do more, and then that makes the community go, well, how much money are we really gonna spend? What are you really doing? And I'd rather be closer to a real budget number, and then if we get a little bit more from somewhere, or something happens, then we can do something, or if it's worse, go back the other way. But making it in April just feels a little bit.
That's too soon.
It's just, yeah,
April, May, you know.
Especially
having
when
that-
there's,
Yeah.
when it's a deficit, and when there's cuts on the line.
Mhm, mhm. Okay, and we'll probably wanna make sure, depending on how people wanna, 2008, we had a lot of meetings where we had people that came in, we had a lot of conversation, because we were cutting
cutting.
very deeply,
Monthly.
and we were cutting.
Well, you cut during the school year.
Difficult, yeah, it was very, very difficult, so we had a lot of meetings with that. I don't know if this will be the same thing,
No,
because.
This is not,
No,
I
but I mean, in
tend-
terms of people's angst. over it.
and there could be that angst, because I've had to check that with a couple of bargaining units when I gave them similar presentation, because the older folks immediately went to, I was asked the
Right,
question
is it
directly, is it
2008?
two thousand eight?
Yeah.
No. But we do have a deficit to
You
address,
didn't just call me old.
inadvertently, but I'm with you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
wiser.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Experienced.
Experience. No.
You just had kids in it, and water polo made it.
Oh, that's true, your kids.
Yeah, they haven't started school yet.
Okay,
They
gotcha.
had them.
I was teaching in 2008.
Yes.
But I have friends that were super high school. teaching and.
We were all having fun.
I had $0 in the bank. I lost everything.
Yeah, I didn't, I wasn't. yeah.
So now that we all have the memory of 2008 out there.
This is a
to
positive
relive.
now.
Yeah, this looks
We
really
reframed
good.
it.
Well, and it feels like we have a little bit more time. It felt like it went from boom, bang.
It was pretty bad.
It was,
It was
it
quick.
was, I don't know what exactly happened with it.
Well, I mean, if you really do look, that like you had the crash in October, in November, President Bush, I think, put in $750 billion into the budget just to keep the government solvent. And then Obama, when he took over, only 2 months later, put another $750 billion in. That's how quickly things were tanking. And two different philosophies on economics as well, but the exact same thing. It was a pretty dire time.
Mhm.
I guess the. What is our level of risk by not doing TSCC? And is our coverage worth going through the process to get at least TSCC to review it and then go back as needed? Or is the risk so minimal, it's better optics and everything else for us to wait and not go through TSCC?
I don't have an answer for you on that.
And I wanna make sure, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a mandatory review to the CC.
No, there's not
I don't want to
mandatory.
be let
Yeah.
throughout that it's a risk
Yeah.
associated decision, I'm fairly confident that's true, just.
Well, that was why we brought it on, because I remember Jordan saying we are at risk by not going. through
Oh,
this.
okay, that's,
I
So,
don't
I mean,
remember
I
saying
agree.
that explicitly. It was more that it just verified and confirmed what we were doing, but I don't recall him saying that we were at risk.
We will reach out next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get an answer.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Yeah.
find out, cause he, we were doing it.
I thought he said we were at risk, but I could be totally.
Yeah, and so we haven't done it for very long.
Yeah.
A couple of budget cycles.
it might be the first ones who could ask TSCC, like, could we get a waiver? I don't know,
Because things are a little bit different.
especially for schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they review all brands of government
Yeah.
budgets, so, yeah.
So, do you wanna talk a little bit about next Wednesday? The change.
Yes, that's what I was, yes, so. Shifting from the budget to kind of a budget thing that's. Not the same topic. We have to put a budget hearing on the agenda, it'll start at 6:45 Wednesday. It's related to the audit and moving those big buckets of money between different groups, so it's not that, there's nothing financially different. No changes in money, no expenditures, but the board has to have a hearing and approve those changes for the audit. Just needs a quorum there for that 6:45 meeting, 7 PM is a regular business meeting.
And we're not doing a work session or something before they.
And it has to be, so it's just a public review, basically. It says
So
we've
like leave
gotten
it
our
open
audit.
for
Yep.
15 minutes. I think
And-
we
It
can
is.
Yeah, and so it just
That's
says,
what it is.
according to best auditing practice, the money should be actually reflected in this bucket instead of this
Yeah.
bucket, but it's not changing any of the money. It's not saying it did wrong, it's just a
It's not.
better bucket.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly, and the executive summary will be out, I believe, soon, you'll be able to read it before the meeting, so you can see exactly what you're.
Today, this afternoon after.
Yep.
Yep.
The other piece is as we surplus different items, the portables outside of Springwater Trail, we're gonna bring that to you all as well. They are assets, they were purchased with federal monies, so there's a process we need to go through that adds a little bit more than our normal surplus policy. You'll see that, read through it, it's a matter of what do we wanna sell them for? If I remember correctly, some of the money. Oh, the money, when we do sell it, has to go back to special services, because that was the money that was used to
Because
purchase
that's
us
who
portables.
used, that's who mostly used the portables.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, and that's where the
Okay.
SSC was.
Am I
Right.
remembering incorrectly that the Montessori school was gonna purchase those or something like that?
They were very interested, and then with their new buildings, they didn't need them,
Got it.
so they backed out. There is another organization interested. But wouldn't want to say that here until we get permission from you all, and then we can send it out. You may want these, just do it on the up and up. But there is somebody else interested.
So did Montessori finally find the parents?
They did, no,
Did we own?
we didn't know
We
that.
didn't own any.
No, we did not own any more. So, and it was actually next door to the property I used to.
Oh,
and, yeah. So they, but they did, they'll move in, July 1st, they'll take over, so they'll be out.
Are they gonna continue in the old Maywood building, or are they just moving everything?
They're moving everything over.
Okay, good.
They'll have one home for everybody, which is great, yeah. Okay. Just giving you a heads up, you'll see those agenda items coming, and now you know the reasoning why.
So any other, thank you for having us look at these just kind of random direct questions. And I think Blake alluded and several others that we definitely want to make sure that we have a consistent message for the community, for our parents, and that we have that message as well. So that when we get asked, we're saying the correct, appropriate thing. And then it's also a slightly. And I would put a lot of faith right now that we're gonna get any additional IDU funding. And I don't know if the legislature is gonna give us more. The federal, I mean, the state one.
They're getting some good traction. They got really good traction up there, I'm hopeful.
There's some ways of being right now.
Okay, I can be the pessimistic and then we'll just.
You do that. We'll do that, exactly.
That's the best way to do it.
Yes.
You have something else, Blake, or Myra, you're kind of quiet down there.
No, I was working through 2008 too.
Yeah.
You were also experienced in that.
Yes.
That was some crazy time.
Yeah, they were crazy.
Yeah, so, okay, all right. Then you're next up is what, let me see, I've lost my training on here. Legislative update. Yes,
5 minutes.
you want a 5 minutes? Sure. Yes, we can do a 5 minute. Okay, we'll take 10. All right, we're back. Next up on our agenda is legislative update. Superintendent Cook.
Thank you, Chair. We have talked a great deal about funding at this point, which was the primary thing in the legislature, so I won't add that much to it. No, we've talked to nauseam, even these bullet points we've covered, so I'll skip this piece of it. There is an accountability, there will be an accountability bill introduced to the legislature soon. It's related to education funding and performance. On the surface, fine. The concern from COSA and ODE and some other groups are that they did a lot of work last year with the governor's office to make sure that we had an accountability law that seemed reasonable and people could implement. And it seems that there's been a significant shift and they've gone with more advocacy group understanding of what accountability should be. Education professionals are concerned about some of those things and they're substantially concerned because it's not necessarily good research and things that we should be putting our money into. So there's some concern that's coming. And we'll see. I have not read the bill, so I don't want to speak specifically to it. It'll come out in 2 weeks.
Do you know who's sponsoring the bill?
I think the governor is sponsoring.
The governor is sponsoring.
Yes.
What's the?
I don't even have a nomenclature for the bill yet.
Okay.
Okay.
But it does at some point connect to controlling of state schools.
It does. So one of the
Directed.
consequences of not meeting whatever standard is set is that they could take control of local school funding and direct how we spend that.
So
At a state level you're talking, or?
Yes,
State
at a state level.
Governor at the state level.
Okay.
So if it comes to that, then our pushback is fine. Fund us at QEM. We don't need all your accountability stuff, right?
The education.
Yeah, we know exactly what we need to do. Give us the money and we'll do it.
COSA's position in mind too, because I do agree with accountability. And I understand the reasoning why, and I think we should have it, and I think Oregon should have had different guardrails for a long time. That's my personal philosophy. But it does need to be well-researched things that we use as guardrails, and that's where my concern is. Sean testified at the special education hearing, and you guys have gotten that update too. The legislature, that has gotten really good traction. Like I said, I'm hoping it's an additional funding source, and that we're not just from the 11.36.
It did get approved with a 15% gap, not the open gap,
Okay.
and then there is a little bit of accountability attached to it, so, you know, it's not just you get the free money, up to 50%, there's some accountability issues.
And is that, I don't know what our very name is now, but is that Representative Gusser that's been, because she's been pushing something.
No, it's, Rep, Nero is the one that kind of
Okay.
is the main push for that.
And it's gone to the Ways and Means Committee.
It's ways and
Oh,
means.
good, okay.
Yep. House Bill 3435 is universal school meals. That's up there as well. And from what I understand, it's getting support also. It is a $124 million budget request from the state too. So, and we do know realistically, the state has finite resources too. So where does that come from? However, it's getting some traction.
But also there's very few schools, school districts in the state that are not
Correct.
offering universal lunches already.
Yeah, so at that 124 billion, I know it's
Million.
sorry, 124 million, I know it's spread appropriately. Will that put a cost on us or will that be enough to cover?
It should be enough to cover. And in our district, every student is getting meals now.
Yeah.
So,
Breakfast and lunch, right?
yes, and it makes the lines go more quickly because you just have to count kids.
Well, it's also a lot easier to not have to deal with unpaid balances or embarrassing kids who have an unpaid balance or not giving them food because they have an unpaid balance. So,
Or collecting applications.
yeah, all that stuff. So.
The,
You have a question, Blake?
And a thought.
Yeah.
Just answer.
Okay, all right, two, I should assume that. All right, hold on. All right, you think about lunch.
Class size is a mandatory subject to bargaining has been reintroduced again. Given the resources that we have, if class size becomes a bargaining piece, and we'd all would love to have a reasonable class sizes. That is a self-fulfilling prophecy deficit, and that is the struggle that we're with. Because if you continue to give us the funds that we have, and then we have to address class size with the means that we have, we're using our own means and our class sizes and costs continue to go up without additional revenue.
Has that ever, I mean, it's been introduced like 3 or 4 times. Has it ever got any traction?
This time Costa believes it's getting more traction than they would like.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yep, they're full steam ahead on this one.
Okay, so question on that. So let's say class sizes are mandated. Does that invalidate existing bargaining agreements?
No, I would assume that it would be grandfathered in, and then you would have to make it part of your next negotiating time. They may include, this is a risk, an automatic reopener for districts. I haven't heard that that's gonna happen, but I do think that's a mechanism the legislature could do.
Okay, and then if bargaining. Remind me of the bargaining rules. If you have an existing contract A. When you go forward with contract B. And you open up whatever the salaries article is. Can you go retroactively less? I know that that's. Can you, not retroactive, sorry, that word there. If you're paying,
Propose a lower.
can you propose lower salary?
Angela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's down on the right.
Yep.
If you say, here's, same amount of pie. And by the way, you need to split it into X number of pieces, that's like, it's just,
Well, and if playing that out, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is both things are mandatory subjects of bargaining. So if you can't afford one or the other, you're there.
you're.
Well, and just because something is mandatory subject of bargaining doesn't necessarily mean
Oh,
that. Just means you have to talk about it.
I understood, okay.
And there have,
Class size is a mandatory subject of bargaining right now for Title I,
Title schools it is.
so it's already there.
Okay,
And we discussed it. I think the union would probably say we didn't talk about it enough or didn't go deeply enough, but we did.
So even if they said that it could be an opener, you could then go back with the argument where we did discuss it.
Correct, and I don't know what the legislature is proposing in particular, if they're mandating caps or if they're specifying specific numbers of students. But if they're just saying we're mandating that along with salary and work, we also need to talk about class size or bargain class size, then that's,
Wouldn't be a change for us.
Right.
it wouldn't be a big change, for sure, yeah.
The hearing is next week. It's the 5th, so that's the first step, and Angela's right, we'd be able to negotiate, it just makes negotiations a little bit more, potentially more contentious, depending on how it's handled. And, I know I spoke to somebody from OASBO last night, and they're preparing cost statements for this week. What that might be statewide.
that is the topic that was kind of a holdout topic for Beaverton and for Albany.
It was.
With getting your contracts up.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did get one, which has caused all of this angst and grief. And to be public and transparent, I'd love to be able to fund class sizes at about 25, that'd be fantastic. So there's an attendance package, it doesn't have a nomenclature yet, it's an omnibus bill, and it's a good one, it's related to, let's be more transparent about attendance data, to be more transparent about attendance data, districts have to collect it in the same way. Or else you're looking at apples and oranges. So they're looking at how do you do that and how do you track it, and is there money needed to make that happen and increase the investment? It's a reasonable one, so we can get it out there, so that's gonna be, yeah, I think it has a hearing next week as well, I'm not certain on that.
What does attendance affect?
Attendance, it doesn't really affect funding or anything, but it does affect the learning, So if you, the research will tell you, if a student drops below 90% attendance, their learning is impacted. That's 10 days a year.
The reason why I ask is I get a notification and up to 5 times a week that my son missed first period, he missed third period, he missed second period. And we asked him, did you? Was dad in there? He goes, they miss us all the
The
time.
data entry here.
Yeah.
Sometimes subs.
Yep.
sometimes-
Yeah, he did say so.
Sometimes if they show up
Sometimes
late, they've
5
already
minutes
turned in
later.
attendance and then it still gets marked.
And the only way to truly be accurate, and I'm not saying this facetiously, is you tag students as they walk in the door.
But
an
it's
Apple
not,
tag or
at high school,
whatever.
it's not just one time, it's.
Yes, it's
7 doors.
it's 7 doors during the day. So the,
High
it's,
school level.
it is fraught with potential human error based on how busy people are, not because of that incompetence piece. So you're highlighting something that I struggled with when my son was at Barlow. She did
I
as
just
well.
I didn't think it would happen that many times a week. That's what, and it's been recent. Like in the last 6 months, type of deal.
Your point is well taken.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there are some teachers that could pay more attention.
I just want to make sure it wasn't affecting budget either.
No.
Funds.
Yeah, tell me more about it not affecting budgeting, because that was different than I understood, which I can very well be wrong.
Like,
But I think that's different than our community understands as well. So explain to me, I mean, obviously we get
X amount.
paid based on enrollment,
Yes,
not necessarily individual attendance.
correct.
So does it have to fall below a certain point?
No,
And there's no automatic unenrollment
There-
after?
there is.
Okay.
So the first 2 points you made, or questions you had there do not affect our budgeting. And so it doesn't impact revenue. That last piece is if a student has 10 consecutive days absent, then it's an automatic, you have to unenroll them.
Unexcused.
Yes,
But consecutive days, so if they go 9, come back a day and then start over
Yes.
again.
Yeah,
even if they are excused, we have to unenroll them by state law, but we make it easy for them to re-enroll. A kid could have a pretty serious accident, miss 10 straight days, those are excused days. We can't continue to enroll them, that always scares parents, but you walk them through that saying, hey, as soon as the student is ready to come back, we just bring everything back up, we enroll them and get them going. Okay,
I did read through the text of that class size. All they're doing is deleting in the Title I schools and making it for all, and it's effective 91 days after the legislation. So there isn't any language like it has a automatic reopener. So I think it's just basically what we're doing already anyways for our Title I. So.
there's a bill, and I think this could potentially save us money going forward, although I haven't talked to first student, is expanding the use of type 20 vehicles. So as you and I have talked a few times about not a ton of kids on a bus, could you find a cheaper, smaller bus to do that? And type 20 buses they want them to be legal now. That is in conflict with federal law, so we'll have to work through that too. So, but that's a thing on there that could save us money in the long run. The unemployment for striking employees is an interesting one for sure. So there is a bill, Senate Bill 916, that's out there, and it would allow employees who are striking to be able to collect unemployment, which makes collective bargaining challenging.
Well, was it also the insurance? I thought it was also they kept their insurance while they were starting.
I didn't hear the insurance piece, but I did hear the unemployment, because you're able to collect unemployment insurance, which is that pay, not our insurance while you're.
Right, but I'll have to look it up, because I thought I had read somewhere that it was gonna be, they were gonna keep their health insurance
Mhm.
while they were on strike.
That's not what I'm reading here
Right.
in the legislative update.
Okay.
So,
So that would really affect our unemployment insurance.
it would increase our unemployment costs, insurance. It would make collective bargaining a different world. It would be a challenge.
Although it's pay, your rate of pay.
No, unemployment wouldn't be your rate of pay, it's usually about 2/3, is what I understand. That's still quite the incentive for people, because right now you're not getting paid.
Right, unless it's on strike.
How far down the road is this bill, do you know?
Labor is really pushing a lot of things, so it's getting close to, it's got an informational hearing at the joint business.
Yeah, business and labor.
Thank you, Business and Labor Committee, yes,
But it hasn't been publicly heard yet?
no. It is from a management perspective, it is a hugely problematic bill.
Yeah, I don't know if it's,
From a citizen standpoint, it's a hugely problematic bill, because many of our union workforce are in the public sector,
Yes.
and that is incredibly damaging to hamstring critical public services, including education. With this, that's my position, and I'm willing to advocate legislatively.
Yeah.
On my position.
The COSA is very concerned. this continues to bubble to the top of the list whenever we have our legislative updates, which is every Friday. They're concerned that it has traction.
Really,
Mhm.
we were getting to that time frame. We've got about a month. And there's only so many public hearings available, and if they're doing the informational hearing before,
Mhm.
that delays it even more,
Yes.
and so. The optics on it is maybe it's not as stimulating.
That's reasonable to consider. The information I'm getting from COSA is not
Yeah.
that, but they're concerned. So it
Yeah.
could be both.
And
Interesting, you're saying. If it's passing through quietly, then it probably doesn't have the momentum that.
I'm saying that. Sometimes legislators will give informational hearings as a courtesy. Instead of a public hearing. Sometimes they give informational hearings just so they can learn about it too, so I'm not saying that's behind it, but there is some gamesmanship too. With that,
I think in this case, both can be true. COSA can be concerned and that can be accurate as well. There are some substitute teacher bills out there that, are interesting and potentially problematic as well. Senate Bill 322, directs the Department of Ed to enter into a contract with a third party to develop and offer online professional development. We're already doing that with our edu staff. They get it coming in, they get periodic, professional development through them, which has been effective. They use our rooms all the time to give that training. So I don't know the purpose of doing this at the Department of Education level. The Senate Bill 323 requires a school district and education service district to conduct a cost analysis before extending or renewing or entering a new public contract for the procurement of substitute teacher services. On the surface, I mean, you always want to do an RFP to see who's the most cost effective and most effective. This has caused COSA some concern as well, because it takes away some local latitude for us to be able to provide a contract, get subs going, find a place that can provide that service, and just kind of gets in the way for that. There's a feeling that it just wants to get in the way and make substitutes part of our bargaining units, which is also a challenge. So that's an undercurrent that I don't know is or isn't true.
you have to report it to the public because they're part of the party.
They are. Yeah, and when you look at our fill rates right now, edu staff after that, first year was bumpy, it was post-pandemic. They have a huge pool, especially compared to 2 years ago. We're getting higher fill rates. The service we get from them is pretty outstanding. They're very responsive, especially when there's a problem with the substitute. So we've been pretty pleased. Angela, I don't want to speak for you too much. That's just been my perspective from the old chair I sat in. But edu staff seems to be giving us the service that we wanted. So.
And Jen, are you going to upload this summary to
Yeah, it wasn't part of our packet.
This is our I'm going from an email I got this morning because I was gonna prepare the notes.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
Feels like this one I didn't get.
Yeah, yeah. Later. So
Yes.
yeah, it would be nice to have that as reference to, because I'm taking notes and I know I'm not getting them all, so.
I had my notes prepared and then I got this today and our legislative rep did a much better job.
Gotcha, okay.
Update would be okay if that
Okay.
works.
Yeah,
Oh, I could.
yeah,
Whatever's easiest.
I'll get it in your update.
okay.
Yep. Okay.
Was that it?
That's it. Last of it, there's some, when you get this update, you'll hear some local things throughout the county that they're not legislative updates, but you'll get that information as well.
Okay.
All right, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. You're welcome.
I would just add tangentially, I think it's Senate Bill 936. Is that right? It only pertinent because we were part of the Land Use Board of Appeals. Appeal
Process.
over the,
Oh, yeah, that one,
over the,
Water treatment.
the water treatment plant.
yeah.
Luba found some, not related to necessarily our complaints, I don't think, because ours were related to the safe transportation students interrupted routes. This was related to natural resources. Senate Bill 936 is an effort to give OHA an exemption of those natural land use process over natural resources in order to allow the construction on that site to continue and presumably provide other loopholes.
What site?
The water treatment plant,
And they shut down construction.
they shut down construction.
Temporarily.
and this Senate Bill 936
In a while.
Yeah,
And the question I have is, were they done dumps? Because the week before they shut it down, they were breaking their rules on
No,
right? left.
they've shut down construction on Lusted Road. I mean, they've paused.
Okay, because I was
Yeah.
worried that, oh, well,
At
the
least
dump trucks were done anyways, and it was a
Yeah.
natural stop. Okay,
No, I think they have paused it. They did not do it immediately. It was a process,
Those
but
dump trucks were going like 65.
it's just
miles
that
an hour.
this would bypass that.
yeah. So with that 936, I did connect with the chair and vice chair on it, because at one point, they actually had a hearing scheduled on March 6th. But then suddenly, a couple days ago, it was taken.
Well, I heard that they had a community meeting at Reynolds High School. I wasn't aware of that, but I heard there was a lot of community outcry to drop that bill, so that could
And
have had
that would
something
be
to do
when
with it.
that, was that Representative Hudson, maybe it was having that.
I know Helfrich was
Yeah, maybe
leading the charge on that.
So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but
Oh.
sounded like there was a lot
meaning
of.
936 is not proceeding.
There's no
936
hearing.
doesn't have a hearing,
At least.
but that doesn't mean that, well, because there's still that 1 month time frame. They have until mid-April to get a work session scheduled, so they could schedule a work session for April 15th or something and hold the hearing April 2nd or whatever, so there is still time. But if you see something on there and have it taken off, and then now we have this knowledge of a public meeting.
Yeah.
Senator Helfrich is leading the charge on all of this stuff, so hopefully, we're getting positive traction on killing it.
Okay.
What does the bill do? 96.
It basically creates a loophole. It was the city of Portland that essentially requested it for Portland Water Bureau to continue their work without being approved.
It overrides the need for the land use approval.
Yeah.
It just means that you can put a water treatment facility plant or a sewage plant in any land use zone if there is a specific federal or state deadline for completion of.
And it was really weird because it came under the Veterans Affairs Committee.
The what?
Veterans
Affairs.
Yes, it came to the Veterans Committee, and so that, it was like a really weird place.
Really kind of a hidden.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was very well hidden. I appreciate Senator Helfrich for finding it and blasting the word out to the community. Or not, sorry, not to the
Yeah.
Representative Helfrich.
Yeah, representative, yeah.
Made that real.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, so anything else, John?
No.
I know that OSBA has been doing some legislative update notes that are going out since Stacy Miles now works for OSBA. She's been having, they do a Friday morning update, and have just started doing those, and I can either send those to the board. But some of them are, interesting, they're mostly education related things, she's got some of this stuff on there as well. And opportunities for, testifying with the hearing, and it is nice, they did change the format so that you can testify remotely. You still have to sign up to do it, because there's only so many slots, but you don't have to drive down to Salem, get in line, and wait for a 5-minute testimony, then go back, so. There'll be a few of these that we definitely want to still wage in on, and, so yeah, I think there's probably an update today, so, okay, anything else? I'll move this on.
Just to clarify, it's on the Senate of Veteran Emergency Management, Federal and Rural Affairs, none of which I don't think have anything to do with it.
No, it doesn't seem to have any.
But it's not rural, it's world. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're on work.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I was gonna leave it.
Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, thank you.
Steve, can be there.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Yes.
So we have a couple more things. We're well ahead of time, so we're just gonna keep going. We were gonna have a break at 3:15, but we already had 3:15, so I'm just gonna keep going.
Next up is board goals, and this has Director Peterson and Riegelman on here. What? Yeah, you guys are up. No, you got 15 minutes. We're shortening it now. So there is a document in our packet. It is a rather lengthy document.
Same one.
The same one from August.
It's really, it's tiny print. and it's-
All of the work that we put in.
It's so,
Tiny
so
print.
much work.
Yeah.
So,
Give
yeah.
us an update.
Um,
Pass along.
This is just kind of a reminder of where we're at on board goals committee. So we met extensively. Last year at this time, we provided kind of a framework. You guys blessed off that framework and then we engaged in the work of filling it out alongside James and Tracy was critical in that role. So for that process. So as a background, we ended on a framework where we have conditions, goals, monitors. The conditions, you've seen it referenced multiple times today, safety, belonging, opportunity, and achievement. Then we looked at what goals specifically would we look for that would be evidence of progressing toward those conditions, right? And those goals should be time constrained, all the things that make the goal smart. And then additionally, we get a whole bunch of reports every year on things that we might not attach a goal to, but are still pertinent to those conditions. And those we labeled monitors. We tried to make a list. We know it wasn't exhaustive of those things that we would see, and that's what's in this packet. We have, just navigating through, we have the conditions defined, goals defined, monitors defined. And then we have a series of tables.
Starting on page 3.
Starting on things. So, those proposed goals are, 9 of, well, actually it's 6 of them. 6 for year 0, which was this current academic year. A lot of that was establishing processes, baseline data, exploring baseline data. And then we had put in kind of a draft, what would year 1 on, what kinds of things we would look for. And what conditions they pertain to. Everybody seeing table 1 there?
It's on page 3 of the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So the thinking here today, kind of the core outputs, we want to hear, how has this been proceeding from your perspective on, as the district staff is presenting stuff, kind of aligning it toward this, how's that been working? What kinds of things do you want to kick back to the committee to start working on for this summer? That's sort of the core output is what's Holly's and my marching orders until the summer. And then we'll turn it over to whoever assumes that committee after that. So we want to start turning our attention though to year 1 plus. Start thinking not here, but over the next several months, we want to start thinking, what do we want those year 1 kind of goals to look like? And then I think we had. Oh, and then we do have a timeline on table 3 that kind of shows how those goals monitors fit into our whole calendar.
Yeah, and kind of when those presentations, we already see.
And some of the things that are the standard presentations we get, so that we don't.
Yeah, and what condition those pertain to, so just kind of another way to see it, that might be easier. The other thing is we might have some minor adjustments, based on year 0, or we may need to push some year 0 things out to year 1, because like the seed survey, we referenced that a number of times, and we didn't get the information from the seed survey that we were hoping we would get. So we'll make those minor adjustments. We'll look at that and see if there's something else, or maybe we'll get more information. They're reviewing that information. So. But any other feedback?
Basically, is this just a timeline of the presentations that we're wanting?
That's the timeline of the presentations that we basically currently get.
Okay.
And then which condition it pertains to. So in that conditions column, achievement, B, belonging, safety, opportunity. Some of them are just required, and so they don't necessarily have a condition. We just hear on those.
I really like everything. I like that the staff is doing those check marks. That slide is super cool to see that
Although
this is how it meets our, you know, goals or whatever. I like the organization that you all put into like the annual reports of how, what categories this is. And it helps provide a general time frame for, okay, well, August, we're gonna do these things, you know, so that's helpful for the rhythm, I think, as the board. One cool thing, I think, if their charter schools aren't already doing it, could they have that check mark slide? Because they are separate, they have their own board, but they're all part of us too, like, could they identify what the check marks they're meeting in their slide presentations? Because they, you know, those are our students, even though they're separate, but you know, I don't know, it's just expanding it further.
So, were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the committee was meeting, these are sort of the zones of information that we're getting as regards to the things that we want to have happen with our students, with operations, with things of that nature. Did it come up in conversation about how does the board need to prepare so that we understand this information, that we are making reasonable assumptions about it? Board goals, board peer goals and training. Because that, there's some things in here that without some background, they can give us a lovely report and we say, wow, what a great report. And if we don't understand what's behind it, then it's just a really lovely piece of paper. And so I don't really see in here where it is that we say, you know, we attend certain trainings, we go to do this, we bring in people as part of our work sessions to provide that support so that we're understanding what the acronyms are, so that we understand, you know.
We might never
And-
understand all.
Yeah, no, they keep changing lots, but just understanding a little bit more about our role in all this, our job, and just to make ourselves a better board member to support these without being the implementer of these functions,
Yeah,
because these
I
are not
think-
ours to implement.
I think it's not in this document,
So it's,
but we talked about that being part of the committee
uh-huh,
going forward is having a separate document. This
Right, 'cause
is
it
the
would be
directing
part
of
of this.
district, right, and then another document that would be more self-reflective
mhm,
for the board.
okay.
So that could be part of our work going, you
Yeah,
know,
the last OSBA session that I went to, they did mention, and I think I mentioned it to them before, that we should have annual
Yeah.
evaluations.
Self-evaluation. we have
And
no-
our operation agreements
Yeah.
should include our commitment to attend trainings or listen to webinars. And then before, when I first started, I remember like we were.
Yeah, we
we
had to get
competed,
everybody
right,
involved.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, so do we add them to our operational agreements where we say like we're gonna attend one training a year or have someone come in or
Mhm,
and what will our self-evaluation look like?
mhm.
Whether it's quarterly or twice a year, however it is we wanna do that, we should have something like that to hold ourselves accountable as well.
Right, and the training, again, it's gotten to, it's a lot easier to get trained because there is more of it that's virtual. There's more of it that people can come in and talk to us. Some of it available through OSBA, through other organizations.
Yeah.
And just having that information, that common knowledge, and I keep turning my back towards you guys. But I would like to see something like that, and then the self-evaluation, which we have not done as a board for a number of years. And it just helps us see where the gaps of what information do we need to have, just how do we make sure that as a board, we are working well together and supporting what's going on with our students and within the district. And especially when we start talking about when the legislature wants to do things, how far in do we get involved with that? Where does that fit with our advocacy? Is that one of our goals, that we are advocates for education? So how do we make sure that we're efficient doing that? Monitoring the hearings, going to get training on how to be a good advocate, how to get a hold of them. You know, it's not huge, but it's things that are measurable. And things that we can be doing to just make ourselves better board members.
noted it.
I think Sarah's right.
Yeah,
So that'll,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Probably Tracy. Probably Tracy, yeah.
no, I think there's one of the newer committees, or at least more recently active
Mhm.
committees.
Mhm.
So I think that's something we could fold into our. Yeah, I think it's distinct from this document.
Right, and I agree with the way Holly was described, yeah, it is,
So-
We
it's
don't
sort
wanna,
of,
we don't wanna mush them together
No.
and make it
No.
messy.
no.
Not that we
but I
should do
think
that,
it-
it just needs to be a separate.
It does work as a companion piece
Needs to do
to
the
it,
work.
that again, making sure that we understand when we talk about doing equity and inclusion, how do we know that we are looking at information that says we're being successful and doing what the goal says if we don't understand how to look at it?
So what? Jump on,
You're
like,
doing fine.
assume anything about our business, but what I kind of am wondering as an outcome of this, is that we'll start more of a regular meeting cycle. Between here and our August retreat. Um. I would propose that we meet in conjunction with John and Tracy and let them figure out who should be at that meeting. To figure out how we're gonna sort of memorialize our year zero progress, move new goals into that. So now we're into year. We're past year one and year zero. We're gonna be enacting our 25-26 goals real quickly. So something to propose to the board for that. You know, probably shuffle in some future draft language about those, kind of what you're seeing here, but a shift in a year. And provide maybe that marker of how we did here in our current year. And then also introduce some board development, more board self-evaluation process.
Right, and so on some of these, just as a question, I'm just looking at the real easy page one proposed goal statements, that there are some that are sustaining. And so at a certain point, has there been a conversation in the committee about when does that become just more like a, I don't know, reference table as we did these things, and they sort of slide off of how much do we keep?
Are you looking at page
Yeah.
3? Page
Yeah,
3?
yes, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
so
so,
I'll go specifically, because that sustain and improve had to do with the seed survey. Holly already mentioned it. Tracy alerted us that the seed survey data is not, it's not disaggregated. We don't even know our participation rates, for example, so there's gonna be a lot. Year zero is gonna, year one's gonna look a lot like year zero for seed
Okay.
data. The purpose of that was just to make sure those specific sustain and improve were purely about participation rates, so that the rest of the information that we rely on for the seed survey
right,
was reliable. So
okay,
I think our buckets are big enough and critical enough as our goals are currently, that we would never drop one of them. I
okay.
think that was the intent of the committee. Is that early on,
So then
it's
we aren't
work.
gonna wind up with a 15-page document,
Right, I think,
because the things that are in here should be basic, not basic, but you know what I mean?
Broad enough. They should be
Yeah,
shifting year to
okay.
year.
Okay,
yeah, so for example,
But not
1.4
new.
is improve regular attendance rate.
right,
I think
that's
what
what I was
we'll wanna
wondering.
do is kind of mark, okay, so what did we get to on a
Mhm,
regular attendance rate? Now, what do we want, what are we?
Right, we made
collectively
73, now we
proposing?
wanna go
Yeah.
to 75.
What-
For
what's-
year 2, what
Yeah,
would that look
yeah,
like? So we
okay.
just, that will continue to shift out.
Okay,
You know, I think I was thinking it while Tim and Carl, we're
Oh,
presenting our
okay.
CTE numbers.
Mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
I think some of that, again, we'll just kind of memorialize that information
Right,
in participation stuff, and then we'll look at how we migrate goals.
cause yeah, on that 1.6, it's establish a baseline participation and then improve participation.
Yeah.
So we
And
needed
now,
a number to start with.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
And also, we've had a discussion about updating this document, maybe not updating, creating an additional document where reports and surveys and things can be linked so that when somebody has a question about achievement, there's a landing place
there's a hot.
where you can say, these are all of the reports we've heard on achievement, the dates we got them. So we don't know exactly what that's gonna look like, but that's work that we plan to
Okay.
tackle. If anybody has any requests or ideas about that.
And I would just flag that as, you know, we're at the midway plus the point of the year. As you're reflecting, I don't know what the feedback mechanism is yet, but if you're thinking, you know, this really should graduate to the level of a goal, like something that we do really want to track.
Mhm.
I would just encourage letting all you know so that we can incorporate it, talk it through collaboratively with the superintendent, either
Okay.
say we agree or.
Or it's measurable or it's not, or it's, I mean, there was lots of things that we discussed that grand ideas, but if, yeah, if we can't measure them or if there's not a way to get a baseline or
Well,
whatever.
or even on some of them, that the measurement may take more time than actually doing the function.
That was talked about, if
You know, making sure
gathering the
that you're
data
not-
was possible, do we have capacity to get that data? That
Exactly,
sort of
yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, with obviously with staff,
Okay.
yeah, time.
And some of these things are things that do show up, in the bargaining contract, you know, there's some of the things that are part of that as well, so they are being measured because of that, so. What you guys, what do you think?
I already said my piece.
What's that?
I already talked.
Oh, okay,
I like this.
I'm good, it's kind of a learning phase for me.
okay, well, and that's
It's
kind
new
of.
to all
where-
of us, yeah, that's,
Yeah, this format, this style is new, and it is bigger than we've seen before. In terms of components with it, but it then also guides, what kind of presentations we wanna see and when we'd like to see them, and it also helps. If something is not, recorded until April, we don't wanna see a report on February, and that helps in this as well, because it talks about when and how are we going to get the information, so that we're not asking for it too soon and then getting information that's incomplete.
Is this gonna be used as a filter? We get a lot of presentations and I'm sure most of them are required. But I'm sure some of them maybe have just been always historically done. But if they're not fitting in our goals, would that be a filter for like, let's pause on this presentation because it's not fitting?
I'd be surprised that if we're gonna have a presentation, there's a reason.
Yeah.
I think we've gotten rid of some of the, I don't mean like years ago.
Yeah.
Gotten rid of, so I think what we're seeing now, be a good question to check on. But I think what we are getting, it will just tie it to make sure we're getting it at the right time.
Yeah.
I think that's the bigger thing, instead of fitting it in, saying, I got a spot in February, well, great, but you're not gonna have all the data until April.
and it's a good filter to use, whether it will result in any presentations going away, but it wouldn't hurt us to filter those, because if there were things that could be filtered out because they weren't one of these conditions, then it could potentially be on a superintendent newsletter or.
It could be on
that was
just a
an update,
report that
so.
is attached to
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Could be a report.
Right, a
that's
link
in-
that was on whatever document we're
Mhm.
going to create, so.
Right.
I think that's one of my questions. So, we kind of, for a while, moved towards kind of this white paper concept, less presentation, we've kind of drifted back. Today's presentations, like the academic data from Tim and Heidi, is a good example of that is a direct result of baseline MTSS academic tier data, right, which is 1.9 on here.
Okay.
And so we did the fall data, we've done the winter data, in theory, then we should do the August data. And is that too much? Is that feeling just right? You know, it is still new, so those might start to get faster as some of that becomes more familiar, right? Because now you'll have heard it 3 times in 1 year, so the next year that should probably go faster.
I've always wanted to ask, are we putting too much on you guys,
On what?
On the district staff.
the district staff?
I think there's always a balance there. When I think about today, I think everything today, I mean, there was a lot on our ILT. But it was all stuff they want to share with you. I think the academic stuff we're pulling anyway, they put it together in a package, right? Tim and Carla, it took some work for them to pull those things together. That one was actually a response to a board request, Myra, that you had put in. A while back in terms of like, hey, we haven't visited this in a while. And so I think all of those things are okay. It was a lot right now because we didn't have that January work session and then like just different things, you know, kind of compounded
I
things.
just, I'm talking about balance. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
honest.
But we're not asking a lot.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something for us to continue to monitor, especially as we're looking at reductions, because everyone's workloads.
And not speaking for the board as a whole, but I would want to know if that balance gets to be too much. Then
Yeah.
I would like someone to speak up.
You know, and I think that presentation today, the academic, is a great example. I appreciate that we're doing 3 presentations because we've got our new testing system starting in 16. This is a whole new goals process, but I would imagine you could probably cut that down to a once a year, like August presentation, like, okay, here's our growth that we experienced last year. We don't need I mean, we may want it or whatever, but it may not need to be real-time data where we got the fall, the winter. And then-
Or it could be updated with a link that we can look at our.
It could be
time if we're
updated,
interested,
yeah.
But not necessarily have a presentation.
Yeah, so I think those are things that we could use as a filter.
And I think that's where it's tricky because the conversation in goal committee was, let's have multiple touch points so we build understanding.
Yeah,
of
it's a
it.
hard
Yeah.
Right, it's,
Yes.
we're gonna have to keep having these conversations,
Yeah.
like what's working, what's not, what
Yeah.
needs to be
Well, and
addressed.
it's also changes when we have new board members, right?
Absolutely.
Because then when you haven't seen something for
Yeah.
a year,
Right.
they're like, I don't know what any of these terms mean. I have no baseline. I have, you know,
But also we could add to our operation.
That's about right. That's
true,
right.
which we
Like,
really don't have,
like,
and definitely.
In our
Yeah.
onboarding training, just
Yeah.
have like.
And that's
support
another
101.
goal on.
And get like a little glossary and
Yeah.
of like what the terms are and what, you can just
No, I-
review the board goals. These are our goals, this is what you're committing to now that you're on our board.
When I first started, I got a whole binder with them.
But we didn't go over it.
Yeah, I was like
No.
a binders.
It's,
Yeah, the
Well,
binders.
Here's all the information, go for it.
Yeah. Here's what's relevant maybe most of the time.
I don't know if it pertains, but I left this part out, like the timeline that you see of all this stuff. That came 90% from Tracy of stuff that they already have on their
Exactly.
calendar, and then it's us saying, okay, how does this fit within this framework?
Yeah.
And I think the ultimate goal here is to give us a narrower mindset about the information we're getting.
Sure.
And so I could see why that information today was quite a lift. What I'd like to see over time is we're just gonna see that chart every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you're not inventing what information you're delivering to us, or
So it's a
probing
consistent
what's
format.
important.
Yeah.
We're trying to say this is
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna see continuity of information. I know professionally, that's incredibly helpful to me,
Yeah.
then
where,
you're not asking the clarifying questions. What are these numbers? Does it include this? Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because it would be the same every time. And I think that if there's a landing spot where the links can be updated quarterly, we don't need a presentation on it, but we could have an email that says, hey, this has been updated, go look at it. Then we're still seeing it quarterly and getting familiar with it, but we're not requiring staff to do a presentation.
We're also trying to, and I don't know if you've noticed this change, but when we give you data, we're trying to give you a little like box of like, this is the important thing from this slide. Like, there's a whole lot here.
Right.
Here's what you need to know.
Yeah,
EML
take
growing
away.
at a faster rate than,
Yeah.
you know, other groups, like trying to scaffold things that way too. I also think that as we get going and get in kind of a system of things, if data is given to you and it does make sense, great. And if it doesn't, that's what one-on-ones are for also, right? To just like, hey, like, remind me,
Yeah.
you know, that's what
Yeah.
that time is for as well.
And some of the benefit towards doing it as a presentation, we may know what it is they're talking about, but they're also showing it to the community.
Yeah.
And they're showing it to staff. Hey, guess what? We were looking and you guys did a great job doing this. And we're gonna tell the community and the board knows about it. So sometimes there's, we maybe only need it in a document, but having the presentation publicly
Yeah.
makes it out there.
At least yearly.
Yeah, well, or however frequently, yeah, exactly.
Depending on what, it depends on what.
Right, right.
that's sort of prompted. The early literacy literacy, would those be couched within the MTSS goal that we have? They would already be.
I mean, the way the goal was written was not specific to elementary, not specific to reading,
Yeah.
but is academic data tier distribution.
Yeah.
citizens of that. It's definitely when we talk about MTSS and academics, that's how you develop core, right? That is your foundation, that is your first time learning for everyone. You want that really solid. So yes.
Sean, anything else? Okay.
Couple other just quick
Yes,
things.
yes, yes.
I'm assuming, or we kind of talked about, I feel like we should get these conditions on the website. There's a board section, so I can work with Anita to kind of get that done. I think that would be important. And then the other, Sarah,
Over the board.
perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Athena will just push it back to me.
That's what this
Copy
is.
paste,
So
however,
there's
it's on there.
efficiency right down. We did an efficiency.
The other thing that's an important part of this, and so think about this as we go to March tenth, which March tenth is those school improvement plan sessions, March 10th, 4 to 7. So one of the things we did strategically was gave you academic data from fall and then winter, so you've got kind of the big picture. And now when we go to March 10th, buildings will have some individualized data, and you'll have just a little more context as you hear from them about the work they're doing in their specific schools. So just kind of thinking that as part of the reporting out process in all of this. That's an important part.
It's not.
March, so what is March 10th? Cause I don't have it on my calendar.
Monday.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not.
It's not on the calendar.
I won't be able to make it because that's my board meeting next school, so.
I don't have it.
Well, March 10th, I have it on the
I know.
calendar. School
Just skip it.
plans.
Says SIP with board.
Okay, so.
Monday. You know, so I guess on the.
So
the
you
main
said you'll
board
be late.
calendar.
I won't be, it's
You won't be
my
there.
big board meetings from 5 to 6 or 7, so.
Is it gonna be at Court Russell again?
Yes. Is there any?
Oh, and because I was gonna ask, I still have it as TBD.
Oh, so it hasn't been sent out.
It's Gordon Russell on the
Has it been sent out?
calendar and
Cause I don't
No,
have.
it hasn't.
It's at Gordon Russell.
So it's on the
From when?
board calendar, which you guys should have access to, but I'm going to send it all to you in invites right now.
Yeah, cause access doesn't, I mean, so there's a good question. What does access mean? Am I supposed to go
It
look at
means you
something?
should be able to, it should be viewable on your calendars.
Yeah, and mine is linked, but mine doesn't have it on there. I
Yeah,
don't know why.
4 to 7.
4 to 7.
And it's a,
Sorry.
It will be, depending on how many of you are there, probably 2 of you, with groups of school principals. So someone from elementary, middle and high school, a couple maybe each level. And we'll go through our district strategic goals of inclusive culture, instructional alignment, our 4 goals. And each principal will share out a little bit about the specific work
oh, I
they're
think we did one
doing.
of those last year.
We did.
Yeah,
it last
yeah,
year.
yeah, that's that same thing.
Yep, same, it's gonna be the same kind of format, same kind of
In the
structure.
library.
Very hard to be there.
Library board, that was where we did it
Yeah.
before.
Just Mondays are, my wife's like, we do nothing on. It's just.
So what is this called? This is
School improvement plan.
Is the SIP plan? Okay.
Can she come?
Cause it's not a board meeting.
It's not a board meeting.
And, we have not,
She wouldn't come.
He's like, no.
my husband. Communication. And I'm still not sure what you're talking about is the board calendar. I don't know where that is.
I have the board calendar and I don't
Yeah.
have it on I mean, I have it on my phone, but I don't see it.
Yeah, agreed. Mine defaults on my phone and the other things are on there, but that's not there.
So I guess
I don't
the
know
big
why,
question
but-
would be,
Is there anything else that I do?
Yeah, yeah.
that, but then also, is there enough board members to even make it worth it that are gonna be able to come?
Why don't you can't?
I can't.
Sorry, you can't because you have something.
Oh,
Yes,
Sean
you
can,
can.
right.
Yeah.
Just look for it, David's meeting.
Okay, so we have enough to make it worth it?
Yeah, and it's not even a
Does it have
forum
to be
thing,
a
it's
board
just come listen, it's more like it's our meeting, we're inviting you to listen in.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
It's a hard one.
do something either before or after.
It's a hard one.
Yeah.
Hmm. No,
Just
we made
Mondays.
a commitment because we work so much and we do so much. We made a commitment that Mondays were our day and we don't do anything in Westford. After lunch, eating together, we do that. It's one of those things that you have to have time.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So glad I mentioned it.
Yeah.
And we'll have pizza, like it's just a quick something to snack on.
Can you save the pizza for me? I think?
Now we're getting pizza shop.
Yeah.
I was like, I might be there.
Yeah, so did there any?
Can you drive it over
So,
to my house?
sorry, I'm just gonna double check, so we know we've got March fifth, that's our next board meeting, we have March twelfth, the work session, because those all show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't have this, so. And then the budget, I've got budget that shows up on the 19th.
right?
The board meetings or
Yeah.
the SIP?
I
Well,
think
we
the
also
board
have-
meetings, but
yeah.
I didn't for the SIP, so. I'm
Yeah,
wondering if
and
it's
so we have the
that
budget,
related.
budget 101 coming up. On March 19th, we got a notice from Sarah about that. So, okay, all right, just mild panic.
I think it'll be enjoyable.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely,
I
yeah.
didn't either because all I heard last year, because I missed
Was
it.
you missed out, you should have been here.
Awesome.
How much I missed out.
See, yeah, and I like the format, because I thought at first we were gonna move table to table, but we wound up staying and hearing from.
You're gonna hear from your group, and because we'll have a smaller group, you won't be with your quadrant exactly while we'll figure that out, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
One last thing.
Okay, yeah, sorry, let's get back to the world. All right, losing sugar. All right, so, now that we have two, I think we have two things.
We just,
No, the other one we've dealt with, so let me make sure on this. What's that? Yeah, the Mount Hood Community College. No, the other thing, we talked about the Senate Bill 936, so that's not coming on
yeah.
here. So, okay, so Mount Hood Community College, we had a presentation from them, at our last business meeting. And they requested a, endorsement in the voters pamphlet for that. And we didn't really have a lot of conversation that night with it. Mount Hood is a great partner for us, and I think what it is that they're trying to do is, it's very late to do it, you know, they've had, it's time for them to do some major upgrades at Mount Hood. And I think that it would be, appropriate for us to endorse, to support their bond and to support the activity, because we do have a number of students who go there. We have community members that go there, and I think it's just something that we need to support. So that's my short version. Sorry.
Are we looking to vote?
Yes, yeah, we're looking for, a motion to actually.
Consensus or, yeah,
Does it say?
No, there's no.
there's no. yeah,
Oh,
it's a
well,
discussion, conversation.
Okay, discussion item, okay, sorry, we would need to do something fairly soon, we could do it on March fifth, because I don't remember what the deadline is to turn things in for the voters pamphlet, so like, something like that, yeah, so we could do it at the fifth, so this is just
Don't
discussion.
vote on that.
Yeah, so if we want to do that, we can put it as an action.
I'd like to.
I hesitate because this is a tough time financially for a lot of our community. I mean, egg prices are like $10 for a dozen of them.
This morning, 157, I'm glad.
Yeah, and then for us to say we support something that's gonna take even more money from their budget is maybe a little mistimed or tone deaf, and so that's my hesitation on supporting the bill, which will raise the amount of money or lower the amount of money that they would have when it's already a limited source.
And we're looking at something that is a long-term investment. Mount Hood Community College has been there for 50 years. And so it's, will there ever be a perfect time? I get it, that part. They are able to do it now. This is what they're going to do, and I think it's something that we need to support. I think
Sean,
it's something that we need to do that.
I hear you, man. I'm paying $452,000 in eggs this year. And 2 years ago, I paid 60,000. There's also other things that are coming down the pipeline, like, the president opening the production of oil should come down to under $80 a barrel, which would bring it down to $1.70 again. There's a lot of things in the works that. And I don't even say hopefully that I know is gonna reduce what we're paying for a lot of stuff this year. Again, moving forward.
And I didn't bring their document, what was the, do you know what?
I just-
Did you, what is it? I just.
25 cents per thousand.
Not to,
25 cents.
No,
No, I mean,
25
that's why.
cents per thousand.
So,
25 cents per thousand.
so it's about $60 a year for your average home in Gresham, and it's $240,000 home, taxable assessed value home.
Yeah.
I'm. The only source of hesitation, well, but the biggest one is the same as you, Sean, just the fee and tax aversion in our community is getting loud. And we're all in a bucket of local government. I think I'm willing to support the bond. I think they came in at a really good rate. A wise rate to not try to press it. But
So before I say something again, Myra, do you have something?
I support endorsing them, because I do think that a lot of our students benefit from the courses they offer, from the programs they offer, especially vocational trainings. And it's up to our voters to decide. Us endorsing it doesn't mean it's gonna pass. I hope it does, but it doesn't mean it's going to. Each voter will have a choice to make.
I think we should at least put up to a vote.
And so right now we're just doing discussion.
No, I'm saying as we're talking on the fifth.
Yeah,
I said, I think we should at least put up to a vote.
yeah, on the fifth, okay, so.
The deadline is March 24th.
March 24th, okay, so, and I think, if we were talking just strictly in terms of economic, Mount Hood Community College offers a very affordable way for our students to get college education, to get things, to do prerequisites before you go on to a 4-year if you want. They provide job training. They provide, in doing this bond, there's going to be tremendous economic support for people that are gonna be working on it. We saw that when we did our capital bond. It was local businesses that were getting the benefit of doing the work. So I think there are quite a bit of economic supports that Mount Hood gives for $60 a year for an increase in tax. And I get it. Gresham, I mean, we're the land of measure 5 and 50. I get it. However, not doing something is going to continue to depress Mount Hood being able to do anything.
One is tuition at 4-year colleges increases, more kids are taking advantage of Oregon Promise. So more kids will get, hopefully more kids will continue community college and take advantage of Oregon Promise to continue to work while they go to school. And a lot of our kids are becoming quite very fighters for them.
I would say, I see some of the hesitancies. But like what Myra said, it's up to the voters, and I think as an education entity, them being the only higher education, organization really in Gresham, I know Oregon obviously has others, but I think it's the right thing to support it. I have some hesitancies personally, and we'll see what happens, but I think as a board of education, I think it's appropriate for us
To support educational opportunities.
and voters might not look for it, and that'll show that they don't have an appetite for it, and that's their right to do that.
Well, and as I said in the beginning, I had very huge hesitancies when we presented before, because they hadn't really let themselves be known to the community, but they've done a much better job of that. And so, my hesitancy is, I don't want to put my name on something that is gonna hurt somebody financially. But, if as a board, we're like, hey, this is fine, maybe in the voting, come to me last, because I don't wanna be the one no vote, you know what I'm saying?
well, I guess that's gonna be an important consideration. I'll just be very forthright on this. If this is the Gresham-Barlow School Board, I think I'm more likely to vote for it if it's gonna be my individual name.
No, it's gonna be.
Because I know who else they're gonna solicit for endorsements, and they're the same folks who I think have endorsed horrific policies within the state, so.
I've already endorsed it.
To be fair, they were asking us for individual endorsements. That's what the email said.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I
So
think
we don't have to do that, obviously, but that was an ask.
I don't mind doing it myself, but that's not a board function. That's me as Chris Howard doing it, because I would not do it as Chris Howard board member, because I'm not speaking for the board. I'm speaking for Chris Howard, a community member that would say, yes, this is a good
Well,
thing.
I think you. both are
Yeah.
close.
Yeah,
but you're,
I put it carefully. I put it carefully.
but that was
Board is
what's in
not
the
like-
email. It was asking for individual.
Yeah, I don't think that, I think as a board, it's appropriate because we are a Board of Education.
Yeah.
That's different.
And we're
than
supporting
us as
opportunity
individuals.
and our
Right.
community.
Yeah, so I think it is important, like if it goes that way, for it to be a universal vote, that's fine. But like I said, I don't want to be associated, I'm not going to individually interesting.
Well, typically when we do resolutions, it is on behalf of the Board of Education. We don't basically.
Well, and would this be a resolution or would it be filling out the endorsement paperwork to be in the voters pamphlet?
I think that's what they're asking
Yeah,
for.
I
And so
agree.
you can still do, if, so what it would be is it would be the Board of Education, it'd probably be my name, it's Chris Howard Chair, and that would be fine, but it would.
Or
be
it would
the
just
Board of
say endorsed by Gresham-Barlow
Yeah.
School District Board of
Education.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that works also, so.
I think, Chris, you probably have to sign the actual,
Yeah, endorsement.
And that's fine.
but, you
So
know,
we'll bring it forward to the March meeting.
Yeah.
Okay,
I still not confident that it will pass.
but that's okay, that's,
Right.
that's okay.
I guess my clarification
It's
is,
not, I'm saying our thing, but I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, that's, and
Yeah, yeah.
that's okay, but that shouldn't necessarily be our decision to make on whether or not we endorse it. So,
for the March meeting, I have to include it on the agenda today. 'Cause I have to
That's
post
okay.
it.
yeah,
What am I including?
you're including,
Just an action? Am I
Yes.
writing something out that you guys
Yeah.
are approving for a resolution?
yes.
Just an action that the board endorses it and.
I think just an
Chair
action
Howell
that we
will-
would approve an endorsement because there's an.
And then
official
Chair Howell
endorsement
will-
paperwork
Right,
that they'll
official,
fill out.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So,
so just a vote that says
Uh,
we would or wouldn't endorse it.
Well, it might be. Not to go too deep, but. You know, the endorsement is either open-ended or a specific quote. Entitled, and so I think it could be that. we-
Sometimes it's just a list of the people that endorsed versus.
But on the form, there's
On
two
the form, so you
sections.
can
Yeah.
choose one or the other,
Yeah.
I don't know.
So maybe we should have that form.
Yeah, the endorsement report back.
Include the endorsement form in the
Yeah,
packet.
just a blank one.
Yeah.
I think what I've seen in the past is like Gresham-Barlow School Board, and it's just very simple.
Yeah, Gresham-Barlow Board of Education.
Or whatever, however you.
Yeah, because again, it's not the district that's endorsing it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I don't know, is there anything else?
Announcements?
Yeah, announcements. Okay, let's get to the- Okay, so we've come to the end of a very productive day, a lot of information, I wanna have you guys make sure and read it all and have it all memorized by the time we get around to it again. We have coming up on March fifth, 2025, a supplemental budget hearing at 6:45 PM. Council Chambers of Public Safety and Schools Building, followed by our regular board meeting at 7 PM on March 5th, 2025, in the Council Chambers of the Public Safety and Schools Building. And there being no other business before the board, I gave you some time back, you don't have to tell anybody, we're adjourned at 3:08.
Sweet.